There we go, we're recording. All right, well, welcome everyone to the July 29th meeting of the City of Boulder Planning Board. We have a full quorum, and so I'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. I would remind us, if we haven't, please put PB in front of your names, but I think everybody has. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jean Gatza to go through the rules of participation in virtual meetings.
Great. Can you all see my screen yet?
Not yet.
Okay. It seems like it's moving a little slow. Okay, I'm going to read these slides and hope that it comes up with the ability to share. Oh, there we go. Let's see. All right, I think we're close. Thanks for your patience. Seems like hot days. I don't know, the internet up here gets slower. All right, well, I don't know if this is going to work, so I'm going to just read them. I think we'll be all right with that. So the city is engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. And that vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and the board, as well as democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. More information about this vision and the full rules of decorum can be found on the Participate in City Council Meetings page of the city's website. The following are examples of rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that support this vision. These will be upheld during this meeting. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, dehumanizing language, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct the meeting are prohibited. Participants are required to sign up to speak or to raise their hand using the name that they are commonly known by, and individuals must display their whole name before being allowed to speak online. Currently, only audio testimony is permitted online. Kindly note that the chat function is disabled and all questions related to the procedures or to online technical meetings should be directed to me, the host, in the Q&A, and I'll do my best to help you clarify our procedures. All content-related comments or questions in the Q&A will be promptly deleted and we will not respond to them. I'm sorry about that, and I know that's hard, but thanks for understanding that these rules are to keep our meetings orderly and fair. The board members and staff should not read or consider content-related questions or comments in their deliberation. If there are repeated comments or questions in the Q&A that are disrupting my ability to do my job moderating the meeting, I will notify the board chair and issue a warning, and if it continues, suggest that those offending the rule be removed from the meeting. Again, thank you for understanding. When we open comment, that is for items that are not under consideration tonight, and members of the community, you may use the raise hand function to indicate that they'd like to speak during that open comment. We'll have 3 minutes, and you won't see the ability to unmute until I turn it on. So don't worry. Once we call on you, you'll be able to see a place to unmute. And at that time, if you would state your name and address for the record, then we'll proceed with the 3 minutes for open comment. I think that's it.
Great, Jean. Thanks for covering all of that. I think you covered most everything we'll be needing for the public hearing, public participation portion of the evening. Tonight we have one agenda item, which is a continuance of last week's public hearing on CU South. Last week we went through the entire staff and applicant presentation as well as public comment. Like last week, we have two recusals. Lupita Montoya and Lisa Smith will not be with us tonight because they're recused for the item. And we're welcoming Brian Bowen and Crystal Gray again, who are still sworn in from last time. So thanks for joining us again. We've got everybody on, so we've got a full house. So now we'll go ahead and go into just the general public participation portion of our evening. This is where anyone is welcome to address the board on any subject other than the public hearing item. Since the public hearing is closed for CU South, please refrain from saying anything about CU South in your comments. And I will go ahead and start looking at the attendee list to see if there are any hands raised.
We did have, yes, I'm sorry. I was going to say someone did say that they had trouble raising their hands, but.
I see that Lynn Siegel has raised her hand. So Lynn, as soon as you're able to unmute, you'll have 3 minutes to address us.
Okay.
Was there an issue with that?
I'm not going to be able to probably display the timer, so I will set the timer on my clock on my phone, and I will ring the bell at the end of 3 minutes.
Okay, and I see I have the allow to talk button, so I'm going to try to, try to let Lynn.
It's on now, finally. But, you know, if I can't say in the chat or in the questions that the raise hand doesn't work, I know it's interrupting you to call you, David, but I need to because I can't raise my hand. I couldn't raise my hand. It doesn't show up when I click on it right now. Well, it shows my hand now, but that's because my window is up. But it didn't show it on the bottom of my computer like it usually does. So as far as I know, I'm doing nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm glad that we resolved it, Lynn, and I'll go ahead and
There's something malfunctioning in the system.
Yeah, thanks for your patience. I know the technology is tough. So go ahead and start, and we'll give you 3 minutes to say what's on your mind.
It's like this is too much. All of this development has got to stop. We've got heat islands. We've got climate change big time. This is just crazy, just absolutely crazy. Every corner is another condo, and $3 million on homeless people. And now the evictions coming up, and people can't, the wealth disparity is so great. COVID spread it out further. And now the city of Boulder has got to stop. This is crazy. You're going to look at this place in 5 years and you're not going to recognize it at all. And Bob Yates is suggesting that we get the nonprofits to fund Parks and Rec. No, we need the developers to fund Parks and Rec. CU South, well, I can't speak about that because I already did, but that's the elephant in the living room. This is all crazy because of that. And adding fuel to the fire. That's what that is. This is already nuts. It's untenable. This is not Boulder. I just rode by full cycle. Now, what are those condos that you approve with the electric elevators so that they get their extra 10 feet of profit? Electric car elevators for cars? Come on. Full cycle's gone now. I couldn't believe it. Next, when I look up, Boulder Bookstore is going to be gone. And what we're going to have is just a high-end clothing or restaurant. You can get dressed and dress up and eat out. And that's what you can do on the Pearl Street Mall. I'm sorry. This is not making a historical place like this place has been. The future history is bleak. I mean, let's name it: Diagonal Plaza, Mackenzie Junction, Alpine Balsam. The neighbors are going crazy about the car issue there. No spaces. Everyone's going to ride the bus. Nobody rides the bus. COVID is now transmitting through vaccinated people. Thank goodness I'm waiting for the Delta ready Pfizer. I guess I had it in my head right. And then we're going to need another one for the next one after Delta. We need to vaccinate the world, or we're going to go down too. And we need to vaccinate Boulder from this incipient growth that does not need to be here. It's not helping. Every affordable house that you put on here brings with it the jobs that make unaffordable people and increases the jobs housing ratio. It's not workable. Please.
Okay, and if you could just wrap up that thought, Lynn, we'll.
Yeah, please really think about it. I have to say it every time. Affordable housing is not affordable because it brings the workers that have to support the people that live in the affordable housing, and those workers need jobs, and it continues and it continues and continues. It's a
Okay.
cycle.
Hey, thank you, Lynn. Thank you so much for the input. Yeah. All right. With that, we're going to go ahead and do we have any more hands up? I should probably do a last call since sometimes. Okay, we don't have anyone else raising their hands to speak during the general public comments. So I'll go ahead and close the public participation portion of our evening. And we'll move on then to our main agenda item. We have a continuation tonight, the public hearing, sorry about the beeping, public hearing and recommendation on petition to annex the CU South property. And so as we go into that, I want to first of all call on staff staff members to fill us in on a couple of items. There are two updates, and the first one I'll call on Erin Poe to who is our can you hear me? Who is our Boulder Deputy City Attorney. Erin's going to give us an update on something that came up in Matters last week with regards. I feel like there's
a tiny bit of an echo, David.
Okay. Yeah, I actually just muted somebody. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get an update on the authority that Planning Board has on making recommendations to the city on annexations. So, Erin, I'll hand it over to you.
All right. Thank you. It's good to see you all tonight. I'm going to give you a little bit about the legal sites, and Charles Farrow is also on the call to talk about the procedural history, the historical practice with this as well. But under BRC 2-3-11, the Planning Board's general functions are outlined. And some of those, such as the Boulder Comp Plan, it clearly states that there is an approval function for the board. But for annexations, that site is in 9-4-2, table 4-1. And in that table, it shows that Planning Board has an R function. And what the R stands for is recommendation only. And City Council is signified with a D as the decision authority. So essentially in annexations, the Planning Board has the right to review and offer recommendations to the City Council for their final decision.
All right. And with that, is there, are there any questions about that remain from the board at this point? John?
Yeah, thank you. So just to mention to you, Erin and I have had some interaction. I think I've informed the board of what was going on. One thing that was unclear to me in Erin's analysis about the role of the planning board is not so much whether the role of planning board in providing a recommendation versus a decision, but whether planning board's recommendation is obligatory before City Council makes a decision on an annexation. And that was something that was not clear to me from our discussion. So perhaps, Erin, you could opine on that also.
Sure, John, thank you for your question, and I apologize for not addressing that. It is not obligatory. It's a right. It could be that Planning Board could not come to a consensus on a recommendation, and that would not stop the council from moving forward. So it's a right to review and offer recommendations, but not an obligation or something that would be required, such as with the comp plan. That in order to be adopted, the planning board would have to approve as well.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Aaron, and thank you, John, for clarifying that. Anybody have any other questions on that before we move on? All right, great. So with that, the second item that I'd like that I think we need an update on is from Phil. We did in the middle of the day today got a red line version of the draft annexation agreement with some minor edits that have been made. Phil, if you could summarize those for us, we'll probably want to take all those into account as we deliberate tonight.
Yes, thank you. Phil Kleisler, Planning and Development Services. I do want to just quickly pause. I'm not sure if Jacob was wanting to also address the board. So this may be a good time. I also have a few slides on that we could jump right into and kind of incorporate that into the introduction first section of the discussion, if you'd like.
I think that's great. Let's go ahead and introduce the item with Jacob. You can start us off, and then we'll go from there. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Dave. So first of all, I won't speak for too long, but just to kick this item off before we get into details or have Phil discuss the items that were redlined for you this evening, just want to say that there has been adopted a statement of purpose regarding this annexation, and that happened on October 9th of 2018 when Council adopted the CU South Annexation Purpose Statement, which says that the purpose of this process, what we are doing now, is to define the conditions of annexation for CU South under which the University of Colorado's South Campus would fulfill both the desires of the university system and meet the goals of the City of Boulder. The annexation agreement will be guided by the BVCP CU South guiding principles, which you all created, by the way, and a modified annexation process that will provide opportunities to influence the annexation terms through city boards and commissions and the city council meetings. That purpose statement, which was adopted by council, has guided all the work since that time, in addition to the annexation guiding principles that were created by this board. And it was really through council's adoption of that statement that we end up here this evening. And as Aaron has covered, in regards to state statutes or local statutes and the powers of this board, you are not required to approve the annexation documents. However, council in adopting the statement did in fact endorse your engagement in this process. And furthermore, as the empowered land use authority for the City of Boulder, the community, council, and us as staff value your input on the matter. And we find it to be extremely meaningful, which is why we are here this evening. So further, because annexations in the City of Boulder are negotiated agreements, it's very typical for negotiations to continue up until the very end of the process. Even though I personally haven't been here to observe many of those, as a relative newcomer to the city, I have in fact verified that that is the case in discussions with staff about previous annexations. And what we have advanced to you this evening, which Phil will cover later, are the main tenets of the agreement. And those main points of the annexation are set. They are not anticipated to change after this point, except for those items which have already been highlighted for you in the memo, which Dave, you specifically asked Phil to review, and which we will review again shortly, and Phil has prepared some slides coming up. So with all of those things said, I want to sincerely thank each of you for your thoughtful and critical eye to this important agreement. And to further discussion, I'll turn it over to our senior planner and case manager for this application, Phil Kleisler.
Thanks, Jacob. I'll go ahead and share my screen. I have just a couple of notes around schedule, and then to jump into an email that was shared with the board per the discussion last week. And so just let me know if you don't see the slide that says overview. But this, per the kind of direction from the chair, the format of tonight's agenda item is anticipated to include first a round of individual board comments, and then we'll go through I can go through right now the schedule and the agreement red lines, And then we'll go through just very brief staff summaries of each section, kind of stop sharing a screen, pause for the board's deliberation. Just one note is that when we were here last week, we did anticipate that the resolution, the state statute requires that council adopt a resolution setting the date for the public hearing of an annexation. And so that's scheduled on August 3rd, along with the first reading. And while we don't know what will happen yet, per a discussion at the council agenda committee this past Monday, the first reading may take place on August 10th, but we will know on Monday whether or not that is the case. But regardless, the point for those listening at home or watching on demand, September 9th is still the date for the City Council second reading and public hearing. That is a Thursday due to the holiday that Tuesday. And September 21st is when we anticipate the council will pick up the item similar to what Planning Board's doing tonight for its deliberation. Last week, we discussed towards the end of the meeting that there were some cleanup items and other items that we were making to the agreement, and we committed to providing those edits to the Planning Board ahead of its meeting when it was being released on Thursday, today. And so that happened earlier today, and to just go over kind of a few of the key ones that were included in there. You heard some public comments last week around a trip. That was something that defining what a trip is it a round trip? Is it a one-way trip? That's something that we had discussed and talked about needing to include in the agreement. And so it was timely, and so we went ahead and added it, and that's shown here. We also included a definition of the university to include its successors and ownership, assignees, and all persons who may hereafter acquire an interest in any land. So if the land was sold to another party. And the intent of that was to make sure, really to make double sure that while the agreement runs with the land, any of the terms in the annexation agreement that say the university will still apply. And so the university will still comply with entering into an agreement for an underpass at US 36, for example. Another piece that we've, as staff, have talked about over the last couple of weeks is firming up some of the language around affordable housing. And we felt this was also pretty consistent with where the planning board was discussing last week. And so we proposed, and the university agreed with this language, which just firms up that instead of saying is committed to providing 5 acres to an affordable housing developer, it says will provide approximately 5 acres. Secondly, and this was a discussion last week at the planning board around the disconnection, there were some questions about the point there around may request. And so in this case, we swapped that with may require to kind of firm up what the original intent there was all along. And additionally, there was I believe a comment made about some specificity about what happens when that requirement is exercised by the city. For the disconnection or de-annexation term. And in this case, we wrote what you see here, which is that the university would commence that process within 30 days. And lastly was an amendment around the 3-year anniversary. Just to clarify, there was one community member that pointed out that since it says agreement, it was reading like a whole agreement would expire at that 3-year anniversary, and we just wanted to make double sure that that was not interpreted such in the future. The email earlier today also, just to be completely transparent about some of the things that we noted last week were still under discussion, and we noted that in the agreement they were highlighted as such. But there are several things relating to transportation, specifically when the trip cap monitoring starts. And so we've, as staff, the university has discussed, and we are in general alignment that the trip cap monitoring, so when do we have to start doing the annual trip traffic counts, doesn't necessarily need to start with the first residential unit because they're not going to come anywhere close to the trip cap. And so we're discussing when that will actually happen. The university has asked us to discuss any additional parking allowances relating to recreational parking. And lastly, offsite improvements are probably the biggest thing that are still being negotiated. And so while The university is responsible for access requirements, so access to 36 via 36 State Highway 93. Off-site improvements are still needing to be addressed to ensure that that we're accounting for transportation system impacts and mitigating those impacts. And so one of the ways we're seeking to address that is through discussing a concept of using the city's transportation excise tax as part and applying that to this property when it otherwise would not apply. There's also a dollar figure that the university is reviewing that the city generated around mitigation. So there's a fill in the blank where the university in the future will have the ability to essentially purchase mitigation credits if it needs it, to offset impacts from its development in the development zone. And then lastly, our contingencies, and there are no red lines to this that we shared, but we did recognize that the right of first refusal and sale of land to a third party is something that we're hearing both from council members and planning board members and the public. And so we'll highlight that later in the discussion, but we'll definitely be interested to hear what the planning board's ideas are around that. And we can dive into that a little bit more later. I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing the screen, David, and hand it back over to you.
Okay, thanks so much, Phil. I'll go ahead then and just talk a little bit about how we might want to deliberate tonight. Usually when we've gone through the CU South status of this program, we've gone through key issues and we've kind of gone through guiding principles and talked in that order. But there was some interest in planning board of maybe changing the order that we do things tonight, because we have an actual agreement in front of us, and instead go section by section through the agreement. And that might help us be a little more structured and avoid perhaps bleeding into other areas so easily, and keep us from talking redundantly about things. So I think that's a really good idea, and I think we gave a heads up to planning board that we're going to be structuring our comments that way. And Cindy, if you want to put up the thing that we kind of put together to kind of track our, so what Cindy and Phil are going to be, while we go through our deliberation, they're going to be keeping track of any recommendations that we want to entertain when we get to the point that we're going to actually be doing recommendations at the end of the night. So we thought it would be good to categorize recommendations and maybe do straw polls as we come up with them, and see if we can categorize them into ones that have really good broad consensus, pretty much unanimous consensus from the board. Ones that have some support, but maybe we would have a few board members who might actually feel uncomfortable voting for those recommendations, and then maybe other recommendations that have only a minority amount of support. So categorize them into those three categories, and then when we get to the end of our walking through the annexation agreement, we'll kind of have a good three-tiered set of priority recommendations to kind of work with as we formulate the final recommendations that we want to send off to City Council. So we can display this periodically if we need to. When we do have a recommendation that we've done a straw poll on, we'll just work to get nice language over to Cindy and Phil so that they can do their best to document those for the end of the night. And we can always wordsmith when we get there the second time around as well. So thanks for displaying that, Cindy. We can probably go ahead and take that down. So we have, let's see, I think about, gosh, almost 10 sections in the document. So we really are limited to try to keep ourselves to time constraints of around 15 to 20 minutes per section if we can. So I'll be doing time checks through the night. And we also agreed to do a round of kind of general comments before we dive into the document. Sarah, did you have a comment on this?
Yeah, so I want to put an idea out there. It may not work, but I think very few of us are totally on our game after 11 o'clock at night. Mm-hmm. So I'm wondering if we get to 11 o'clock and we are, or 10:30 or 11 o'clock, and we are still not like at the motion making point, is there any appetite for a second continuation that would enable us to come back. We have a hearing next week. We could come back and finish it off next week and complete that. I guess it wouldn't, the work wouldn't be completed before the first city council meeting, but I don't know whether, I just don't know that we are that effective after like 11 o'clock at night.
Okay. Well, I think that's always something that when we get to that later hour, we can certainly entertain the idea of that. I don't know if we want to talk, you know, proactively about what that might do to next week or our overall or the overall schedule at this point. But certainly that's something that we do whenever we go past. We're not supposed to start a new agenda item after 10 p.m. without voting on it, but of course we'll be in the middle of this one. How about this area? How about we just commit to taking a checkpoint if we think we're gonna, you know, if we get to around 10:30 and we think we're gonna go past 11, let's just then go ahead and have that discussion at that point. Does that make sense?
That works for me.
Yeah, just raising one item on that topic would be if the council's first reading is August 3rd, and if we continued to a week from now, we would miss their first reading, which we need to have our recommendation incorporated into.
That's right. And, you know, I might ask Charles to just kind of, you know, is there anything we should think about as we try very hard to get through this tonight with the impact that would have on first reading?
Yeah, Dave, we would really want the board to conclude their deliberations, you know, if at all possible in advance of that. And right now, I think at CAC on Monday, council is going to talk about moving first reading from the 3rd to the 10th. I don't know if that was mentioned, but that hasn't been, you know, finalized, and we won't have any information on that, you know, until next week. So certainly not final, certainly not written in stone. So right now, I think we have to proceed like they'll be hearing first reading on the 3rd.
So let's try to do our best to make the most efficient use of time. We also have a lot on upcoming meeting agendas. This has been a pretty busy year. So we're going to have to just really try to be as efficient as possible. And that's why we are hopefully prioritized our comments and questions, and please ask your high priority ones first. And if there's something that maybe just isn't the most critical, we can, you know, to the recommendation, hopefully we can at least cover the very important ones. So, but with that, Phil, did you, before we do our kind of general comments, did you have anything from your side that you wanted to talk about? And oh, by the way, we're going to be asking questions to staff as we go through. So as you have questions, feel free to ask staff, but I think we can make our general comments without a Q&A period first, unless somebody really wanted to ask some general questions. Yeah. So Phil, did you have anything you wanted to display, or shall we just jump in?
Nothing from me. I have something when we get to that first section of definitions. And
Perfect.
we do have some staff from various departments here if we needed any technical questions answered too. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Well, with that, then I'll go ahead and kick us off with general comments. We're going to try to keep to less than 5 minutes. So I'll kick us off by saying when I joined the planning board 4.5 years ago in 2016, the current version of the BVCP Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan was being finalized for adoption in 2017. And a big focus of my first year was working with my colleagues on defining guiding principles for the CU South project. This project went through several years of analysis and prioritization just to get to this point where we could finalize these general guidelines or finalize these general guidelines back in the 2016-2017 timeframe. It's been invaluable to have a document to help us measure progress on this enormous undertaking and to ensure that the values most important to Boulder Valley residents are appropriately addressed. The guiding principles were adopted by unanimous vote of the planning board, and periodic reviews of the progress on CU South project since that time have resulted in extremely useful feedback and support from board members. As I read the review draft of the annexation ordinance before us tonight, I'm struck by how much effort has gone into adhering to the guiding principles. In many areas, this agreement goes beyond the guiding principles in furthering city's interests. I know that there are still areas where improvements can be made, and I anticipate some very good ideas coming from the board tonight to guide staff and city council. It's an honor to be participating in such a critical annexation decision. Though I know there is concern about the changes being proposed here by many residents, I hope our Boulder residents will understand that we as a board will do our best to consider everyone's interests as we make recommendations to protect Boulder's residents from flooding danger, maximize the opportunity to restore critical open space, and provide CU with a path towards housing their community and maintaining academic excellence with facilities that are appropriate and with predictable outcomes. So with that, I'll look for hands on people who might want to go next. Sarah, you want to lead us up or go second?
No, I'll go say, I figured you were just going to pick us, but so I will start with, while flood mitigation is a primary driver, it is not the only driver, and the guiding principles on transportation, land use, and open space are the basis for my concerns to be raised tonight. It's essential that we address life safety and do so in a way that also advances our other goals. I have some concerns about this current document, and I want to make sure that insofar as we have any influence, we push it to be more of a win-win for the city and for CU. So my overarching concerns, number one is housing. The question of whether the current breakdown is adequate to meet our housing objectives per the Boulder Valley Comp Plan and to address jobs housing balance. And I will have some questions about this new definition of the university because it concerns me. It concerns me what that means about housing requirements and design and Boulder City planning processes should a parcel be sold. I'm extremely concerned about the right of first refusal. I feel this entire section is unbalanced and needs to be reconsidered and renegotiated to establish a reasonable sales price that does not immediately preclude city purchase, gives the city necessary time to make a purchase decision, determine how to raise the funds, and execute an agreement. The annexation agreement must also determine whether the pub land use designation that helps to set the value of the land reflects current pub uses or the expanded pub uses in this annexation agreement. I have a lot of concerns about the transfer of property and feel this section needs a great deal of work. I support Councilwoman Young's suggestion that it needs its own section. Everything from clarity about what uses transfer, what obligations transfer, what cooperative agreements transfer, clarification that any new owner must abide by the city's land use code and is not eligible for the unique provisions that benefit the university. And we need to spell out the specific provisions for CU that do not apply here. For example, the height for CU buildings is one thing, height for non-CU buildings would be another thing. This is an important leverage point for future planning boards, and in my opinion is too vague and fails to set the stage for regulation that will get the city what it needs if a private developer purchases a parcel. Disconnection from the city. There are several open space issues that are not effectively pinned down in this section, specifically as it relates to the city's adherence to the open space charter. I'm going to have a number of suggestions in this section. Transportation. I was struck by the forcefulness of the county's letter regarding transportation concerns, and I heard Phil say that this is still an area under discussion. I think this letter raises serious considerations about nearly every element of the annexation agreement's transportation elements, except the TDM elements, which I actually think are quite good. Highway 93, the trip cap, the trips themselves, the ripple effects on the city's transportation network and who would pay for those costs. And then I list a whole bunch of Boulder Valley Comp Plan goals that I think are called into question. Significant open space and natural resource concerns. Throughout the current draft annexation agreement, there are elements that impact the open space zone and the state natural areas, both to the south and north of Highway 36. Many of these elements seem to me to be insufficiently careful to protect those areas vis-a-vis the Chapter 3 of the Boulder Revised Code. I think there's significant unresolved issues and incomplete data with which to make decisions. Just going to share a few. The groundwater flows from the bedrock-based dam, a credible traffic analysis, absence of any agreed upon open space restoration processes, cost sharing, which I know Phil said that is still under discussion, budgetary impacts, how this will be paid for, enforcement mechanisms, and provisions for amendments in going forward in the future. And then final comments. I'm not exactly sure why there's a deadline on this negotiation. This document in front of us is not, in my opinion, an annexation agreement. It's a negotiating document. The city and the applicant, CU, seem eager to press ahead, despite some really significant concerns that demand serious consideration. I'm not fundamentally opposed to annexation, but I want to be sure that annexation truly benefits the city as well as this university, as well as the university. The rush to finish this up, it just strikes me as un-Boulder, and I'm particularly concerned about. I mean, there's certainly a belief among some in the city that this is an effort to short circuit a citizen initiative that was approved by the council to go on the ballot. I don't know if that's part of the discussion or not, but that seems an unfortunate pairing. So I guess I would like to hear more about why we can't delay the vote until after the election, or until all of these issues are resolved, or further or move the needle more on these unresolved issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And who would like to go next with overall comments? Shall I start calling on people? Or maybe John?
Yeah, thank you. I think Sarah presented in a very articulate and graceful manner many of my concerns, and so I won't repeat them, but there are a few in addition that I would like to make sure that we think about carefully. I'm aware, as we all are, that the motivating force for this effort is the flood control mitigation program that council selected in the last year. And while this is not the venue to debate whether that is an appropriate decision, I would just like to go on record to say that I believe it is a flawed and faulty decision. But we are here tonight to talk about the annexation that is required in order to move ahead with that decision, and that's what I'll focus on. There has been brought to our attention the fact that there have been legal developments in other states that indicate that there might be an alternative to annexation for the city to move ahead with this flood mitigation program. And at some point tonight, I would like to inquire from the city attorney to what degree those legal issues have been considered, and to what degree they could make a difference in the options we're dealing with here. Beyond that, I'd like to say just that it's not at all clear to me that what we're proposing tonight, what we're dealing with tonight, and what's being proposed with this annexation is consistent with the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. It's very clear in the comp plan that this program needs to be of benefit to the city. And given the issues that we all are aware of, including traffic, including how open space is being dealt with, and others, that it's not obvious at all that this is of benefit to the city. And so that's something that I think we'll need to address tonight as well. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Does anyone else want to make general comments before we start going through the document? Not everybody has to, I guess, but. Oh, I see Georgie has his hand up. Not unmuted yet, so there we, oh, no.
Sorry about that. I'll make mine short because John and Sarah both eloquently stated sort of the general concerns and thoughts that I have as well. I look at this, and when we talk about benefit, the flood mitigation is obviously a large component, and the housing for CU and taking pressure off the town is also an important component. And when I think about the housing, the one area that I'd really like to focus in on as we get going is the right of first refusal, the right of first offer, and essentially, mitigating the concern that land could or would be transferred to a private developer to develop something other than university housing for faculty, grad students, and students. That's a great concern to me because I believe that that's a big community benefit as part of this, both a benefit to the university and a benefit to the town and alleviating pressure around housing. And so I'm hoping that as we work through this, we really focus in on that and set up the agreement for success so that the city has an opportunity, if that were to ever occur, has not only the right of first option offer, but has a defined dollar amount that makes sense for the city. Other than that, I agree with John's considerations that I would like to understand the other legal arguments around what the city could do around flood mitigation outside of annexation. I'm not clear on how far that's been explored and would like to understand that a little bit better, but I'll leave the rest to the others. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Georgie. And I think Peter, you have your hand up?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. I'm going to go off of what Georgie said as the main concern I have, which is the sale, and there isn't a sale in the works necessarily.
I can't hear Peter.
You know what? Let me fix my audio, and I'm going to hold my comments because they.
Yeah, there's something going on with the audio. It almost sounds like there's a saw in the background or something. So do you want us to come back to you in a minute? Or is there anybody else who want to make general comments while Peter's looking at his audio? You might be the last one, Peter, who had general comments.
I'm gonna hold for deliberation.
You want to just hold on? All right. Crystal, go ahead.
Okay. I have a number of general comments. The first one starts with the transfer of land. I'd like to discuss just putting CU would not transfer land, will not be allowed to transfer land or prohibit transfer of land. And CU said they have no intent to sell or transfer land at this time. So put that in, and the right of first refusal issues would then go away, but I would still like to deal with them because I don't know if that has 4 votes or what council's thinking about it. The second area of concern, and these are not in priority order, is Highway 93. There's a conflict with the guiding principles that I'll talk about later. The state highway access code, it looks like it can't meet it, and it hasn't met it in the past. And then I think if you look at the county letter that was June 28th that they sent to, I believe, City Council or Planning Board, but they articulate very well their problems with the 93 area. And then climate goals, I think we should actually have a section talking about that or incorporate it into land use specifically and put some clear metrics. The city is very clear in their Excel agreement that the city wants to reach their climate zero carbon emissions by 2030. And it says Excel will reach theirs by they'll reach 80% by 2030. So that's what I mean by clear metrics. Open space, they had 12 conditions in their resolution. I think all of them should be discussed or at least put in. And then land use is a category in the guiding principles. And I thought the county, again, did a great job. They talked about the housing timing and development of that. You know, it just drives me nuts. There's no definition of workforce housing. People assume there's an income definition that defines it, but there is none. I think that should be discussed or put in. I'd like to understand when the university, and I totally believe them, they're very concerned about diversity, inclusion, and equity. And here's an area where if they let us know what the income levels are, I mean, does Phil DeStefano, the chancellor, he's workforce, he probably works more than many people and like full-time 24/7. But so that should be defined. And then I had this idea, a lot of problems I have are with land use and the non-specificity of the agreement regarding land use. It's great to say it's going to have a village feel or human scale or this or that, and they're going to be great meeting places. But if we recommended to council that the master plan for CU is required to be reviewed by the city, and that certain areas should be specified. In fact, I'd like to see a conceptual site fit of all the different uses. And maybe even some conceptual drawings. Nope, doesn't have to be working drawings, but I know Brian could whip those out if he was their architect, and most architects can do that. So, and then finally, this is something that I feel at the end of whatever recommendation we make, we should address safety. We should address safety right now for residents of this area. And this mitigation isn't going to be built for a half a decade, 5 years, that is. And so there are a lot of things we can do now, talk about early warning, education, and proactive mitigation that can go into effect. So I'll bring that.
Thank you, Crystal. Okay, Brian.
I don't want to be left out. So I've been through a few annexations, both as an applicant and as a planning board member, and a couple like modifications of annexation agreements over the years. And so I'm pretty familiar with the process from each direction. And I'm really aware that like there's just a lot of negotiation that goes on in the room that that we're actually not in. We're not party to that negotiation. So I think it's really good for us to have these conversations and for us to make recommendations. But I think it's also, you know, if we were making recommendations in the negotiating room, we would understand which ones were hot, contentious, difficult, hard fought things, and which ones were like, oh yeah, no problem. We don't really have the luxury of that. We're not going to get that kind of feedback tonight. And I think there are some things like, you know, maybe we have some really good language changes to pieces of it, but obviously like if we're making a recommendation to add a section or like to address some broader thing like safety, for example, Crystal, like we're not going to be wordsmithing those sections and like putting them into a proposed agreement. So I think we want to talk about process on that. And just like, I haven't really been tracking this closely since I got off planning board, because that was like the great thing about getting off planning board is you don't have to. And so it's been like, I don't know, whatever, 16 or 17 months since I've been on planning board. And so I'm hearkening back to like when we spent all that time working on the guiding principles and really kind of compromising with each other on that. And I feel like when I went through this, the things that really stuck out to me was like how much progress we actually had made. I was like, wow, the city's really doing a kind of bang up job here negotiating this stuff, like the, you know, right of first refusal. I mean, there's questions inside these things, right? I'm not necessarily saying like, oh, they're bang on perfect, but you know, and the unannexation and disconnection kind of piece of it really blew my mind. I don't think I would have had the audacity to suggest that in the old meetings, but there it is in black and white. And you know, space for affordable housing, 5 acres for affordable housing. The height ceiling calculation method's really interesting. That's kind of a new thing for the city, and treating like all of the buildings essentially on the entire project as one building based on the height calculation. The transition zones for uses, and I think the disincentive for larger homes is also really cool. Space for police station. So I think there's a lot of things in there that are pretty cool. I really love the idea, and this is something that I think I would highlight for the planning board and staff for future projects, is essentially a trip generation. The trip generation cap is cool, like as a way of like really pointing straight at the concerns that neighbors come to us with, right? Like, okay, so if the concern is traffic, well, cap traffic. Maybe we don't need to worry about like the number of units or the square footage of the units or the unit mix or all the things that we're talking about over here. If the goal is to cap traffic, maybe we could just do that. That's kind of an interesting tool that I've not seen us discuss before. So that's those are my quick thoughts on it. I still see this as a, at a high level as a flood mitigation high priority project with all the other things wrapped around it. All those things are true as well. And also I'm a big fan of seeing CU build some housing, and hope that it's the kind of housing that we need them to build in order to reduce trips in and out of town for their faculty and staff and students. I think that's super important. And I would like to see that be, more densification of their campuses and more construction of housing happening on properties they have in town, where you don't have to like battle an annexation agreement to get something built. So thanks. Thank you guys for having me back. It's fantastic.
Thanks, Brian. It's great to hear the reflections from a couple of years ago. And then I think the only person who hasn't gone yet for the overall is Peter. Did you want to try again, or shall we just wait until we're deliberating into the sections?
I'll give it a shot. I've got some background noise, which will be a problem for a bit. I was going to say that I agree with Georgie on the concern on the right of first refusal, but I'll make this quick. That having background in transactions, I know they're negotiations that we're not party to, and so this is not going to work for me. I'm going to move rooms and save this for deliberation.
Okay, we're good. And John, did you want to put in a last comment? You'll need to unmute.
Thank you. Just a very short statement. We all realize that this is our only chance with the annexation agreement to put requirements in place that CU has to follow. And so the challenge for us is to think what can happen in the future that we aren't thinking of right now. And the other challenge we have, I think, is for us to realize that this is our only chance. We have to get it right, and then it behooves us to be extremely careful on that front. And we'll get into more details later on tonight.
That's a great way to wrap up that general comment period, John. Thank you so much. And I just want to acknowledge that you spent many hours attending process subcommittee meetings for CU South, so I know you've stayed very, very integrally involved. Yes, and that also leads me to say that let's try to get those recommendations out there. Try to turn your concerns and your comments into recommendations. I heard some really some things really came to the surface. I think we'll be spending a lot of time tonight on right of first refusal, right of first offer, and transfer of rights. Also the Highway 93 thing, I think we'll probably spend some time on. So yeah, let's just get please focus on, rather than agonizing too much. I don't know if that's the right word. Let's try to get some constructive things out there and see if we can't get to a set of recommendations that we feel have the majority of the board support. So with that, Phil, did you want to the first sections and again, we could open it up in each section for questions first, and then just kind of naturally flow into recommendations. So did you want to start with recitals, definitions, general standards sections, something like that?
Absolutely, sure.
Thanks, Phil.
Yeah. So as you know, the agreement includes 7 sections listed here and several exhibits. We'll go into the first one with definitions. And so when thinking about how or what to highlight, I I kind of in recognition that there's a lot there, I tried to pull out what I thought would be of most interest to the planning board or things that have come up in your comments or through the public comments last week during the public hearing. And so with the definitions, we can obviously get into any of them, but a couple of the ones that we wanted to point out was this roadway bypass. And this one, I believe, has quite a bit of history to it. What you see on the screen here is the 1970 Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. And what it shows is Foothills Parkway generally running through the site and connecting to State Highway 93. That ultimately, throughout the years, it was determined that that was not going to happen. But I know that was something that was discussed quite a bit at the in the guiding principles. And the principles do prohibit that a roadway bypass would not be constructed. And so the question now for the negotiation team and now for the planning board is, how do we actually define what a roadway bypass is? What staff came up with is shown here. And since the definition of a roadway bypass mentions uninterrupted highway, we also define what an interrupted highway is. So the intent here is just to try to discourage or prevent any cut through traffic. That was the overall conversation back in 2016, 2017. Would also note that the county was mentioned the comment letter earlier. There were some concerns that this definition doesn't go far enough, that there needs to be some sort of like mechanical device, like perhaps a gate like Tantra is proposed, where residents could access it, but it wouldn't allow necessarily any kind of cut through traffic. And so that was something that was discussed. But as it stands now, this is the definition, but it would be something that would be really helpful to get the board's feedback on this evening and recommendation. And as we mentioned last week, the guiding principles did discuss that no large research complexes like those on the East Campus will be constructed. And in this case, this is the definition then to try to translate that guiding principle. The key metric here being that there's a cap on the size of a non-residential building at 175,000 square feet. And so that was how we opted to define it. And then lastly, the guiding principle around no large scale sports venue like a football stadium. And this was discussed last week, but the key indicator here is that it would have a fixed seating in excess of 3,000 people. And so as the planning board discussed at the last meeting, kind of what's the context there around some of the existing fields in the city. Fairview High School, through some information we received from the school district, is between 500 and 700 fixed seating capacity. And that really just depends on like how much room an average person takes on a stand or how much space is between people. And then with the Boulder High, it'd be between 4,200 and 5,600. And so it's somewhere in the middle of what's being proposed in terms of a maximum size of a large scale sport venue. And with that, we just wanted to highlight a few of the definitions, but given the number of them, I didn't really want to go through all of them. And so I'm going to stop there and hand it back to David.
Great. Okay, so let's go ahead and just I'll just let people throw out questions, and feel free to go to recommendations as well. Sarah.
I have some questions that had to do with the old version, but I will start with a question with the new version that was sent out today. Phil, I really appreciate your explanation of how the negotiators view this new definition of university, or the additional adding the definition of university. But I think there's another way to look at it that may not be fully captured, which has to do with the implications of sort of transferring the definition, or anyone who purchases the land from CU or a CU entity that is not the full university, like the CU Boulder Enterprise Corporation, whatever that may be, which is that I'm concerned that it might eliminate the opportunity for future planning boards to actually apply our land use code to private developers. Because if you're transferring CU rights and obligations, which is important, but if you're transferring the CU development rights, then you have bypassed something that we brought up back in April, which was the absolute essential nature of any non-CU developer who comes in being subject to city processes and city regs. So I did hear the positive side of why you've inserted this definition, but I think there's some negative potential implications as well that need to be considered.
I may ask if Aaron, if you had any thoughts about whether or not that would potentially bypass any of the requirements in the agreement, because I think you wrote that one.
It's not the intent to bypass, so I think we should make that clear. Thank you, Sarah.
Well, thank you. And I do think it also will connect to conversations about transfers and the sort of big question. I think there's going to be, this is for the lawyers to figure out, but it seems like this is a very sticky wicket. And there needs to be a lot of very specific language, however it is that lawyers figure that out.
So it sounds like we would have a recommendation attached to any motion that we might make that would say something like assure that the new definition of university is clear on issues like transfer of rights, development rights. Do you have any wording suggestions on that, Sarah, or should we?
I think maybe we just put it in the matrix as an issue to bring up, since this came to us at 3 o'clock this afternoon. I really didn't have a ton of time to craft anything.
Yeah, and my thought is that we can word it, even if we won't be able to necessarily solve it, but we can word it in a way that makes it clear what the concern is. So I think a straw poll on I think this is a good idea to put in a recommendation. How do other board members feel? Great. So I see a pretty good amount of support for that. It doesn't seem like we would lose people. Cool. Anyone else want to ask questions or make recommendations on the definitions section? We haven't, yeah, definitions section, right? John.
Yeah, thank you. So if we'll have a detailed conversation about the transfer issue later on tonight, I won't dwell on that. What I would like to focus on in this section is use definitions. And particularly with respect to large-scale sports venue, which is, has been described as something less than 3,000 people at a time. I think what's interesting there is to understand how that will be used and what sorts of controls and limits there might be on its use to diminish the impact on the nearby open space. And this is also an issue which has been raised by the Open Space Board and which they have requested specific consideration of.
So we do have later in the document under the uses a description of more on where it would actually cover limitations on what it would be used for, I think. So in the definition, are you proposing any changes to the definition of the stadium?
Well, as long as it's properly addressed in the overall agreement, it's not so important to me where we talk about it, but it's
I know
properly addressed.
I know I had a comment on the lighting later when that use is in there. So I think unless there's something really specific on definitions, maybe we can cover that when we get down to that. Let's see.
So this is just a process question, David.
Yep.
So could we the use definition is different than the question of lighting and location, impact on open space and the natural state areas, or state natural areas, excuse me. So could we maybe just put a question mark at the use definition and maybe come back to it? you know.
Yeah.
'cause
Yeah,
all
I
the
think
oth- it all connects, right?
I think that makes a lot of sense. In fact, for example, the trip definition I had later on as a reference back to the definition. So yeah, let's put a placeholder and make sure, because I think that we might have other definitions that get impacted with things we discuss later with regards to uses. So unless we have some wording change specifically in mind right now, then we can wait till we get to that more detailed discussion. Does that make sense to everybody? Cool. Anyone else on definitions then? All right. Great, thank you. Then let's go ahead and go on to the general standards section, Phil.
Okay, to just let me know if you don't see section 2 general standards as a slide. So there, just wanted to, in thinking after last week and into tonight, to just highlight really the central aim in this negotiation was to translate the guiding principles of just kind of highlighting how we as the negotiating team did that. And so some of those guiding principles are included here on the left column, with the right being the relative terms. And so continued access to the property, obviously a lot of community members enjoy use of the property now and want to continue that use. And so that was something that was identified in the comp plan, and that made it into the agreement in terms of access being allowed, consistent with university access and use policies, and that's term 5. That no enclosed academic space, offices, or residential structures will be located in the 500-year floodplain. It was the planning board actually in 2016 that went with a map-based approach to the guiding principles. And so that's when you started to see the 500-year floodplain line, as well as the area protected by levee. And so that was important to ensure that enclosed structures weren't not only in the 100-year, but also the 500-year floodplain. And so that is also in the agreement. That wetlands will be consistent, maintained, preserved, and so on, consistent with the city's land use code. And in this case, we are just attaching the actual city standards for the university to comply with, and then also minimizing development on slopes exceeding 15%. And that's shown here with what the term includes in terms of avoidance of steep slopes. And then another thing, a few more that are not in the guiding principles, but we still felt were important was, following some community meetings with some of the neighborhoods here, such as the South Creek 7 neighborhood, there was some concerns around how close any future buildings would be to the property. And so we negotiated a setback of 30 feet along this kind of northern boundary for attached dwelling units and duplexes, and 50 feet for any non-residential uses that, again, certain city regulations apply: wetlands, outdoor lighting, and noise, and that the city plant investment fees will be paid by the university at the time of development.
Phil,
Yes,
I see Crystal has her hand up. Do you have a question you want answered on this slide? Maybe that would be efficient.
Yeah, Phil, could you go back to the previous slide after that you showed before this one, section 2? Could you go? No, the next one. Oh, there, that one. On wetlands, I mean, CU is going to comply with the city wetland regs, but is there anything in there that talks about federal regulations?
They, by default, they follow, and
Okay.
they're on the call today, but I think by default comply with those regulations too. The cities are a bit
Okay,
stricter,
and then
so.
minimize development on slopes exceeding 15%. Over the years, including when I was on planning board, members, especially after 2013, members of the public complained on Chambers Avenue, so just to the west of CU, about subsidence and damage to their houses after the 2013 flood. So what is the slope in that area? And maybe maybe this is sufficient, but I'm not sure it is.
I can pull up a slope map. Basically, and I can just show you real quick. There are steep slopes on the site, and the use transition
Right.
zone shown here generally follows where that steep slope is on the southwest portion
That's
of the site.
the one,
It's
yeah.
also up here, there's a man-made berm on the top, but this is the primary area. And Crystal, you may recall that when we changed the land use designations, so in the comp plan, this is a low density residential, and that extended basically to include this area here, what we're calling the use transition zone. And so we did include, informed by our subdivision standards, of requirement, and in the agreement, I believe it is 11F, where where the university will construct or consult a professional registered engineer to eliminate or control any problems with instability or inadequate drainage. And so we did take one of our subdivision standards and applied it in this case, if that answers your question.
Before they build. I mean, they're not going to
Yes.
come in for a site review. Do they even need a building permit from the city of Boulder?
No.
Okay, so I'd like to see the language address before building occurs, during the, before building occurs. And that would include the roads and be reflected in the CU South Master Plan.
Yes.
So it's, yeah, it sounds like the
I don't know
recommendation. Oh, go ahead, Crystal.
I don't know if that's the right wording, but there is concern. I mean, anybody who hikes out there knows those seeps, because the area is totally muddy. And I just think that residential transition zone, if permits are going to be, or if buildings are going to be situated there, you get the advice of a professional engineer and submit a report to the city based on what CU wants to build.
So having language, so recommending language in the annexation agreement that would require the slope, effect of the slopes on development to be taken into account before, as part of the, the precursor to initiating development, something like that. And we can just put that in
Yeah,
the table.
and put in the word professional engineer report that shall be submitted to the city, just so the city and the residents are fully informed.
All right.
Okay, I have that noted, Crystal. So we'll be able to revisit that, and it's probably the term that we'd be looking at would be 11F is what it was, what that looks like.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the last piece, and you saw this at the previous meeting, was the question of the 80 acres. And so we don't have to spend a lot of time on it, but as part of the application, the university has proposed dedicating to the city 80 acres for flood mitigation, the concept shown here. But if we don't need the full 80 acres, then the remaining portion of that 80 acres can be applied to the open space zone and be dedicated as open space. And so under existing estimates, where if we needed 36 acres for the flood mitigation, that would leave a remaining 44 acres of the 80 total that would be kind of applied to that open space area. And then the agreement sets forth an option for the city to purchase the remaining land in the open space zone. So there's, in this case, a path, in this case, to purchase 75 acres for the full 119 acres to come to the city as open space, which was I think a key component of not only the guiding principles, but the Open Space Board's recommendation as well. So with that, David, I'm going to stop sharing.
Okay, so good. I see hands coming up. So let's start with, well, Georgie, did you want to start off? And then we'll go to
I just had a question in regards to what Phil said, so it should be quick. Phil, I understand it's an option for the city to purchase that. What happens if the city doesn't purchase that?
Well, the terms of the agreement would still control over the open space zone. And there is one provision that discusses, and I can go to that section around if it doesn't convey to the city, it would give the university some flexibility in the uses there. And so as a reminder, no enclosed structures like academic facilities housing can be built there because it is in the 500-year floodplain. But section 12C does state that the university could install solar installation in community gardens if it doesn't come to the city, and that's consistent with the guiding principles.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
Great, then we'll go to Sarah and then Crystal.
I have to punch two buttons to be heard. Sorry about that. So I'd like to talk about item 7, the conveyance of land. So Phil, I really appreciate you walking us through the different acreage and walking me through it earlier this week, so it became clear in my mind. I'd like to make a couple of specific recommendations, which I will make again when we get to later sections where there's an intersection. The first is that there's no date certain at which the city could begin to purchase open space land as established in this agreement. And it strikes me that we need a date certain. And the reason I believe that's important is because there's enough wiggle room for development. We know that no development can happen in the 500-year floodplain. However, it is a value of the project to return that open space to its as much of a natural resource that's valuable for floodplain and wetlands restoration as we can be accomplished. So it strikes me that it would be valuable to have a date at which the city could start to purchase at least some of that open space. And I would hope that that would start as soon as an annexation agreement is signed. Now I realize that there's a mapping issue, which is brought up now in the recital F, but it strikes me that there's a fair bit of acreage that is clearly never going to be in the development zone and could easily be at least initially mapped as open space and available to the city for purchase. So that's one item I'd like to add.
Sarah, would on that item, does that, if it's done before the 3-year and the flood mitigation doesn't get permitted and the annexation is reversed, wouldn't that complicate that if there were purchases of open space during that period? And that's probably why it was done on the 3-year.
Well, only that land can never be developed. It's 500-year floodplain. So it strikes me that it is land that is not currently productive for any of the city's goals. And it is essentially off limits to the current owner, any future owner anyways. Mm-hmm. And now I'm sure that it's not the entire area, but I would guess that there's probably a not insignificant number of acres that could be identified right now as it's never going to be turned into anything valuable except for natural resources, and therefore should be available to the city for purchase in a very timely manner and before the 3-year. That's my perception. And I'm happy to hear what others have to say, but I do think it might be a valuable recommendation to make.
Yeah, and I don't know if the city wants to say whether that was ever entertained as a possibility. Obviously that could be done today before any annexation agreement was ever signed if CU and the city were in agreement to purchase. So my feeling is that it was probably in negotiation, kind of worked out as something that would happen after the 3 years. But but Phil, do you have any comment on that?
Sure. Thank you. I'm getting a dessert from our 6-year-old. Sorry. Yes, it did come up. And I guess I would just also state that the open space is being purchased with utilities funds. And so I'm not sure of what implications would happen if open space was purchased for the utilities project, but then never constructed it. And I'm assuming there'd be some internal accounting and transfers that would need to take place. But I will say that in our discussions in looking at assessments of the PIFs, the conveyance of land, dedication of land, the university's position has been that that would happen at that 3-year mark when they know we're not going to de-annex them. And so I think they saw that as a risk to them. And so that's how the negotiation discussion panned out.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry. I realize, I understand, and all honor to Brian for saying that we don't know what's going on in the back rooms, but I would still put that out as a recommendation. And whether the city can accommodate it or whether CU can accommodate it, that's for further discussion. But I would like to put out that recommendation nonetheless.
Okay. Does anyone have any, like if we tried to categorize that now as before we move on, does that raise any big concerns for anybody in terms of sending that recommendation on? So, okay, well, let's go ahead and put Ben in column 1 for now. And we'll see how we can, yeah, go ahead.
One more, which was just also for section 7. And this we'll bring this back up when we get to the land use designation. It strikes me that in general, we should not be designated the entire 300 acres as public, but rather the development zone and maybe the flood zone as public and the open space zone as open space dash something, open space other, open space annexed, open space development potential, whatever it might be. But I really feel like one of the recommendations I'd like to put on the table is that about the land designation, the land use designation for whatever becomes the final amount of open space.
The land use designation, not the zoning?
The question we were asked was land use designation.
Okay.
And so that's what I'm responding to.
Okay. Phil, do you have a comment on that?
I think that would happen regardless. Every comp plan map update, which would happen now probably in about 2 years, the open space department takes inventory of what they've purchased or have gotten conservation easements on, and we go through and do a wide change of that. And so that will, if it comes over to city ownership, then that would be open space acquired in the comp plan.
So under CU ownership, are we okay with open space other as the designation? I think that that's what it is in the comp plan, and it would be hard to reverse that at this point, since that was put in place through unanimous vote of the planning board. Sarah?
Doesn't that, I mean, I agree, but the proposed annexation agreement states that all 308 acres would be pub. So there's just an internal conflict. So based on what you and Phil just said, there's still an internal conflict about the land use designation.
Where does it say that? I'm sorry.
I can't remember on which of the 88 pages it is, but
okay.
So the site itself will be zoned. It'll have a zoning designation of public, the entire 300 acres. We found that the open space other was consistent with that because the agreement limits the uses in a way that's consistent with the definition. And so there's we don't have an open space zoning district that would correspond neatly.
I'm sorry, but Phil, the question we're asked is about land use designation, not about zoning.
Yep.
So I'm speaking about the land use designation.
Yeah, there shouldn't be any language in the annexation agreement that says all the acres have a single land use designation. That's all very clearly laid out. There is a place where it says the initial zoning will be public. And Phil, is there a natural place where we'll address key issue number 3 with that? I think it comes up somewhere in here that we'll be looking at.
Yeah, we were going to try to weave it into that section on the zones. So when we get to like the development zone, so on.
So let's talk in detail about the zoning when we get there. But if we can identify where, Sarah, you found a place where land use designation was referenced as being all public, let's find that. because that would
Okay,
be.
it was one of our key questions. So I'm assuming.
Oh, that's
right.
That's an
Is
issue.
what I'm
public
responding
zoning, yeah, consistent with the 3 land use designations on the property? Yeah.
Zoning versus land use map designation.
Yes.
So the zoning would be the public and the land use map would open space other or whatever, which is remaining unchanged, right, through this, the land use
Yes.
map.
Yes.
So is that okay, Sarah? Well, it's a zoning question rather than a land use question we're talking about.
As I appreciate the clarification. And I also think it's worth, further down the line, raising again in terms of land use designation.
I think
Just-
that makes perfect sense. Yeah, because I think, yeah, we'll get there for sure.
And it would be great for the city to begin to do some of the wetlands mitigation and restoration, but that's a whole nother issue. Okay.
We'll get there. Okay, Crystal.
Okay, under 7 and item C, option to purchase the property. Let's see. The location will be determined by the parties after the flood mitigation project is designed. But where does the open space environmental mitigation plan comes in? Because that kind of goes to some of the other items we've been discussed or that Sarah has brought up. So open space recommended this environmental flood mitigation plan, and they have a number of different components. So where would we adopt that? I mean, where would we recommend that? What section do you recommend? They address under conveyance of land, they address the flood, it's number 7, the flood mitigation, well, they say the flood mitigation project, but a lot of questions relating to open space relate to the flood, the environmental mitigation plan. I am sorry, I'm hooked on the flood thing. So it seems like the open spaces requirements for environmental mitigation would clarify a number of these different items. Is anybody following me?
Crystal, what are you suggesting some language around that in the annexation agreement or before the annexation agreement or through the annexation agreement, there needs to be an agreement on the mitigation plans and the restoration plans? Is that what you're saying?
On the environmental mitigation plan, I mean, Dan Burke's on here and did all the requirements from the Open Space Board in their resolution for an environmental mitigation plan get incorporated into this agreement.
Yeah, good evening, Crystal. Good evening, board. It's good to be here. Dan Burke, Director, Open Space and Mountain Parks. So it gets a little bit confusing and convoluted because the board motion and us working with the Utilities Department on the flood mitigation project, 2 projects start to get blended together. The flood mitigation project, which is really a relationship between 2 city departments, Open Space working with the Utilities Department, but yet the flood mitigation components depend on lands on CU. And so it brings in the CU property as a component to that. But a number of the terms within the resolution that the board passed, some are specific to the flood mitigation project. And so some of that audience, if you will, is directed to the Utilities Department and would not necessarily be the responsibility of the university. And so this, some of the resolution statements are basically saying that for the flood mitigation project to go forward, these things need to be met by the Utilities Department. And so it really depends on what section of the resolution whether or not it's most of the audience is really the utility department. There are some overlap with the annexation agreement, of course, because our board has determined that the impacts we would have on open space from the flood mitigation project, that the best way to mitigate that would be to do so on lands that are nearby or on site. And of course, that brings in the OSO property as the place that our board felt that the best place for the utility department to mitigate the impacts they'll have on open space would be on that open space other property. And so if the utilities department would make a formal request to the open space board to dispose of land to be used for the flood mitigation project, then terms of these resolutions, according to our board's resolution, would need to be met before they would make that use available to the utilities department. So I know I'm sort of painting a roundabout answer and maybe not directly.
No, that's good.
Yeah,
That's
but
good.
some of this language is really not going to be geared toward CU, because some of this language is supposing that the flood mitigation project does happen, that a request for disposal does come our way. And then if it does, then the utilities department would have to work to make sure the 119 is available. And the utilities department would have to make available those lands for us to then work together jointly to mitigate the impacts of the flood wall on those OSO language. And what the tie in, and Phil, you could add to this, the tie into the annexation plan is also that if this CU wants to be a partner on helping to mitigate that OSO lands, that they would do so by being a participant on the mitigation plan, because it's anticipated that any development they do may result in some mitigation requirements that they're going to have. And if we can bring more parties to the table on that 119 to do a full restoration, that's where the benefit of the university would come in to add to the restoration efforts on that 119.
That's the financial
great. Just
commitment.
Quick. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that was the financial commitment I mentioned in the beginning of this, where we are negotiating the amount they would pay per acre in order to do that. So it will offset some of the city's cost of implementing that mitigation plan.
Okay, so just on, in that same category, if you're going through the agreement, down at 7.8, limited CU use, and it talks about replacement wetlands, and it says CU will fund the mitigation work for required mitigation acreage in advance. Is that agreed to? I'm just trying to get at what is in the open space resolution that actually isn't agreed to, or is the whole resolution agreed to and part of the agreement?
Well, I think most of the topics that would be specific that would be overlapping with annexation, I would say has been touched upon. I think some has squarely been met. The 119, probably the most important. The water rights is totally integral to being able to restore. The annexation agreement did touch upon, but I would say probably didn't go fully to this language of the resolution in regards to, let's say, light and noise, but those topics are part of the agreement. And I'll have Phil, if you're interested in kind of distinguishing between what the agreement ended up coming in with versus our resolution or the board's resolution. But I would say that the overlap elements that have to do with annexation and CU, that I would say the majority, and I would have to go through it to see what wasn't addressed, was addressed, but I would say that our board may come to the opinion that, for instance, on light and noise and maybe even screening, that the robustness of the language in the agreement maybe didn't go as far as the resolution. But on those elements of the 119 and the water rights, I mean, I think we can clearly say that those two really key components were squarely addressed in the agreement.
Well, okay, the water rights later on in the 80-page annexation agreement, it says the Dry Creek, and I'm doing this from memory, number 2 company, their water, they have 100 acre feet, or they have acre feet, they don't quantify it, but it actually is 100 acre feet. And that came from somebody that's worked with that company. Oh, and the city's gonna then, so CU's gonna use that. And then the city is gonna grant them 140 acre feet. So then what happens to the water rights, that 7.5 water rights for open in their resolution? Well, anyway, I'm just worried that they're not going to have the water to deal with the replacement property in perpetuity. It says Dry Creek 2 or other sources. And CU has wells on the property that in the material I read, that flow has not been quantified. But I'm just want to make sure we're not literally left high and dry.
So that's a question on whether the agreement on the water rights, which was actually something that kind of was added, that was an additional kind of benefit to the city from a recent iteration, but whether or not that is adequate, is that what you're asking, Crystal? Because I hesitate to, with the amount of time we have tonight to
I'm
try to
done
go
with
into
that,
the
but
right. I have to try to go into the open space, resolution in great detail, because that's something that they spent many hours on. But if you have specific things, the specific concerns, please do raise them. John? Is this related to this? Because I had my hand up also, and so did Sarah. But yeah, if it's related to this issue.
Okay, I can't resist not diving in on this topic. I have never seen an analysis of the actual amount of water associated with the shares of Dry Creek Ditch number 2 that the city would wind up getting, although it is paying a lot for it when one considers the diminished plant investment fee and the water that the city has promised to supply CU in connection with this transaction. And so I'd be interested to learn what the quantities are that we're dealing with in the water in this transaction. Maybe Dan has some feel for that, since he's ultimately going to be using it.
Yeah. So in terms of the Dry Creek water rights, and I am not a water rights expert, and so if Aaron wants to provide some embellishment or fill of more specifics, but in general, John, is those water rights obviously have a season to them, so it's not year round. So there'll be a seasonality to them. Our estimation is that the water rights probably from the creek probably wouldn't be enough to irrigate the full 119, but it would be enough to do a substantial part of the property. But our initial analysis would be is that we would probably need to design our mitigation plan in a way where we maybe wouldn't be able to count on those specific water rights for the full 119. So our design of the mitigation plan would have to take that into account of when water would be available and how much water would be available to what parts of the site and how much of the site. But our initial estimate, John, is that it probably wouldn't be enough to irrigate the full 119. So I don't know if Aaron, if you want to add anything more to that, but.
I don't really have anything else to add from it, other than during our conversations, it sounded like the creek generally runs during the summer months.
Mm-hmm.
And so that would be the time of year where there would be water accessible for the city.
Yeah, I know without those water rights, it would really put the ability to do so I'll use this word, a world-class restoration, a really nice restoration that this site would deserve it would put that in jeopardy without those water rights. So although they might not be as much as we ideally would want, they're substantial and they're integral to the project.
So can you tell me, was there any sort of an appraisal done that indicated what the annual average yield might be and how that corresponds to the 140 acre feet that is devoted to CU then from city sources in that trade?
Yeah, so this spring when we first wanted to kind of quantify, well, the 119, would it be able to adequately irrigate the full 119 or a portion of it? And our estimation at this point is it would be only a portion. And then when we started to look at costs, it's a very, I wouldn't call it a tricky, a lot of ditches are tricky in terms of estimation, but there hasn't been very many recent sales for us to pin down accurately what it would be. And as we were going through that process of whether or not to try to pinpoint exactly what that estimate would be, it became clear through the negotiations that what the negotiating team and CU what CU ultimately was interested in is, well, if we give you the water rights, we need to get water from other sources, and what's the value of that? So the attention turned quickly to the replacement value as in terms of trying to put a specific figure on the actual ditch waters if they were sold on the open market, which this ditch does not have very many sales to that effect.
Well, I understand how these things work. That's what I do professionally also, but usually there is some sort of assessment of the volumes of water involved on both sides. And so there's some sort of implicit value associated with an acre foot of water devoted for this purpose or that purpose. And I'm just trying to get a feel for whether that analysis was ever done or whether it was just, a quick quid pro quo that no one has actually assessed has attempted to quantify.
Yeah, I don't have the volume estimates in front of me, John, and I could actually look for that. And if I could find it, I'll hop in later in the meeting. But we do have an estimate of what the coverage would be in terms of the ditch water, and tried to estimate the amount of acreage that would be able to be covered with that.
So are we heading towards, I don't think we're going to get an answer to that specific question right this minute, but are we heading towards a potential recommendation, or is this just something we want to hold for, and see if there's some language that somebody has it near the end of the deliberation here?
Oh, I think I would like to offer a recommendation on that issue. And
okay.
We may deal later on, but
you can do it now. Go ahead.
Well,
I want to make you the efficient use of time, and we're spending a lot of time without a clear answer. So if you're going to propose that we need something, please do.
Yes, I'm going to propose that there be a more explicit consideration of the water transaction that is part of this arrangement.
Okay, how does the board feel about whether there needs to be more examination on that? Personally, I'm not convinced, but I'd be interested in hearing what other board members feel. Crystal?
Oh, I just wanted to say, I agree there should be a more explicit recommendation. I was going to make something specific that the ditch shares of Dry Creek Ditch number 2, the annual credit to CU will be equal to what the ditch shares are. And, I like Sean's approach. So, to make this visible to the public and the boards, what is the quantity of Dry Creek number 2? And I guess, Sean, I would add to that, and the wells on the property, because just like Dan said, if we're going to have a thriving wetland, we're going to need water, and and CU is getting credit on the cost of the PIS assessed to the property for the irrigation plant investment fee. So I'd like to see more details, and I probably wouldn't have asked all these questions.
Okay,
if
well,
we had had-
yeah, so let's, we've spent a lot of time on that. I'm sure that Cindy and Phil are putting that down on our thing. Am I the only one that has reservations about whether we need to be doing a huge amount of study on this? I feel like the experts have looked at it and they came up with an agreement, but if the rest of the board feels that we should be, as planning board, be putting this in here, we can put it in.
Can you ask it as a positive?
Sorry?
Can you ask it as a positive, who supports and who has concerns?
Yeah, okay,
That's
so
as a public-
who supports putting this in?
I
Straw
have a
poll.
quick question. We can support different things as part of our recommendation. It's not a binary situation, correct?
No, but we're trying to categorize our recommendations into those with very overwhelming support, those that have some support, and those that have limited support. We have 3 categories. So I'm just trying to give the staff a little bit of an indication of whether we have a lot of support. So
Let me try to answer the question you're trying to ask, which is that just from my perspective, like there's like a whole bunch of arithmetic back and forth, like pluses and minuses in terms of like each side of this negotiation in terms of valuations, and that includes like land values and the cost of removing the levy, like a billion things. We don't have all of those things in front of us, so I don't know how this small piece of it would weigh one way or the other. So I'm not particularly worried about what the mechanism was for negotiating that number. But if other people want to learn more about it, that doesn't bother me. But what would we do with that information? Then like recalculate all of the valuations across the entire negotiated deal? Probably not. So I don't see a lot of value in it, but I also don't have a lot of heartburn over us like asking the question.
Maybe it would be valuable, Crystal and John, to add a clause that explains what the purpose of the additional information would be.
okay, so let's put that down. We can put it in column 1 for now, but I really think that we need people who are concerned about this to come up with very specific ask on this, because if we're going to make a recommendation, we need to make it clear what we're asking for. So yeah, think about the wording you'd like to see. If we could just move on to the next item, I think we need to. And I had my hand up, so I'll go ahead and ask. Phil, on General Standards 10A, I just wanted to make sure that the wording on that actually changed. I couldn't find anywhere in the annexation agreement where it says whether the university could construct any of these recreation uses in the OSO area that the city might end up purchasing. And my thought is they would not be doing that in this 3-year period. Is there any place in the annexation agreement that makes that clear?
So this was, you might recall the map in the spring that showed a reservation of about 10 acres of the OSO as being kind of reserved for rec fields by the university. That did not ultimately, we negotiated that out of the agreement. And so that's not included in exchange for more certainty about 30 acres of land available for recreational fields in the park urban other area and that flood control tract. And that's the exhibit to the agreement that says allowed recreational facilities areas where they're allowed pending the city's approval.
Okay, so what, since I didn't find it in here, and maybe I'm wrong, but what would be the implication, the impact of our recommending that the university may only construct facilities and buildings for recreation? Well, now it's parks and recreational uses in areas not designated OSO until the 3-year anniversary of the effective date of the annexation ordinance, so that we know in that 3 years that the recreation uses won't be in that OSO portion. Is that something we could recommend?
They won't be there regardless. I think you can certainly recommend that. Right now, we drew a map and said they can go here in that flood control area. And so that's where they would be. There's a planning board question that you could opine on about whether or not they should be built before that 3-year anniversary. That's another
Well,
question.
But if it's in the PKO, I'm not so worried about it. But and that also if we didn't purchase, if the city didn't purchase, that would still be off limits to recreation uses.
We identified in the agreement pretty explicitly where they're allowed in the map exhibit. Yep.
Okay, if it's in the map, so you're saying it's in the map, so we really don't need a
Yeah, it is. Yep. Okay. Yes, sir. It's exhibit. Oh goodness.
Let's see. Yeah. Because
exhibit I, the very last page of the whole agreement.
So the fact that wording is in that exhibit makes it have the we don't need additional wording in up above that makes that clear. So I just couldn't find it anywhere.
You know, based on the questions that you're raising right now, if it's not clear, then we can add, if the planning board wants, we could also add a sentence just being super explicit about that.
That's what I had in my recommendations. So if people feel comfortable with something like that, anybody want to? I think that's good. Okay, thank you. Then I think next was Sarah and then John.
Crystal, did you have something to say to what David brought up?
I wanted to talk about 10C.
Oh,
but you
okay.
go, I
All
can
right.
bring it up.
So what I'm going to say actually is an attempt to weave together concerns in 7C and 10C. So please just follow the bouncing ball. sorry about how complex this is. So one of the internal, it's not a conflict, one of the internal pieces of friction is this 3-year, the 3-year, or is it 5-year time zone. So in let's see, there's a 3-year, the land can start to be conveyed after 3 years. However, we can start to purchase, let's see, but the option to purchase is only after there's a flood mitigation plan. But the solar fields can start to be placed on open space after 3 years, which may or may not be before a flood mitigation plan. And if CU starts to place solar fields on that open space other, then it potentially loses some of its value in potential restoration value. And we do have a Boulder Valley Comp Plan Goal 3.23, which is the opportunity for non-structural approaches to flood management. And we've indicated in this agreement that the value of that open space other land is that it could be an absorption space for flood waters that could affect both the city and the CU development. So I guess first of all, I'd like to understand how the various 3-year allowance, how the various 3-year limits, what's the meaning of the 3-year allowances if then we keep extending to the first 1-year extension and the second 1-year extension? So that's my first question. And then my second question is going to be, it's going to be a recommendation about not allowing any solar panels on the open space land and instead encouraging the CU to do microgrids using rooftops, of which they will have many, since they're planning to build a lot on this property.
Sarah, I'm not completely tracking the first one though.
Sorry
the 3-year. So we there's the 3-year anniversary, but then if we're still waiting on some permits, it'll automatically be extended and then once more to 5 years.
Okay, so the way you just described it, it means that the conveyance of land couldn't occur until after the first extended year, the extension of the first year, and then possibly after the extended second year.
Only if it takes that long to get our permits.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
But there are components in this agreement that have the 3-year anniversary as a date certain,
yes.
at which time things can happen but there's no guarantee there's a flood mitigation plan. So those are two different markers in the timeline. But there are things that are allowed after this marker that prohibit other things from happening in the future. So that's what I'm trying to understand, is the implications of, if it says 3 years and there's no flood mitigation and we extend for a year and then extend for another year, is it still the 3-year marker or does it get extended?
Yes, and that's what we also, and Aaron had made an edit into that definition that we reviewed that said this extension will apply to all references in this agreement with the milestone or deadline based on the 3-year anniversary. So the 3-year anniversary would encompass those two extensions if needed.
Okay. All right.
And if
so
this is really confusing to the 2 extensions, then that might be something to consider when we get to that point. So.
Yeah. So then this gets to my question about the solar panels, which is, let's see, the 12C and 36A allow solar installations on the open space zone prior to approvals for flood mitigation. So prior to the 3-year or 5-year extension. And that concerns me because of the implications on the restoration of that land for non-structural flood mitigation and the restoration of wetlands. So what I'd like to make a recommendation that we can come back to, which has to do with prohibiting solar panel fields on the open space other area, period, and to encourage CU to design an alternative energy grid that utilizes their built environment, particularly in this, I'm suggesting the roofs, but I'm not an alternative energy expert, but an alternative energy grid that uses their built environment rather than the unbuilt environment.
What section is this in, Sarah?
I think it would basically be in, well, I'm not sure. I have it down as part of 10A because it's, I'm sorry, again, we all know this is kind of hard to put all the pieces together, but I believe in 10A, let's see, I'm somewhere, so I think it's 10A.
Well, it says, yeah, that's where it says for other uses, but where is it that it says?
Because it says it's in, so 10A is CU may only construct facilities and buildings for recreational use until the 3rd anniversary, but then 36A in development, it says, until the city obtains approvals for the flood mitigation projects, the only facilities constructed by CU can be for parks and rec, temporary access road, parking and renewable or alternative energy systems on the properties, which allows those solar installations on open space prior to flood mitigation approvals if CU still owns the land. And what I'm trying to get at is prohibiting that so that that land is available for non-structural flood mitigation or flood management and for wetlands and open or restoration.
So yeah, okay.
I
Anybody
captured
have?
that.
Wait, let's put that down. I guess we're not doing very much in terms of straw polling, and maybe it's better if we just wait until we have the whole list in front of us to do the straw polling. Does anybody have any comments on that, or should we move on to the next? Crystal. Oh, you're muted. You're muted, Crystal.
I think that's important, Sarah, and I strongly support it.
I'll just chime in. I think there's a lot of knowing of things that would have to be done before I'd be comfortable recommending that we went with a rooftop-based solution as opposed to a shared solar garden or geothermal or any other thing that we were trying to do to come up with a way of meeting the climate goals that we've got. Distributed rooftop systems are really, really intensive in terms of gear that does nothing additional for you. Like everyone has a DC disconnect, and AC disconnect, and an inverter. It's a real nightmare in terms of the embodied energy that goes into those systems. And I would be really hesitant to assert at this point that that would be a better solution.
And I would just also say that this also assumes that the city doesn't purchase the open space, right, Sarah? Because if the city purchases it, then of course the solar panels wouldn't be going there because the city would be restoring it to open.
Yes, but that connects back to this question of when CU can start purchasing that open space, because what was proposed in the new recital F was that exact acreage for the open space and other will vary depending on the amount of land needed for flood mitigation and a final survey of the land showing updated floodplain. So there is a constant pushing back of when there's uncertainty about when the city can start buying that land. And what I'm trying to do is figure out how we can maintain the potential wetlands restoration and natural flood mitigation values of that land.
Okay. So you're assuming that there is assuming that there's a path towards the city purchasing, and that they do end up purchasing it, you would not want to see the solar panel farms put on there.
Yes, that's what I think. That's what I had said earlier.
That I think there would probably be broad support for, because the idea would be that would be available for that only if the city didn't purchase the open space, and then CU could use it for things like that, because it wouldn't be open space acquired, managed by OSMP, right? So,
well, I guess what I'm saying is, first of all, I don't know what the city's expectation. The idea that this is going to be bought by utilities rather than by open space, I don't quite understand that, but I'm sure there's some explanation for it, which might have to do with how this is being paid for. But on the most basic level, that land should be reserved for the potential wetlands and restoration and natural flood mitigation option or values that it offers. What I want to do is, that's what I want to convey to council. How they make that happen in terms of timing of purchase, when we can start to purchase, what the land use designation is, what they encourage CU to do in terms of alternative energy. And Brian, I really appreciate what you're saying. And, I figure this is something that CU can figure out as they develop the land. And I'm not suggesting that, like I said, I'm not an alternative energy expert, but I do recognize that the solar fields preempt the translation of this open space into natural resource values. That's what I'm trying to get at.
I think maybe if you could take the time in the intervening as we go through some other things and make that into one sentence, because I wasn't understanding at all what you're talking about. And if you could make it into a sentence, then I think I would support that kind of a recommendation. I just couldn't follow all of that.
I can say that sentence very clearly.
Cool.
Maintain the open space, other land for its natural resource values, period. And that means,
I think that's a great example of how we should try to be concise about our recommendations from here on out in this meeting.
Okay, but right. Brian, I did say that several times. I'm trying to go through this agreement, this proposed agreement, with respect to what's in it and to respect all the work that staff has done, and try to put the pieces together. So
I'm not trying to push your buttons, Sarah. I just,
are.
Okay, well, I apologize for that.
Okay, so I think, Brian, you actually had your hand up next, unless, John, you had one more thing you wanted to say on this particular thing?
Well, just that I strongly support Sarah's idea, and that one sentence is probably adequate.
Okay, it sounds like we're going to end up doing straw polling near the end, because that whole thing isn't working out. So we're just going to put them all in column one for now, and then, all right, Brian.
Yeah, I just had a question, which is for in the general standards, where it's referring to the city's development standards in appendix like E, or I guess exhibit E, F, G, those places. Those are accepted and put in there. What if they change in the future? Is there language in this agreement that says they'll track with the newest form of those ordinances, or where are we at with that?
No, they will not. They're frozen with this agreement, and that was, I think there was some concern by the university about including just a statement as amended. So.
Okay, that's interesting. Thanks.
I had that question too. Fine. So, Crystal?
Are we moving on? I'm still on 10, the development standards.
We're in general standards. So yeah, 10 is within the scope of what we're talking about right now. And I'll just remind people that we are getting behind. But this is a big section, I know. So go ahead, Crystal.
Okay, here's why John's recommendation under more explicit a discussion or information on what the shares yield from the ditch companies is item C, at least in the copy I downloaded a couple weeks ago, existing wells. Okay, the city isn't going to restrict them. It's all going to go to the to CU may keep them under no circumstances to be used for domestic water. Of course not. So what I would say is existing wells will be used to make up the difference between the yield of 30 point, whatever it was, 2 shares. It's on the previous page. 30.2 shares of Dry Creek number 2 ditch and the 140 feet that the city will commit as part of the irrigation PIF requirement.
So that would require the city to extract water from the wells for that purpose? Is that what you're saying?
Required? No, I'm just saying that without knowing what the 30.2 shares of Dry Creek 2 would yield, we're giving CU a right to 140 shares of the PIF with credited to the PIF. And I think it's important to know what the 30.2 shares yield, because then I may or may not make a change to this and suggest that the existing wells make up the difference.
John, did you have a comment on that?
Yeah, I understand what Crystal is pushing for, and I agree. But I'd like to, there's a related issue that hasn't been fully addressed here, and that is CU has the right to, under this draft, CU can use its existing wells as it pleases. We don't know how many wells that is, or what the capacity is, or how it might use it. And there's no statement here about the possibility of drilling additional wells either. And that's important because this is an area where we're trying to promote wetlands, which are greatly affected by drawdown from wells. So it seems to me that we need to, this statement here is unsatisfactory, either in terms of how it describes the existing and potential situation, or how it deals with future possibilities with different owners as well.
Okay, so hopefully, Phil, can you, and also Phil, has Rab looked at this language?
This language, I do not think so. The existing wells term is something that I believe is in our standard annexation templates. So when we start, they're typically there and wouldn't apply if there are no wells on the site. CU, the applicants here, if you would want to ask them about the wells too. And there.
Would you like to ask you?
I think this, we just need to have suitable language here to deal with all potentials, because we're talking in good terms with the people we're dealing with, but none of us is going to be around in 25 years when this turns into a real issue. And that's why the language has to address all of these potential possibilities.
Okay. Anybody have a comment on that? So we'll see if we have language for a recommendation at the end of that Brian, you still have your hand up. Did you have anything you wanted to bring up on this section still?
Sorry, I just missed the etiquette of putting it back down again. My
No
apologies.
problem. And Crystal, do you have anything at this point? Or can we move to the next section?
Just one last thing is Brian's point of negotiations. There's a lot of trade-off during negotiation is well taken. And maybe when we get down to the part where they've added 250,000 square feet on July 12th, at least that's when the public found out, of non-residential square footage, what was the trade-off for that? And maybe that'll help us understand things a little bit better. That's all.
Sarah, did you have?
This is actually in 11 about lighting and outdoor lighting.
Yeah.
And I know we mentioned previously in definitions concerns about the use definition for the arena. And I know we will also come to this later on, but I'd like to recommend either one, both of these. You only need one, but both of these recommendations, and we can discuss among ourselves both of them. The first is there's three of them actually. Either remove as an allowed use an arena or sports facility with less than 3,000 fixed seats, and maybe come down with a much lower number, or ban evening activities at any of the CU parks and recreation outdoor sports facilities that they might develop as a way of not interfering with the state natural area wildlife, or 3, no sports or recreation facilities of any type in that zone. I don't have a preference to any of those 3, but I think it's worth looking at different options for protecting the wildlife from the kind of lighting that is is allowed under current lighting standards for outdoor arenas.
Yeah, I had some potential language for a recommendation on that too. Oh, I'm echoing. Maybe I'm echoing through you, Sarah. I'm going to mute you real quick, see if that
It
helps.
seems like it starts to echo when John's unmuted.
Oh yeah, I'll mute you, John, and then you can unmute when you're ready to talk. Great. So I had one that, it may not be strong enough for you, Sarah, but my recommendation was any sporting events facility stadium to built on the site will be subject to restrictions on lighting to assure minimal impact on open space or view corridors. And then I said ideally the agreement could limit the stadium to daytime use.
Add that Open Space Board of Trustees requested, I don't know if it's a requirement, but they requested a baseline study of existing conditions and specific requirements on CU's development so as not to negatively impact the state natural area through noise and light pollution. So maybe what we can do is recommend, we can support that recommendation and then also recommend something specific, but knowing that the city and CU will discuss it.
Okay, so we'll have something there and then we can work on language for a recommendation. Are we ready to move on to the next section, which would be zones of consideration? Phil, you want to?
Sir, just gonna share the screen, just a few slides.
We're at least 20 minutes behind, so.
I will try to be pretty brief. I think we've went over everything in a lot of detail last week. There were 2 points around housing, and so that we had to, as a negotiating team, figure out how to translate. And so specifically that a significant amount of housing is built before non-residential space. And in this case, this significantly was negotiated to 150 residential units prior to any non-residential buildings. Housing being the predominant use, there were a lot of conversations about just how to quantify this, and we examined a lot of different things, and ultimately the easiest thing we felt to administer was a ratio of 2 square feet of residential floor area to 1 square foot of non-residential floor area. And that's would be obviously following the construction of the 150 units is when any of the non-residential would be permitted. The allowed uses, we went over this at our previous meeting. I did mention, I think Sarah pointed out that one of the uses, the said academic buildings, and it should say a large non-residential building. So thank you, Sarah, for pointing that out. That's reflected in the latest draft. Would just add again that we did firm up some of the language around affordable housing. The guiding principles said a lot about building height, maintaining a general consistency with the city's height limits. And so we added provisions from our charter into the agreement, and also that buildings should be stepping down. And so as you heard earlier about around the height ceiling, kind of shown here, which would be a vertical plane across the property, that is a surveyed point through equal to a 2-story building along Chambers. There was also, the guiding principles did discuss that development would be contextually appropriate to neighboring properties. And so in this case, we called it the use transition zone. And so this is the area, Crystal, that we looked at earlier, where this generally coincides with the steep slopes on the property. And this is where the height ceiling would really come into full force, because the elevation at this top hillside is, I believe, about 100 feet difference from the lower portions of the site. And so in this area, the residential units would be scaled down to residential and recreational uses that, such as neighborhood parks, clubhouses, things like that. And I'm gonna go ahead and pause there. Those are just some of the highlights of the development zone, but I'm sure the board has questions or input.
Great, and I just realized we haven't had a break. So before we start talking about zones of consideration, shall we go ahead and take 5 minutes to stretch our legs? So we'll be back here at 8:28 p.m.
David, you know what's nice about the way this is working? I know we're going slow, but we can start to, the stuff that's coming up that we don't have to we don't have to reiterate. And I think it's going to enable us to move through some of this stuff a little faster until we get to some of the other more complicated things.
Yeah. Hopefully, yes. Yeah, we do need to keep moving because this is a lot to cover, and but I think people are doing a pretty good job of letting things sit in the table, that we're keeping track of things and then moving on and realizing that we might have some more wordsmithing to do around recommendations later. So appreciate all the cooperation about that. So are people coming back? We're at 28 after. I see Peter, John, Phil, Aaron, Ryan, waiting for Georgie. There he is. Awesome. So on this, now that we're in the zones of consideration, yeah, we have 3 areas, actually kind of 4 major areas. I thought maybe first we could talk about key issue 2, because that language is right here. And then we can go into development, then we can focus on development zone, flood control zone, and open space zone. So why don't we start by talking about number 13, zoning. The property will be annexed to the city with an initial zoning classification of public, except as provided in this agreement. The property is subject to the rights and restrictions associated with public zoning. I think that's what you wanted to consider, Sarah, right?
Yeah, so this is about the zoning, not the land use designation. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But we're not going. But did you? So is land use? Was your previous comment you really want land use designation to be on the table? Because we don't have a process by which we can change land use designation, since that was agreed to in the guiding principles years ago, and there's no change. There's no revision of the comp plan that's going to happen right now. So I'm just trying to figure that out. If you were just looking to address your concern through zoning, or what was going on.
I do have other, so the answer is, I must have misread the question from staff. I thought the question was about the land use designation. So I have made my point on that, but when it comes to zoning, I do have issues on the public.
Okay, well, that's what we're on now. So let's go ahead and talk about that. When I look at, well, go ahead, Sarah, or I could just quickly say, when I look at every, if I look at every open space other and open space acquired zone within the city, or at least open space acquired, the underlying land use, the underlying zoning is public. So every place we do have open space right now, it is public. So that seems to me to indicate that it's probably the most natural zoning designation for open space. And then in terms of the PK and the developable area, the publicly land use area, I also feel like it's appropriate. So I couldn't see any issues with regards to zoning the entire area public, but that was my take on it. But others can weigh in. Go ahead, Sarah, and then
so my concern has to do with the agreements, increased uses in the public zone. So the agreement, and I'm not going to remember where it references, but the I think it's actually in 15. There's an expanded set of uses.
Yeah.
And because this, anyways, that concerns me. It raises the question of, do these expanded uses transfer to a new owner? And if they do, what are the what are the requirements of that new owner to go through our land use processes? And all that kind of got thrown in the air with this new definition of the university. And so I think there needs to be a lot of clarification, because I'm not sure that the point of the annexation was to have 100 and something acres of development happen with only these sort of mild guidelines about village clusters and certain heights. And
so, yeah, can I just interject? In section through 38. That's where we talk about the additional, I think that's where the policies are talked about, and we could talk about what would happen if the property interest is transferred when we get to 38. So are we okay with these additional uses for CU? With that, and then is this just a property transfership issue? Would be my question to the board. Okay. Yeah. So okay. So let's wait until we get to property transfership at 38. Crystal. Oh, you're still muted. Sorry.
Just a clarification, you are suggesting we'll deal with this issue of public zoning, and if it's transferred to a private developer, but the city doesn't allow private development on public. So do we deal with it now in this, or is that an issue?
What I'm proposing is, since we're going to be talking about the transfership in great detail later, that what we should just consider now is this appropriate for CU as the owner? Yeah, are people comfortable? Because obviously, you know, that we might, I mean, would we propose a different zoning for CU? And if not, then let's deal with it as a transfer issue, is what I'm proposing.
Okay, that's a good point. Thank you, David.
Okay.
I would like to make one quick clarification about the city allowing non-public entities to develop property that's zoned public. And so that is not something that we do. And so, like, for example, 311 Mapleton is not a public institution, but it's zoned public. And in that case, they built a congregate care facility. And since the uses here supersede the uses of the land use code, that congregate care facility in this case would not be permitted. If that makes sense.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, so it does actually not, it expands some, but it limits others. Those are the only ones that are allowed. Okay. Interesting clarification for the board. Crystal, you have your hand up. Is that from previous, or are you?
No.
You're okay. All right. So Phil, as we go into the different zones, then did you want to put anything additional up, or should we just dive in, starting with the development zone?
Sure. Why don't we dive into the development zone? We had a few slides on that, and so I won't belabor anything.
Okay. So folks, the development zone section takes us through, gosh, where through 15. So through section 15. So anything through section 15 that people have comments on, let's go ahead and start. Looking, Sarah, go ahead.
Well, I think this is where we can dig into the question of the sports venue and into the issues of non-residential development and the scale. In terms of the non-residential large, which is prohibited, that the inference, although it's not stated, is what is allowed is non-residential up to 175,000 square feet. The Wolf Law School is 180,000 square feet. So just to give us a visual, that's a big building. And I would love some insight from Phil or from CU about what would they imagine these non-residential buildings would be used for? Maybe that will help us in thinking through whether it makes any sense to recommend a cap that's smaller than 175,000 square feet.
I would want to probably defer to CU on what they would use it for. And I believe Derek and Abby are on the call this evening, if that's appropriate and acceptable to the board. I do know the number of 175 was a point of negotiation that ultimately landed on, but
that would be great if we could bring in Abby and Derek to weigh in on that. Thank you.
Yeah, hello everyone, and hello board. Thank you for considering this matter tonight. In answer to your question, Sarah, we envisioned, we don't know what we're going to build out there, and so what we're trying to do is maintain flexibility to meet our mission-related needs in the future. We do believe that those would be in the realm of either academic or research buildings.
So, I want to point something that Brian brought up at the beginning of this conversation, which was the opportunity for CU to continue to develop on already developed land that it owns. And I'm just wondering if it's something to consider that using this really primarily for housing, and not imagining a significant amount of non-residential development there.
Yeah, I believe we somewhat captured that with the different limitations like the ratio and the cap on the non-residential. And really, whenever we're looking into our future, we're a perpetual institution, much like the city. So we have to think about us being here 100 years from now. And so really what we've done is we negotiated the 175,000 square foot cap, and Phil was right, that was a negotiated item that was in conjunction with things like the ratio and the overall square footage cap. So all of those were somewhat negotiated as and again, we don't have any plans to build a 175,000 square foot building out here. We'll let certainly our future guide that, but we want to have that flexibility because we just don't know what our needs will be in the future. So because we've negotiated that in this agreement, does not mean that that's what we plan on building. It's just thinking in the next 100 years, we have to consider things that we don't know today and have the flexibility to be able to address those.
All right, I appreciate that answer. I appreciate that.
Okay.
I will go ahead and say that and I appreciate the answer, and I would still want to put on the table a recommendation that we return to what was in the earlier agreement of 500,000 square feet of residential land, and that additional 250,000 square feet that's been proposed be residential. I did, my little calculation, and if you had, that would get us 125 2,000 square foot residences, which is a need that the city has, that the university has, and it just seems like I think we should be focusing on housing. So my recommendation would be we return to the 500,000 square feet of non-residential, and we can discuss it now or later.
That now the 500,000, Phil, was something that was in a traffic study, but did that ever appear anywhere else?
No, it was used to generate the trip cap number. But when we visited with planning board and council in the spring, there was some interest in a cumulative cap on the number of on the amount of non-residential development. And so then that number came into the discussion and ultimately was negotiated to that 750,000 that Sarah mentioned.
Okay, so yeah, I just want to point out that the reason that that's gotten so much attention is that was the number used in a traffic study, but not necessarily language that was proposed for the overall annexation agreement. Crystal, did you have a comment?
Crystal, you're muted. Crystal, you're muted.
And then Peter after Crystal.
I support Sarah's comments. And before we read the development zone, which it doesn't sound like we will, I have a couple of other small comments.
Yeah, I think we'll probably have other comments on development zone. Well, I don't support that because, I'll go ahead, Peter. You go ahead first.
And if it's true that the number that's been bandied about was not a real number, then I'm concerned that not everyone's operating from the same set of facts.
Well, I think that my concern is that there was an assumption in the original traffic study that wasn't related necessarily to negotiations that were going forth, and people have kind of focused on that. But I think that the number that was settled on, from my perspective, makes sense from a residential opportunity, because there's going to be, what is it, 2-to-1 ratio of residential to non-residential. So this increases the non-residential opportunity, and the mix has been, in my opinion, shown to be pretty appropriate for the site. So I just don't necessarily want to fixate on this number that was in the original traffic study as some reason why we would want to put that kind of a recommendation out there.
I agree. I certainly don't think we should build a logical argument based on an inaccurate number.
Okay. Anyone else want to weigh in? I know, Crystal, you said you would support that. John?
I support, just to be clear. And I didn't quite understand some of the conversation. So the number of the traffic study was based on 500,000 square feet. And so the traffic study hasn't been updated, but the square footage of the non-residential has increased. So I think those are facts.
Yes.
Am I missing that point on the facts that Peter brought up?
Peter, did you want to respond to that, or I could make a quick comment? I mean, my comment would be that we do have the trip cap that kind of puts an overall limit that kind of supersedes a lot of that anyway. But go ahead, Peter.
No, Crystal, you're right. And it's an example of another thing that concerns me about all of this is the amazing opinions and perspectives and points of view that I think are really phenomenal, and some of the finest discussion we've had on any project that in 18 different scenarios right now, refracted through multiple prisms, so to speak, that if anything concerns me about this whole thing is all the different strains of thought inside this, and the lack of seeming lack of clarity on certain things, including myself, and just hearing all these great points. And well, I don't think we're necessarily rushing this, because I think it's been going on for a while, and I don't think we can ever get anything perfect, because that's not humanity. I do get concerned when I hear that there are numbers that go in multiple directions, that we then try to do our best, to serve the city, to build off of. So my attention was raised on that point, because I understand the nuance that the trip cap was established based on, well, that the traffic study was established based on a certain number, and that number isn't the number that is now. So if we're going to point out the difference in the number, let's trace it back to where the discrepancy started, and not use it as a broad brush across the whole project, but keep narrowing it down. It makes a lot of work for us, because we keep having to chase these things down to ground as we find all these different frayed ends, to mix metaphors. We need our own kind of the Miro boards of Zoom days of some sort to really understand all these different pieces. So
let's go with let's go with Georgie and then John. Oops.
Let me unmute. I think to me, this gets back to the housing need for the city and for CU, and it's kind of tied into the transfer, because I know the community looked at this as the 500,000 square foot non-residential. I know a lot of people, understood that as what was going to happen here, whether or not that was actually what was going to happen, being that the traffic study was commissioned by CU, and that it was centered around that number. I personally don't have as much, I understand that this has been in a negotiating room. And so the 750,000 there, to the point that a lot of others have made, there's a lot of puts and takes here that we don't know about. And so I don't know that have a hard mindset around that, because I'm sure there were plenty of trades. But I would suggest that if that number were to remain, that we need to make sure that all the housing that's going to be built here is built for CU faculty, staff, and students. And there's not an eventuality where some of that housing could be transferred to a private developer. The 1,100 units could be transferred to the private developer and ultimately built luxury apartments or something else, because someone sees an opportunity to monetize entitlements that we're putting in place today, 20 years from now, where the city or others can't compete to bring that housing back into a true need of the city. And so I'm tying those together because I understand the 750,000 is a desire of CU. And from my perspective, as long as the housing stays in place for CU students, faculty, and staff, I don't have a particular issue around that. But I think that
can I ask this, Shoji? Would that be a concern even with CU ownership? I mean, or is this more of a property transfer issue?
To me, it's more of a property transfer issue, because I don't see CU doing that outside of that.
Because we do have the 5 acres that could go to that will go to affordable housing partner that may not be CU community.
Yeah, no, I understand that. That I understand. I'm not talking about that particular 5 acres. I'm talking about the remainder of the housing. And to Sarah's concern around additional units that could take that could provide the housing needed. I think this is another way to look at it that may be more palatable to CU given their needs and desires, and at the same time make sure we accomplish our goals of making sure that stays with CU and really supports some offloading of the housing burden.
Okay, so I think before we go to Crystal and then John and then Brian.
Actually, can I just make one quick comment? Like, it looks like the text of the annexation agreement is up to 5 acres for affordable housing.
And it's
up to.
It's been changed to approximately, I think.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean, that's something we should probably discuss at some point.
Sort of now. I'm kidding.
Let's put a placeholder on that, because I think we will talk about that language. But so we had two things that came up. There was a proposal from Sarah that the non-residential square footage be reduced, and there was a proposal from Georgie that we look at a transfer scenario that we should address with regards to residential development opportunity on transfer, right? So I hopefully Cindy and Phil, you've been able to capture that in our table, and then. Shall we go now with John and then Crystal? Is that what I said? And then Brian? Go ahead, John. And then I have my hand up.
Yeah, thank you. So I agree with Sarah, but I'm not sure my logic is the same as hers. I'm not so concerned about what was described in the traffic study versus the present version of the agreement. I just want to look at the net impact on the city of this non-residential space versus the additional residential space. And that is the viewpoint that leads me to want to talk about that ratio. And the other point I just wanted to mention, since we're talking about the affordable housing area that is proposed to be assigned to that, this language is unclear to me whether when this land is made available, what does that mean? Is it going to be sold to an affordable housing agency, or are they going to have a 10-year lease or a 25-year lease or what? I think that needs to be clarified in this agreement.
And so now we're talking about 15K, which, yeah, we can go ahead and talk about that now, John, since you brought it up. And also we had the word approximately 5 acres as something to cover on that. Phil, do you consider approximately 5 acres to be enough specificity? And then I guess, John, you had some questions about the transfer of that.
Well, I think it needs to be very clear exactly what's going to happen, because this is like a statement of good intentions that 25 years from now, it'll be different people dealing with, and it needs to be clear and exact.
I think that's enough to at least write some stuff into our decision matrix about clarifying if that's conveyance of land, and so I think we're clear on that.
Okay, Crystal.
So the 5 acres, as I've read through this document, say it is supposed to be deed restricted. So for affordable housing, so that makes that 100 units or so permanently affordable. I'd prefer under affordability, the university explains what their housing is going to be for the other 1,000 units. So we can, I mean, I'd like to see the incomes. I mentioned this at the beginning. What incomes, or what, if they want to define it, job descriptions, will they be, or, you know, like the food service workers, the landscapers, even the instructors at the university. You hear a lot from them that they're underpaid and it's hard to live in Boulder and they're commuting, et cetera, et cetera. So at some point, I'd like to define what they mean by, or what incomes they're going to serve, because I think that that's important. So that's one thing.
So
and
what would that look like?
What
would that look like, Crystal? Because we have covenants, of course, for affordable housing as a tool, but would you expect CU to actually put in pricing structures, or right now they're saying it would be for staff, faculty, and non-freshmen. So that they say what target audience, but I'm not sure how we would get pricing.
I don't know what their housing policies are right now when they rent. This is exempting the 5 acres because that's handled, I think, fine. But who do they target? Do they target, or who do they serve? Do they have a breakdown that 20% of the units will go to this income level, 30 will go to this, et cetera, et cetera? Mm-hmm. And I don't understand that. I think it's important because I think what they're trying to do is the heart of the project as far as community benefit goes. But so tell me where it goes and I'll put some language in.
Well, let's put it in the table as a more illumination on target audiences and how their income levels might be served.
Yeah, and then, thank you.
And I have my hand up next, Crystal, if I could tag team on that. In J, 15J, I believe it is, 15J, that is the one place that the term workforce housing pops up.
Yeah.
And I think that there's enough controversy in this city about the use of the term workforce housing that it would make sense to have a recommendation that says change providing workforce and non-freshman housing to providing faculty, staff, and non-freshman housing. And that way we won't have to necessarily have a conversation about the larger issue of the use of the term workforce.
No, that's okay.
Because I don't want to. Sorry.
That's okay, David, but it still doesn't get to, you know, I mean, right now, sitting here, we'll all take the word from the university that diversity, inclusion, and equity is an important part of their housing policy. But if someone else There are going to be other people sitting in all of these seats in the future. And I think it's also important as far as that.
Oops,
Oh, she froze.
Crystal froze.
While she's unfreezing, I want to just add on, David, to what you said. It's also 15J. The language actually says, like you said, workforce housing and non-freshmen. And I know this is going to sound nitpicky, but I'd like to suggest that the language be clarified to providing university employees housing and non-freshman student housing. I know that's I know that's what's intended, but again, just really putting a pin on who this is for.
No problem. Let's put those wording changes also into that recommendation. Thank you. Absolutely. And Crystal is coming back, so and you know, now that we have to kill time, I will say that I'll just say I have noticed the community response to the term workforce housing as an issue, and I have read some articles on that, and it is probably something that we should try to steer clear of and find other terminology, because it is tempting to use it as a marketing tool, but it's also perhaps a little bit dismissive of non-workforce people, and I think we can come up with better terminology, but it triggers people, obviously. Sarah.
So can I go to 15I number 3?
Okay.
It's to establish residential units as the predominant use, and then talks about the 2-to-1 ratio, and then it talks about how residential units larger than 4,000 square feet will only receive a 4,000 square foot credit. I'd like to make a recommendation that the annexation agreement include a cap on the size of individual dwelling units to no more than 2,000 square feet. I'm not really sure in what universe building a 4,000 square foot residence makes sense today in anywhere with the drought issues that we have, and it would not maximize the housing development potential for this site. So I'd like to recommend a 2,000 square foot cap on any individual residential unit.
Well, okay. Shall I tell you my recommended language that is similar to yours, but not nearly as strong? Mine was residential units larger than, oh, I'm sorry. Residential units larger than 4,000 square feet will only receive a credit of 4,000 square feet. From 4,000, change to 2,000. I thought that the credit should just go down to 2,000. Should be our recommendation, because I think 4,000 is too high for the credit. But I wasn't proposing language in the annexation agreement that would prohibit them from building a chancellor's house or something. It's just that I think that we could probably recommend that the credit be smaller. But anyway.
So first of all, Crystal just texted me that she's reconnecting.
Great.
So I'm passing that along. I personally would prefer this cap on the size of the units. If the university wants to build a chancellor's house, then that should go in there, except for one building that would be a chancellor's house. But the rest of it, I think, if you can afford a 4,000 square foot house, you can buy a house in Boulder. It's sort of my attitude about it.
I kind of agree with David. I like the idea of the cap. I also, I hear the university's call to preserve some flexibility for their needs, and I don't know what that might be. It doesn't feel like they're, I think, I just don't see them doing that. So I think by David's recommendation captures what we need as Boulder, and it still gives the university some flexibility. So that would be my position.
I agree with that.
David, for our records and keeping here in notes, could you restate exactly what that was? I was typing the first part of Sarah's before I.
The recommendation is change language in 15I3. And the current text is residential units larger than 4,000 square feet will only receive a credit of 4,000 square feet to disincentivize large dwelling units. Change 4,000 in both places to 2,000 square feet.
Thank you.
I agree with that. I like how Georgie put it as well.
Great. So that sounds like I know it. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, this is Cindy. Crystal texted me. She wants me to tell you to add on co-ops under residential. Does that make sense to what you were talking about?
Co-op.
Under use transition zone, G, is that where she means?
Oh, maybe
All she
under
said was,
No, the cap probably, the
He said-
4,000 square foot.
that's all she said. Tell them to add on co-ops under residential.
maybe under G, where we talk about the different types of residential units. We have dwelling unit, attached dwelling unit, detached duplexes, efficient, blah, blah, blah. We could add co-ops. I think that's
I think she's trying to support the idea of co-ops being a viable part of the mix of housing on the site. I don't think tied to square footage though. I think it's probably more in the allowed uses thinking than the cap thinking.
Oh, I see 15AI.
A message from Princess Leia.
So that would be in 15AI. Crystal, we were talking about co-ops. That's the permitted uses in section 15AI. Okay.
Yeah, cooperative housing would be good in there.
Great, perfect.
Yeah, I agree with that, by the way, and just texted Cindy to add that.
Thanks,
If
Crystal,
I
that's good.
got on the meeting again. Co-ops, cooperative.
So it's Cindy and Phil, that would be in that section that I just said, 15AI, to add co-ops to residential uses permitted. Cool. All right.
It also seems like we could add that to G, that they would be allowed in the transition zone as well, or would they need to be prohibited from that for some reason? G lists what's allowed in the transition zone.
I would think that also, because that's the one that jumped out at me at first too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Cool.
By the way, just one more remark about that is Stanford University has a history of co-ops, and just Google it, just say Stanford University housing co-ops.
Great. Are we ready to move on to flood control zone? Great. All right. Did you want to show any slides or should we just jump in, Phil?
I will leave that to your discretion. They were the same slides as the previous one. And so
let's just jump in. All right. So with flood control, anybody want to kick us off with some ideas, some questions or ideas around flood control?
I have questions.
Go ahead. Sarah, you start and then John.
Okay, so I have two clarifying questions, which will lead, I think, to some discussion. The first is who's paying for removal of the levy, and how would that fill be utilized?
we have Brandon Coleman on the line. He's the project engineer and can discuss that further.
Hey, Brandon.
Hey, how's it going?
We haven't brought you in yet. Welcome.
Yes. Good evening, board. Thanks for letting me be here. So currently we haven't costed the removal of the levee. So that would be part of the utilities flood mitigation project. So the utilities department at the city would be paying for the removal of the levee. The use of that material, depending on what it is, could be used ideally somewhere in the flood mitigation project, either the embankment or the fill area, or South Loop Drive fill, or in the environmental mitigation area on the OSO as well for grading. So
it would be retained by the city for its use in other ways.
Yes, so I think, and Phil can help me a little bit with the language, but the way it's written is it's an appurtenance to the land. So whoever owns the land where the levee is would own the levee material. So ideally, if we get the 119 over to the city, then we would own the levee material as well.
Okay, awesome. And then my second question has to do with the groundwater monitoring report that apparently is not yet completed and is essential for being able to move forward with the conceptual flood mitigation plan. What's the status of that data?
So we have a draft baseline report, which is our existing conditions. It is a requirement from the OSBT that we maintain the existing groundwater conditions on the site, particularly related to the wetlands upstream and downstream in the state natural area there. So we're working on that as the design team. So with that baseline conditions model, we're actually working on the proposed conditions model right now, which would be our system in place and then how we would mitigate impacts from our flood mitigation project, essentially to maintain those existing groundwater conditions. And we're planning to report out to OSBT later this year on those groundwater results.
But does it mean we're essentially being asked to approve an annexation? No, we're not being asked. The city's being asked to approve an annexation agreement without real insight into whether the flood mitigation concept meets the groundwater requirements. I mean, it just feels like we're putting the cart before the horse here a little bit.
We're working on the design right now. So I think we're working on the design as quickly as we can. So we're reporting out at milestones related to the design. I don't know if that influences the annexation agreement currently, aside from the land uses and things like that. The groundwater in particular is an OSBT request, and we have an interest in not impacting the state natural area out there as well. So I don't know if that answers the question.
Yeah, can I interject, Sarah, real quick? Since this is all within the domain of city stuff, language in the annexation agreement isn't necessary. And we do know that when we get to the 3-year period, questions like that will be answered on the city side. Is that
my recommendation is that we support the OSBT recommendation or requirement that the flood groundwater not be disrupted by a flood mitigation. That's my recommendation.
Through language in the annexation agreement, or just
no, in the annexation agreement. I mean, yes, I'm throwing my support behind OSBT.
Brandon, do you have a comment on that?
Well, I think Dan, I'm pretty familiar with the OSBT resolution as well, because it feeds into a lot of our design criteria for the project. So I think Dan stated it really well, that their resolution, a majority of their resolutions actually related to the flood mitigation project specifically. So I think that's on us as utilities and the designers of the flood mitigation project to meet that criteria. I don't know how it would be incorporated into the annexation agreement, because that's more an agreement between the city and the university. So I'm not sure how that would actually look. But OSBT's resolution does have comments specific to the annexation agreement. I think the groundwater one specifically is more for the utilities project, and it matches with a lot of their previous recommendations as well.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Hi, John.
Yeah, thank you. And this is really a question for Brandon also. In this area, there'll be some excavation for the flood mitigation project, but I presume that none of the excavation will result in exposing additional surface area to groundwater. Can we? I'm trying to figure out how that works in with the CU's plans for recreational facilities there and so on.
Right. So you're referring to the excavation area in the flood mitigation design, and that's what's creating our detention volume to be able to generate the flood mitigation that we need. The current proposal right now is to build a groundwater cutoff wall around that excavation area, and that would separate the groundwater from the excavation area. So it would essentially keep that area dry. And what we've done is essentially that map that Phil showed that's at the end of the agreement is how we identified where those recreation facilities would go, is as far away from our outlet structure as we could possibly have, so it doesn't have any debris or anything going there.
So do I understand correctly that there will not be additional surface area fed by groundwater in the flood, in the area we're talking about that will have recreational facilities also?
So And you're saying we wouldn't expose additional surface water with our excavation? I just want to make sure
Well,
I understand the
I'm
question correctly.
just trying to figure out if there's going to be additional ponds effectively
No.
in the area.
Yeah,
You know,
no, there won't be. So
now
that,
are okay.
there
So,
wouldn't
okay.
be. So that barrier wall would cut off the groundwater, so it wouldn't be creating a pond. That area would be dry.
All right, let's hope you're right.
And again, we a lot of the things that are happening with the city's flood mitigation project don't necessarily need to be documented in detail in the annexation agreement. So I just want to make sure we're focused on things that we want to articulate in the annexation agreement. We know that there has been a lot discussed outside of this agreement with regards to the flood mitigation project, and that's a city thing.
The reason I bring this up is because CU is planning on using this area for its recreational facilities. And so it's not obvious to me that there won't be some conflict at some point between the purposes for flood mitigation and the recreation facilities.
So do you want us to add a recommendation that attention be paid to the potential conflict between flood mitigation and recreational facilities in PKO?
Well, that's big. It seems to me that we need to say the city has the right to build its facilities and the CU has to accommodate its plans to those facilities. That's the point of this. Needs to be very clear and laid out in a unmistakable way.
We do in that GI section GI do require that the city review and actually approve any of their recreational plans to make sure it doesn't adversely impact the flood mitigation area. But we can, if we need to firm that up at all, or if there's questions around timing or concerns around timing, we can.
And where does that appear?
It's 16G I.
Okay,
And
thank you.
the language is any proposed parks rec uses require the city's review and approval to ensure they do not interfere with the functionality of the project.
Now, is that acceptable, or do you want to?
Well, I wanted to add a sentence to this exact sentence,
Okay.
which would be so you get to ensure they do not interfere with the functionality of the project, and approval to ensure and also to ensure that they do not impact the habitat or the organisms living in the adjacent state natural area or in the nearby open space zone.
Okay, we have a concrete recommendation on that. Thank you.
Trying to live up to your expectations.
Yeah, recommendations are what I'm all about tonight. Thank you. All right, so awesome. I'm going to go ahead and then, oh, darn it. Now I've moved my cursor from the place. So Mary Young brought this up, and I also was a little bit confused, Phil. 17 AII, number 2, where it talks about how the city will design and construct the comprehensive mitigation within open space zone. I think, that one, I just wondered if you have, I know Mary was asking for just an explanation on what this bullet means. Has that, I didn't have a chance to look at whether you had answered her question on that yet, but do you have any comments on just kind of helping the layperson understand what this means?
The 17AI, is that? Or
double I. The city will design and construct comprehensive mitigation within the open space zone to be conveyed.
Okay. So the intent there, and Brandon is as part of the flood mitigation project, will design a mitigation plan. And what we'd like to do, as Dan mentioned earlier, is to have this be a collaborative effort, whereas the university is able to pay into that through those credits later on to offset any impacts from its development. And what this was, the intent of this was to ensure that when we do that mitigation plan, it is enhancing enough of the site in order to accommodate everything the flood mitigation project would potentially need for mitigation, and then what CU would potentially need for mitigation. And so it's, Brandon, I don't know if that adequately sums it up.
Yeah, early on in the discussions, there was CU did want to reserve some of the OSO to be able to do their mitigation for some of their impacts. And instead of having kind of a piecemeal mitigation in the OSO with wetlands for CU, wetlands for the city project, additional restoration, the intent of this clause, I think, was to say that the city will be in charge of that overall mitigation and make it a comprehensive mitigation design. So it really would focus on restoring the floodplain as well as offsetting some of those wetland impacts and T&E species types impacts as well.
Okay, cool. That explains it pretty well from my question. So great. With that, then, John, is your hand up from the previous? Okay, great. So with that, then we've gone through the flood. Have we? I think we've actually gone through the zones of consideration, unless anybody had any additional.
We've actually gone through the open space zone. We've touched on it, but we haven't gone through it. It's section 17.
I think that's why I got confused. I think we kind of bleeded into it. So let's go ahead and continue through the open space zone.
So I have a couple thoughts. So 17AI, which is about offsetting wetlands impacts. It strikes me that there's two fundamental things missing here. The first is a criteria for determining the displacement, what that means, displacement of a wetland. It may be that one of our utility engineers or open space board staff knows what that means, but I think it needs to be defined in our agreement. So that's a very specific recommendation.
Great, and I see Phil nodding, so you've got that one.
Okay. And then the second is, I'm not real, I feel like we need to survey and delineate, I've touched on this before, a need to survey and delineate open space and development zone areas prior to the start of any development in the development zone, so that we also can map where the wetlands are in the development zone. The fact that any of us may meander through there and be able to point to it is not the same thing as having it surveyed, so that both parties are in agreement about where they are and what it means to displace them. And then a third very specific element is, I think we need, I'm sure you guys are in discussion on pinning down that per acre cost, but I think that's got to be pinned down before signing any agreement.
Yes.
Okay. Great. Any other open space issues people would like to discuss? I don't see anything in my recommendation column. I see lots of notes, but nothing in the recommendation column. So if that's where we're at, we could actually move on then to transportation. I heard a noise, but Phil, did you want to key us off on the transportation section?
Sure. Would you want me to go through similar slides of last week, or would you like to dive into it, David, similar to the previous one?
Yeah, if the slides are pretty similar to last week, I don't think we need to do it. I thought maybe you just might have one summary slide, but if not, let's just talk. So yeah, I mean, I'll just kick us off by just saying that Tantra has been a concern of mine all along, and I went and bicycled down Tantra, and having a gate there and having it for emergency use. And then I just looked at the street, and I really thought that bus traffic would be okay. It is a pretty wide street, so I'm pretty comfortable with where this settled. So that was just the first thing that I keyed on in transportation. So I'll let people raise their hands. Sarah.
It seemed, I have to say, the Boulder County letter was pretty powerful. And I know you guys are in discussion based on a whole bunch of inputs, including that, but it just struck me that the author touched on key issues that we've also heard the public touch on, including significant flaws in the overall traffic analysis, the recognition that there are going to be sort of these ripple effects throughout the city's transportation system, and that could cost money, and who's going to pay for that. So the recommendations I have are that the city set its level of service requirements first, and that all transportation planning flows from that. I'll stop there. And a second is a requirement that the applicant, basically, if they haven't already, is to redo their traffic analysis, taking into account what the Boulder County staff person pointed out, which is that they chose a non-analogous situation. Frankly, I think we shouldn't be approving, or I don't think the city should approve annexation until that traffic analysis has generated some new planning and a greater understanding of the impacts on our network. And we need to recalculate the costs of that recalculated traffic analysis. It just seems like this is a lot of unknowns that are going to cost the city, that are going to have unintended consequences if we don't really pin that stuff down before we agree to this. Those are my comments.
Anybody have comments on that? I mean, I'll jump in and say that I hear what you're saying, but when you don't have a site plan, you have to put things in the annexation agreement that make us comfortable that, given what site plans might come, once the, 5 to 10 years down the line, CU starts to actually do some development, the stopgaps that are going to help. And I do think that a lot has been done with the traffic caps and the caps, the ways that improvements are going to be funded. So I'm not sure, I'm not sure that it makes sense to ask for more detailed studies at this point, because we just don't have those details. I think what we have is ways that the city is going to react to those things when they do happen and adjust. And so I see flexibility built into the language. So that was what I saw. I'd be interested in what other board members feel about that. And I also listened to the Transportation Advisory Board. I watched their entire meeting on this, and they didn't raise those concerns.
And we do have one of our team members from transportation on the line as well, but I think from our standpoint, as David mentioned, not having a site plan, it was starting from that point and trying to design a transportation program that we don't know what exactly the uses will be in the future. And so how do we rethink a transportation program by kind of bookends and addressing those impacts that way and shifting risk as much as possible away from the city to the applicant. And by that, I mean the responsibility of gaining any access. The university will have to meet the state access code and have to go through CDOT and acquire right of way, and if needed, install the traffic signal and so on. And that's the responsibility of the applicant. And if that doesn't happen, then that trip cap amount that was dedicated to that site, like, it would just be forfeited. And so as staff, we were given the information we have to work with, that was kind of our general approach to trying to design the program.
Phil, you're talking specifically about the Highway 93
Yeah.
access point.
Because that is a significant concern from the county, and I do want to recognize that.
Yeah. So I wasn't talking specifically about that. I was really talking about the entirety of the transportation network impacts. And I appreciate what you're saying about trying to push some of the responsibility, at least for Highway 93, onto the applicant. And I was just really struck in general by when the county letter said you'd have to extend the southbound Broadway left turn lane onto Table Mesa by something like 200 feet. That is not a that's not a cheap fix. And and again, I'm not a transportation expert, but it does seem like there's a lot of unknowns that we're just going to end up swallowing. I'm not sure how we'll pay for it. And that concern, and if transportation analysis is that vague, it just kind of raises a lot of questions for me.
Yeah, I mean, the approach of like trying to define, basically if the site's getting funneled into points in the city, right? What can those funnel points take? And like, is that tolerable? So I think that, the trip cap does a good job of trying to get at that. It doesn't really handle sort of like the macro impacts of cost, and then the TDM part of it seems to do a good job of like saying like, well, here are the tools that you're going to use to get that, to ensure it. The monitoring, I think, is like super important. And then I think the philosophical shift in the parking counts that we're building into this are really good too. I mean, that's basically what we need to be doing across the entire city. Maximums, not minimums, and much bigger square footages per commercial single stall. Like the stuff that's in there is really good. And I think all those things together are going to push towards what you're getting at. But I don't know what the answer would be to get at, I mean, without a design, it's going to be hard to figure out what connects those like implementation tools to that funnel point. I mean, right now we sort of are saying like you got these two ends of it, and then some things are going to happen, and you can't mess up the things in the middle. But we don't know those things are yet.
Right. Which is, I think, one reason why people are why it's frustrating not to have a plan in which to respond to at any level. I mean, we don't have a plan to respond to from planning, and transportation doesn't have a plan to respond to from transportation. So I agree with you completely, Brian. But it's that uncertainty that, Frank, just makes me very uncomfortable. Even if the cap is 5,000 car trips each day, that's a lot of additional cars. And if you live in that area and you are imagining 5,000 additional car trips a day, that's going to have impact in your neighborhood. It's going to have an impact on your commute. It's just a lot. Hopefully that won't be the case, but it's the uncertainty. I think to me, it's one of those unresolved issues that makes me very uncomfortable about moving forward with an annexation agreement, absent some of that information.
Yeah, a little like voice of experience on that. Like I worked on a annexation for the city. There was like a 10-year long big annexation process. And we had to design a bunch of buildings and take them through site review at the same time, concurrently with the annexation. And none of those are getting built. And none of them have anything to do with what's really happening out there. So, there's sort of like having lived through it and been paid money to design these. It was cool. I liked it. It was great, but it doesn't have anything to do with what's really going to happen out there. So, I don't know if there's any kind of like, even if they had some kind of like really detailed out drawing, like there's, I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess I just retain some skepticism based on experience with that.
All right, well, let's, is there, I don't know if we have come up with a recommendation language that would, other than, Sarah, you're looking for additional traffic analysis to be done.
Right, and all that would flow from that additional traffic analysis.
What if we asked for that in the next section on plan review? To come in concurrent? Is it already in there?
That's a really
I think what we do is refer to let's just put a pin in that and talk about it when we get to because that would be a good submittal requirement to get with conceptual design review.
It might be a place to address something that would be more palatable to everybody. So I think I have Crystal and then John.
Yeah, I mean, the county memo and questions are sobering. Did staff or CU reply to this memo?
I see Garrett from our Transportation and Mobility Department has signed on. Yeah, we've met with them. We've met with staff a couple of times at all that Garrett described.
Thanks, Garrett. Welcome.
Good to be here. Garrett Slater, Principal Transportations Projects Engineer. And we have had 2 meetings with county staff where they have articulated some of the concerns they have with the traffic study as well as the access points. And so we have taken their concerns and their viewpoints into consideration and are balancing that with other information as well as dialogue that we're having with the Colorado Department of Transportation about the access point at Highway 93. And as well working with CU staff as well as their consultant. And so, yes, I would say that we are fully aware of a number of their concerns and are working on those items as we move forward.
Great.
Oh, did you have something to follow up on?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
So at Highway 93, I guess we're going to discuss guiding principles, but there's a section in the guiding principles that says, you know, there should not be a through connection to US 36 and 93. And could they meet that requirement rather than just a traffic circle or something else by actually putting a gate there that could be used for emergencies, construction access, and not be an access to 93. That's one thing that I had identified as maybe a solution. And if you get updates from CDOT, could you let us know? I mean, why? Without a site plan, without even a master plan, you don't know why this is added at the, you know, into the agreement. I mean, I don't know why it was added into the agreement when it was. And why was access to 93 added into the agreement?
You know, you know, as someone who's been on the board in the last couple of years since you rotated off, Crystal, I could answer from a board perspective, but Phil, did you want to answer first from a staff perspective, or should I?
It was important to the university proposed it. So I think to them it was important to have multiple points of access to for a couple of reasons. One is the size of the site, and so if residential development was on that southern part, that's quite a drive up north. And second, that there'll be at a minimum the need for emergency ingress and egress in case there was ever there's a flood detention structure on the northern part of the site, and so they want all points of access, multiple.
No, I understand. Yeah. I understand the emergency access, but I was just one, and I understand having multiple points of access to a site, but at some point, some of these things become a site constraint, whether it was the university or a private developer. And if CDOT requires a light there, then they'll have to do it to get access. The other thing is we've had some suggestions, I believe from the county as well as Community Cycles, about an underpass on.
Yeah, I have a concrete recommendation on that if you'd like to hear it, that we could put in a motion.
As long as it's for an underpass.
Well, you know, underpasses require you know, CIP funding and all that, but
unless the university is going to construct it in exchange for getting 250,000 extra square feet of non-residential.
Well, since I wrote a recommendation, I don't know, does anybody else have a recommendation language they would like to read, or shall I read mine?
Yeah, read yours.
Okay. Add a section to Transportation 19 that makes it clear whether the new connection at Highway 93 includes vehicle access to from Marshall Road frontage road and indicates that safe crossing for bicycle traffic must be engineered into the design.
Okay, so it doesn't specify what that safe crossing would be.
No, no,
And
I
this-
think I'm personally, I think that that's too prescriptive for us to do as planning board at this point, but there can be differences of opinion about that.
I mean, okay, that's fine, but this is the ongoing problem we're having without even an area plan or something that's more fitted to the site. And what'll probably happen in the future is if bicyclists want an underpass as traffic increases or it appears to be less safe, having this as an access, then it'll fall back on the city unless there's an agreement with CU that there will be some kind of cost participation as part of this agreement. I don't know where else you put it.
Okay. Anybody want to, so do you want to add something, maybe?
So the requirements from CDOT are covered. I asked this last week and Phil gave a good reply via email, but cost increases due to CDOT requirements for Table Mesa and 36 and this proposed intersection are to be covered by CU.
Okay,
But
so
does CDOT normally require an underpass?
So I can speak to that. So CU would not typically look at adding underpasses for multimodal type of implementation as a part of an access. It's not included in the access code. The access code tends to be more vehicular oriented. And so that would be a point of consideration that the city could consider. I would, as you contemplate the type of treatment that should be appropriate for this access point, encourage you to look at the operation at the access points north at Chambers and Ludlow, which would behave very similarly. They're unsignalized with left turns in and probably have about the same amount of peak hour traffic as the CU access point would. The access point is projected to have 29 vehicles in the peak hour turning left, and that's probably comparable to what those access points would have. And neither of those existing intersections are any type of a crash pattern that is of concern to the city. And so that's just a viewpoint that you might consider in your deliberations.
Thank you. That's a nice way to put it.
Great. So I think, Crystal, we have my language and then your request to add very specific funding for underpass as a potential for that. So let's keep that in our table. And then John, do you want to go next? And then Sarah?
Yeah, thank you. I think this is, we all know this is one of the key concerns because it's one of the aspects that places the greatest burden on the city. It seems to me that there should be some way to ensure that level of service is not diminished as a consequence of this project. And obviously the project will take many years to develop. So it seems to me that there should be some paragraph in there that commits the CU to compensate the city for the loss of service and loss of equivalent, loss of service that is a consequence of this project. And that isn't only an underpass at US 36. It is, the intersection of Broadway and Table Mesa and other places like that need to be improved as well. So just a comment there.
But not a recommendation?
Well, I would recommend that be considered in in how we're proposing to deal with it. Yes.
But we're looking at recommendation that we think that the board would settle on. So your recommendation is that that the city put into the annexation agreement specific language about compensation for loss of service that isn't in the annexation agreement right now. And do you have an idea what that language might look like if we put it in a recommendation?
Well, I'll compose it on the fly. My proposal is just that the city and CU should develop a procedure by which CU compensates the city for to address loss of service due to transportation concerns.
Okay, great. Thank you, John. Sarah?
Can we move? Where are we right now? Because we sort of ping pong back and forth, and I want to.
Well, we're still in transportation. So
Okay.
anything in transportation is
Yes.
fair
I
game.
knew we were in transportation, but I wasn't sure if we were in a. So I'd like to go to transportation access about Highway 93 intersection. I heard what Phil said, and I'm very grateful that we have pushed off onto CU all of the processes and permit requirements. But you know, I think the county made it really fundamentally clear that there's no there's no intersection viability there, at least for turning south from that access road. So my recommendation would be that become a emergency access road only, and that it have some form of barrier to utilization except for those emergency purposes or service purposes for the university itself.
Okay. Sorry, I kind of had to run and there was a computer crashing in the next room making all this noise. Phil, did you get down what Sarah just said?
Yes, sir.
Great. Okay, thank you. So where are we with, do we have more? I mean, I did find a typo in the transportation section. There's a missing with in section 38, but we won't bother to put that in any sort of, should say affiliated with the university instead of affiliated the university. Anybody?
The trip cap program, I don't know if we've touched, I know we've sort of circled around it, but we haven't really touched on the elements of it.
Well, what do we have concerns about it?
I do.
Okay, well then let's go there next.
Okay, so the trip cap, what happened to all my notes? Hold on, I'm sorry. The trip cap, this apparently didn't print out all my notes. The trip cap program is in an age of big data and immediate capturing of data, we seem to be okay with this very long, once a year, I think it's once a year, 2-week monitoring period. And then there's like 45 days for this and 60 days for that and 180 days for this and that. And that strikes me as not reflected. We talk about autonomous cars, but we're not talking about using existing technology to have real-time data about what is happening with the trip cap and being able to implement immediately or very quickly the kinds of mitigation efforts to go back under the trip cap. So my recommendation is going to be, if we're going to talk about using new technology, let's talk about using new technology as it relates to trip cap monitoring and data gathering and enforcement of the trip cap, and that we reduce that time frame from, I think I calculated it to be a total of something like 344 days. Yeah, a total of 344 days over from monitoring to implementation of strategies and programs to reduce trips, that seems wholly inadequate. That's a whole year. And let's reduce that to something much more effective for the city to see improvements.
So in typing this, I heard two parts. I heard the first part of employing, and we don't know what the technology will look like then, but the technology to get more real time, is it more frequent data of traffic trends, or is?
Well, I think that the city, the way we have it set up, yes. So yes, we use big data to gather real-time data and be able to access and analyze that data very quickly, you know. And then the second part is having a much quicker compliance response.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
You got that? I mean, I certainly thought about that when I was reading through that section, whether or not, you know, what the constraints are that caused this to settle on the periodic checkpoints. Probably happened in based on how much it would cost and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, let's see. I think those are good recommendations. Other transportation items. I don't have any more on transportation.
On the trip cap itself, maybe Phil, you can just elaborate a little bit so I can get a little bit more clarity on the penalties that were put in place, and if we believe those are truly adequate and inflate accordingly over time, so that we make sure that, you know, should we exceed the trip cap, that not only development stops, but that we're properly funding mitigation efforts.
That CU is properly funding mitigation efforts.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and in working with our city attorney's office, the term that was used was liquidated damages, which in this case was recommended that we tie the amount of funding. So the question is, there needs to be, if the programs aren't working that the university employs through those however many months it ends up being, what happens then? And one, new phases of development wouldn't happen, but let's say that there's no future planned development, there would need to be some sort of financial component. And the city staff's viewpoint was that we didn't necessarily want to extract money to build more lanes or accommodate more traffic. We wanted to have more traffic. And so that's why we wrote in here the it'll basically a per dollar trip, no less than $5 would be applied per trip over the trip cap applied daily. And that was based on the RTD regional fare. And we put $5 in just as a floor, because if RTD was charging $1, then we wouldn't want that to happen.
So I have but Phil, does that allow this to CU? We're asking CU to create a pot of money.
Yes.
To fix a problem. And it seems to me that we would want a pot of money existing to solve that problem before they have to start collecting it, right? That 344 days gives them the time to collect some money, but I feel like there should be money in a pot available to access to fix the problem quickly, rather than wait until they've, you know, calculated. It should just be part of their budget line, I guess is what I'm saying. And not determined by the number. I mean, if they go, it just seems, anyways. Yeah.
I guess the intent behind it was to put teeth into it. And that was almost a financial penalty for those increased trips.
What will that, I guess, I want to get to the actual numbers of it. what will that accomplish? If they exceed trips, does that get to mitigating the concern? I guess that's I'm trying to get my head around that $5 penalty so that we can use it to mitigate the issue. And will we actually be able to solve an issue with that money as funded currently in the agreement?
I guess it would depend on how severe the violation is, right? If they're pretty close to the trip cap, then that number would not be very large. But I'm not quite sure. I don't know if Garrett, if you have any idea or insights into that, but it was kind of the last resort term to put more teeth into the compliance part of the program.
Right. So not knowing what that situation might look like, I can conjecture that some of the funds gathered through that type of a mechanism could go toward mitigation of some of the impacts, either directly adjacent to the site or potentially even further away. And I guess the analogy that I would use is the way the city collects transportation excise tax via development that is used to mitigate the impacts of growth and development around the system. And then we would also look to the transportation demand management strategies as a solution as well that could be funded by that type of a source, as well as infrastructure. So it's a kind of a two-part response potentially.
I guess my concern is to the point around the edges where the trip cap starts getting exceeded, but it's not, that significant. It feels like we might be letting down the public because there's not a lot of money actually coming in. There's not really a lot of incentive to change that. So what I'd like us to consider is potentially, some kind of, if the trip cap is exceeded, let's get a material enough amount of money with just exceeding that trip cap so that it's meaningful for them to get it below as quickly as possible. And then it might calculate back to that $5 RTD or whatever if they get further outside of that. But at least it gives us a mechanism as the city to say, this is meaningful to you, get it back down below that trip cap, because that's our promise to the community.
So that's a pretty concrete recommendation that when the trip cap is exceeded, a more meaningful initial bottom line penalty will be imposed.
Something like that.
Okay, cool. All right. Are we done with trip cap? I think that, again, Tab just looked at this. Oh, Brian, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I'm almost hesitant to bring it up, but I guess I'll phrase it as a question, Phil. Like, how much did you guys talk about mixed use, walkable neighborhood, 50-minute neighborhood design in the zoning section, as it would generate, traffic that you then have to mitigate using TDM measures? I mean, the number one thing they could do is to make it so you can get a lot of what you need on foot while you live there.
That was discussed. I think a number of times, parties to the negotiation would mention like we shouldn't have to drive out of the site to get a gallon of milk. And so that's why we added some accessory uses that would be permitted. And some of those are defined too. But I think the university has a real interest in that too. Even if it's a small restaurant or little place to grab some small grocery, coffee shop. And we would also expect a cafe or something probably in the multimodal hub.
Okay.
Sarah?
I just want to, I want to remind Brian and add to what he said that during the use table review conversations, we discussed that zone. I think the one that's just up the hill at Table Mesa, us on Table Mesa across from where the Moorhead parking lot is, discussed maybe suggesting a rezoning of that to a BC1 or a BC2
Yeah.
or mixed use, so that that could be a neighborhood center of some kind with a lot of the neighborhood serving retail there for what will become a very large neighborhood addition to the neighborhoods.
Great comment. And that hopefully will give incentive to get that scheduled as back on track as soon as possible. Use table.
Yeah.
All right. So
Ed, I have some wording about the underpass. Do you want me to put it on the chat or do you want me to read it?
can you put it in the chat for Phil?
Yeah.
Great. Phil, Sarah will put in some wording on the underpass to add to that that one we had. Or Cindy. I know the two of you are working on it. Cool. Let's see, Brian, your hand is still up from before, I guess. And then we can go, there's after the trip cap, there's parking, transportation, demand management. I think we talked about that. Are there any other things in transportation people wanted to cover?
I want to point out that I really like Sarah's comment about updating the frequency using current data analytics.
Great. Great. Well, if that's if we're ready, we are about to go into some sections where we're going to well, we'll have review of plans, which may not take so long, but then we're going to have right of first refusal, which is probably a big one. So let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break, and then we'll have that in the exhibits, and hopefully we're kind of staying on track to kind of try to wrap up tonight. I'm really hoping we can. So let's take a 5-minute break and see you in a minute. Okay, let's see. We should have about 1 more minute on our break.
David?
Yes.
If my Comcast kicks me off this Wi-Fi again, would you just let me know when I rejoin where we are in the discussion? I
Yes.
never know if you had the sports field discussion or if a size was determined.
We did discuss that. Interesting.
It might have been, it was under development, as I recall. And when I came back, you were.
No, but I know that we discussed a lot in outdoor lighting. We discussed
Okay.
whether we to ban evening activities or address any open space or view corridor impacts. That was the big one, but I don't think we have a recommendation on the size. I know that was something that has been negotiated very carefully between the city and CU. So, but if you want to add a potential recommendation, we could certainly do that. But yeah,
okay.
so I think we're all coming back here. Let's see. We're waiting for Brian to. There's Brian. All right, great. All right, well then let's go ahead and actually, Crystal, just to address your concern, I don't think that we have a recommendation on necessarily the size of the sports venue, and I think that's something that has been reviewed over the last few times that we've seen CU South on this board. And so we know what we knew where this was going to fall. Do we have any energy around trying to make a statement about or a recommendation around that?
I'll put something on the chat and
Okay.
people can vote it up or down.
And we can entertain that. Okay, great. So with that, let's go ahead and move on to the next section, which would be review of plans. And that would be starting with section 31, 32, 33. And yeah.
David, we do have a few slides on both the review of plans and the right of first refusal. And so
Great.
if you'd like, we could perhaps go through both of those. And
that would be great, since those are areas that have kind of been, in the last 6 months really refined. And so we're trying to keep up on those. So thanks, Phil, for doing that.
Great. Okay, sure. And so this is one of those, these are two sections that weren't really contemplated in the guiding principles, but early in the process, we realized that we wanted an opportunity to have a formal role in reviewing future plans for the property. And so the agreement does allow the city to review and at least comment on the CU Boulder master plan and conceptual design plans. The intent behind the conceptual design plans is that the university has a 4 or 5 step process in their development review. And this is kind of step 2. And we felt that that was a good time for us to plug in because changes could easily be made to the plans. The comments can include the compliance check, so really all the nuts and bolts of the agreement, how tall are the buildings and so on, as well as discretionary comments. And so the discretionary comments are really intended to include things that we don't know right now, but in the future might be a policy goal of the city. And then lastly, the city does retain zoning and regulatory authority if the land is sold to a third party. And that's one of the things that we flagged that the board would probably want to weigh in on, and that we've heard from others about what does and does not apply, what would be appropriate if it changed hands to a third party that was not the university. The annexation, de-annexation, we probably don't need to go too far into this because you're well aware, but there'll be a period of time whereas the university would have the ability to construct those recreational uses while we're going through permitting, as it's currently stated in the current agreement. And there would be a point in time where we either have the project permitted or we don't. And if we do, then we would notify the university of that, and they would be able to proceed with its development consistent with the agreement. But if not, the city may take that action to require the reversal of the annexation through that disconnection clause. And I'm going to let Aaron talk through a little bit of the first right of refusal, just kind of how the nuts and bolts of it works.
Okay, so in the first circumstance, this would come into play when CU has a buyer who's looking to purchase. And so CU would give written notice to the city of that offer and the terms, including the purchase price. And then there would be a 45-day window for the city to enter into a purchase and sale agreement. If the city did not exercise that option, then CU may not sell for less than 95% of the original offer price for 2 years. And the terms may not be less favorable than what was offered to the city. In the second scenario, this would be where CU wants to list the property for sale without a known buyer at that time. So the CU would approach the city. There would be a 30-day negotiation, and if needed, a fair market value determination. If the city, after that process, did not opt to purchase, CU can sell to a third party, but the price must not be less than 95% of what was offered to the city. Otherwise, the city's right of first refusal is triggered.
Does this include the 5 acres for affordable housing as well?
Yes, it could be
thanks.
anything.
And then there was only one slide for the miscellaneous provisions, and that was the edit we made to the 3-year anniversary, and specifically referencing that any reference to that 3-year anniversary, as shown here in red, would apply to the deadlines here. So,
Sarah, you had a question on that? Oh, you're muted still. You're muted.
Sorry, you think after 18 months I would have figured this out. Okay, I have a couple of clarifying questions and then a recommendation specifically on the review of plans section. My clarifying question is which individuals or boards or which boards or commissions in the city would be part of the city review process of CU plans?
it's up to our discretion. So we were mapping it out, and so a 90-day review for the master plan is most likely a planning board and city council, where we can take a look at it as staff. We go through a review track provide comments and we could share those for input through the planning board and council. A 60-day review, according to our process, is more likely one or the other.
So I
yeah.
guess my follow-up question is, do you feel that the 60 or 90-day review timeframe is enough, given how busy and how packed the planning department schedule tends to be?
That was negotiated. The city initially asked for 90, the university wanted 30. And so we landed there in 60. But
all right, I'll make a recommend. I realize it's been negotiated, but we're just making recommendations. I would make a recommendation to make both review times 90-day periods of time. And then just one more question, which is, what's the mechanism if the city and CU are in disagreement over compliance?
well, I think and Aaron may want to weigh in, but that would get into the waters of a breach of the annexation agreement, and that's handled through the legal process. So Aaron, I don't know if in your time with the city, you've seen that happen before.
No, but you're typically right, unless there's some sort of review process within planning for them to contest that. I think then it would just be a regular breach of contract issue. I mean, typically a review would be of a city decision would be a 106 action. So that, unless we had some other way for them to achieve a final agency decision, I think that would be the typical court proceeding.
And depending on what the disagreement was, if it was a determination or versus the university doesn't like a term now that it's developing the property, then they could approach the city to change the terms of the annexation agreement. And that's the same process we're going through now, where we go to planning board for recommendation and council approval.
Okay. No, Georgie, and then Crystal, and then Brian, and then John is the order that I have.
Great. You mind if I talk about the right of first refusal and some thoughts on that?
Sure.
Or right of first offer as well. So, because I asked this as a pointed question to the applicant last week, and their response was they have no intent to sell, but want to preserve flexibility in the future. And to me, that doesn't sit right on what we're trying to accomplish here. And that kind of verbiage kind of goes against where I think the bargain is for the city and the community relative to housing support for the university. If they have no intent to sell, then I think they should codify that in some way. And further, that the city should have the right to purchase the land at a established value now, so that we don't get into a point where 20 years from now, land in Boulder with these types of entitlements was trading for $10 million an acre, and the city is boxed out of purchasing it. And so what I would suggest is that there's some language that they put in that they don't intend to sell it or transfer it. And if it does, then I think what would be reasonable would be to have the city be able to purchase the land at a price. And I've been thinking about this, and I'm open to suggestion, but this is, I think, a reasonable place to start is when they purchased the land in 1996, it was a certain price. I think that price per acre should be put into the agreement and escalated at a cost of 3 to 5%, somewhere in that range, since they purchased it, and that should be the purchase price for the city. And then if the city doesn't elect to purchase at that price, then they can go ahead and offer it as it's structured in the current agreement. That would be my proposal.
So an option.
Sorry, Peter?
So an option, so the city's purchasing an option. What is the city paying for that option?
What do you mean? What is the city? Is your question to me?
Truly, yeah. As in real estate, you have an option to purchase.
The city isn't purchasing an option. This is a negotiated agreement where this is the bargain that the city is putting in place now. And it has been sold to the community as flood mitigation and housing for CU faculty, staff, and graduate students. And I think that's what it should be. And by the university saying that they have no intent to sell, then they should codify that. And furthermore, the city, if they need to sell for some reason, then the city should be able to buy it at a reasonable price, not a market price 15 to 20 years from now that we know is going to be an impossibility except for some luxury developer coming in here and building the kind of housing that is the last thing we need in this location. So I don't see it as an option. I see that as the bargain of the agreement, and they've put it out there that they have no intent to sell it. Let's put that in for the community's sake into the agreement.
How do you square that with the idea that the type of housing we have in certain neighborhoods, single family housing, is at odds with everything we're saying about inclusivity? How do we apply?
I'm not defining the kind of housing they can build for their own faculty, staff, students, and grad students. They're going to have that flexibility is there in the agreement outside of the 2,000 feet cap that we talked about earlier. And so, you know, there's probably a good argument for the city, and I think for the city and CU to say we want some single family, we want some attached dwellings, we want some ELUs for students, we want a healthy mix of all these things, and I think they should be able to preserve what that flexibility is to accommodate their needs. But the housing that's being built on this site should be focused on the university, and outside of that, the city should have the right to purchase this land to build more affordable housing or dwelling units that we think are accommodate the needs of the city.
Okay, thank you for that explanation.
Okay, Crystal?
A couple things. I prefer under 38, the university will not transfer this property, period. I was, you know, we could put in unless this agreement is, unless there is an amendment to this agreement by the two parties.
Okay, so we have two things, Phil, that you probably captured in the table. One is to fix, you know, well, both of them say that the intent is not to sell the property, but then one of them also says that if that happened, yeah, that we would have a price set now rather than market price at the time. Brian?
I'm not quite done.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
Okay, so anyway, and then, yes, I agree that we've got to have, if the council doesn't change, that there will not be a transfer of this property unless the agreement is amended by the two parties. Then I think we need to have some backup wording like George suggested. Okay, and if Brian has another comment on that, I've got some other comments on the master plan, but if he's gonna comment on this.
Yeah, if you want to go into your next comment, Crystal, that would be fair since you were tag teaming on that last one, and then we'll go to Brian. So if you want to go to your next one, and then we'll go to Brian after that one.
Okay, on the concept plan, the CU South Master Plan, I have a question. Would the city refer that to the county to get comments that the city can then turn into CU? is that part of the city's process?
We would be
Phil?
the referral agency, so we would be getting the referral and responding. We would be working with all of our departments in that. That hasn't been something that we've thought about of also kind of referring it to other places. But I do think the guiding principles are pretty clear about continued collaboration with the city, the county, and the university. And so it would probably be most appropriate if that were introduced to that the university refers it to them as well for comment.
Okay, great. Then I'd like to add that the university will provide city opportunities as well as the county, or whatever wording you think is appropriate.
All right, Brian.
And just one more thing, if there is support for this, I'd say the city must approve the CU South Master Plan. Shall approve it. So this is wording that is not in there now, but you know, here we are going along approving an annexation agreement without any of the normal things we usually do beforehand. And at some point, I feel that a master plan or a site plan should be approved by the city. Because all of these have financial implication, could have financial implications.
Yeah, that, I mean, I know the history of this negotiating point, and I don't think that we're going to get agreement on that, that the city can, the city was, where this negotiation fell was that the city would provide feedback, right, Phil? We don't have a veto power on on the development plans once that we just have the ability to comment. Is that the way it fell?
The way it's currently written, yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Well, I know, but this agreement is coming to us for our recommendations.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
we can,
so-
we can. If I think we can recommend things like that, but they're going to fall. I think we should recommend things that are doable. I'll just put it that way. But
Well, I mean, the negotiations, I don't even know who was on the negotiating committee. Council members Weaver and Friend, were they the negotiators?
They were informal
negotiate-
advisors. The negotiation team included directors from multiple city departments and subject matter experts.
And who did the directors take direction from?
City manager.
The city manager. So it was Jane Brodigan. And did she touch base with the council members? I mean, did they have 2 and 2 or confidential?
So I'm gonna propose, unless I have a majority that wants to overrule me, that we stop talking about that kind of line of talk, because what we're going to end up doing is trying to cast aspersions on something that we're not a part of. We have guardrails to stay in here as planning board, and I think that it would be a big side trip to go down and question the negotiations that happened when we weren't in the room.
Yeah, this isn't Bumblebee soccer.
So I'm gonna make a motion. I'm gonna actually make a motion that we.
David, I just want to.
No, go ahead. I was gonna make a motion.
I honestly did not understand who was negotiating.
Okay.
And as a result of these negotiations, we have the agreement, and the planning board was asked to make recommendations on it. So I guess I don't have to know who was negotiating, but I do want to know, and Phil explained it. Thank you, Phil. But I do want to make some of these recommendations. So I will put them on the chat. And
It seems like
maybe
if you
we
want to make
can
a
include it.
recommendation
Oh, yeah,
to have the
please.
city be an approval authority on it, you can do that.
Yeah. I just do not want to go down the path of evaluating the negotiations that led us to here, because if we do that, we're going to be here till midnight and beyond.
Okay, well, you had brought up that this was really negotiated carefully and everything. And I didn't understand who was doing the negotiations, but it came to us and they're asking our opinions or our recommendations.
Yeah,
So
and I didn't mean to be abrupt, but I just I know that this is something that unless the majority of the board can overrule what I just said, and I can make a motion to discontinue discussion on that topic, and
now
rule me, and then we can start talking about it. But I really think that we're going to waste a lot of time if we start to pick apart the private negotiation process that happened with city staff and CU staff.
No, I don't need to discuss it. You explained it was highly negotiated and now it's the planning board, and I'll try some recommendations to make the agreement better.
Excellent. Awesome. So let's go to Brian. We'll come back to you for some more recommendations. Brian, you want to go?
Yeah, I was just going to recommend that in section 31 and in 33, we add that a appropriate level of detail, TDM and traffic report are also provided at the master plan and conceptual design level.
That sounds good. John?
Muted, John.
I would just like to say that I support the idea that the city should review and approve the master plan. Otherwise, we still don't know what we're dealing with after 24 pages of contract here.
I agree with John.
Okay, Sarah?
I agree with John and Crystal and Peter as well. I would like to also say that I support George's ideas regarding right of first refusal, but I have a question I want to put to George in hopes of coming up with a recommendation. Currently in 39A, the city has 45 days within 45 days of receipt of the right of first refusal to make a it had to go through the whole process. I'm sorry, I'm starting to lose my my capacity to speak. They have to execute a purchase and sales contract in 45 days. But then CU gets 2 years to sell or offer the site to a third party. That seems to me highly unequal, and I think it would be literally impossible for a municipality to develop and execute a purchase in 45 days. So I'd like to ask George, from your own experience with development, how much time would you think a city would need to be able to respond to a right of first refusal or a right of first offer?
More than a private individual for sure, and 45 days is a pretty short order to put a PNS in place for anybody. So I don't know what the right timing is, but I agree with you that it's too compressed. I think that would be somewhat mitigated with a concept where we had a fixed value that was reasonable, like what I suggested, which is if the purchase price was in 1996 and escalated by 3%, we would be talking about a value. And if we're talking 10 years out from now with the entitlements that we're conveying, there would be a pretty large delta between what the market value would be versus what the value that the city would be able to pay for that. And so I agree with you, and I think that should be taken into account. I don't know what the right answer is, whether it's 90 days or 180 days. That seems more appropriate. But I also think that certainly at a market value where the city would have to, literally, I think the city would have to go to a vote or something at that level, right? I mean, that's what they did for Alpine Balsam. It was actually a ballot measure to purchase that land.
So maybe the recommendation is something along the lines of, in 39A, the 45-day term to execute a purchase and sales contract has to be replaced with a longer time period. And I'm not going to give a number because that'll be up to the negotiators, but a time period long enough to enable the city to actually go through the necessary processes, including and up to and including a public vote, if that's necessary to approve of a tax increase or a new fee or something that's used to raise the money or a bond issue or something. So that's the recommendation. I don't know exactly what the language would be, but the idea here is to rectify an unmanageable proposal of 45 days.
I think that's a good recommendation. So you have that, Phil, right?
Yeah, and that's helpful to hear, and I think that's enough information to definitely go off of and do some more analysis.
John?
Yeah, thank you. I strongly support George's idea on this, but I think we need to keep in mind that CU has demonstrated its competence in dealing with special financial arrangements for purchasers and sellers, especially on this piece of land. In the past, Boulder was attempting to purchase this, and CU wound up buying it because it was able to offer a special arrangement, a taxing arrangement to somebody else. So I think that George's proposal to establish a clear price based on what CU paid for it when it bought it, and with an appropriate level of appreciation annually, is the way to go. But we need to just keep in mind that there can be lots of tricky tax issues associated with this.
What's an appropriate level of appreciation?
That'll take somebody more than me to decide that.
I think we'll have to word the recommendation just to, put the parameters out there and realize that some of that we may not be able to solve tonight, right?
Well, I'll put out to Peter's question, just to kind of, at least from my perspective, I think appropriate is 3%, not because that's the level of appreciation that we're experiencing in Boulder, but that the university has said themselves that they have no intention to sell this land, and this land is for the purpose of housing their students, faculty, and staff. And so if they don't have that intent, they should have no concern about ascribing a value like that to it. Plus, the reality is, being a negotiated agreement, we are conveying these entitlements with all of this benefit, including the housing component. And so again, I don't think it necessarily has to fall into the value of the nature appreciation of land in Boulder. I think it goes back to a reasonable negotiation between these two parties.
Okay, so we should have enough data to word that when we get to it. So Brian, was your hand up from before? Yeah. So
yes, again.
Great. So it'll be Crystal and then Sarah.
Okay, I'm just trying to do another chat. I added 3 things to the chat that I wanted to read to the public. Add to item 31 and 33, the master plan shall address how the plan will meet the city's climate goals. And add to item 38, the university shall not transfer land on this property unless the annexation agreement is amended by 2 parties. And then add to 31, right after it says, the university will provide the city and county. Then it continues on opportunities, etc. That's it. Hello?
Yep.
Oh, you got it?
Giving Phil a bit of time there. Phil,
Okay, I put it on the chat.
Great.
So I didn't see that last one. What was that last one?
Oh, the last one I was reading off the chat when I got called on.
Add to item 38, the university shall not transfer land on this property unless annexation agreement is amended by the 2 parties.
I
And
got that. There was one about the county.
We have that one. It's the university will include the county as a referral agency in the
Yeah, you got
Thank
it.
you.
property. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. And now
Okay,
Sarah,
thank
you're,
you.
yeah, Sarah.
I guess thank you so much. Phil and attorneys and staff, how does all of this discussion about right of first refusal interact with the new definition of the university that was added at the very top of this new agreement, this new version of the agreement, which essentially, if I'm reading it correctly, says anyone who purchases this land from the university is in essence an extension of the university. I'm just like, it raises a question for me about like, what are the implications of that new definition vis-a-vis the right of first refusal from a legal perspective?
The intent is that the city's right of first refusal, right of first offer would extend in perpetuity. So if, say under one of these scenarios, the city missed its option and a third party bought it, that the city would still have these options against that third party. So it's not a one-time, we miss it and we're out. It I guess, recirculates. So we would have other opportunities.
Yeah, I felt like that was pretty clear to me when I read through it, Sarah, but maybe there was something that could be fixed.
No, I think I'm just trying to understand. It's not so much I know what needs to be, that I have an opinion about what needs to be fixed. I'm just, this new definition in which the university and its successors in ownership, assignees, and all persons who may hereafter acquire an interest in the remaining land interest or any part thereof. That reads to this non-lawyer as the university could hand that land over to another entity like the CU Boulder Enterprise Corporation. It could make a contribution to some entity that's actually a CU entity. So I'm just trying to understand what the impact. See where I'm trying to get. I'm just trying to understand it. And maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree here, but I'm curious if there's any implications on the right of first refusal question.
No, it's a very good question. And where we tried to address that was way up at the beginning in the definition of transfer, so that CU can transfer this to one of its enterprise funds, as long as it's something that CU has control of. And we have quite a long definition for it, so that it's under their control, then that wouldn't trigger our right of first refusal. But
it would not.
No, just to third parties outside of the CU umbrella.
And then I guess that question is the reason CU might transfer the land to another CU entity, whatever their rationale might be, it would still be the use of the land would still be controlled by the uses that are approved in this annexation agreement.
Correct.
So student housing, faculty housing, employee housing.
Yes.
Okay. But the transfer to a new entity does not, if we take up George's suggestion, the transfer to a new entity does not increase the value of that land, which this is the importance of having a set price for us, so that CU doesn't transfer the land, and with each successive transfer, the value goes up.
Right. As I understand his suggestion, it would cap regardless of who owned it.
Exactly. It stays internal to their different subsidiaries, just like someone may transfer their real estate in Boulder into a revocable trust. They choose to do that based on their own internal decisions. It's not a sale that would trigger. And in real estate, it's extremely common that transfer related entities inside an umbrella don't trigger those clauses.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay. All right, other comments on the right of first refusal, right of first offer areas? Okay. Well, that takes us to miscellaneous provisions and.
No. You've skipped over de-annexation and transfers.
Oh, I thought that was in the next section. Which number are you at?
De-annexation is 36 and transfers is, sorry, I didn't mean to yell. Transfer.
No, that's okay.
Is item 38, transfer of property. And this is the area that Councilwoman Young was expressed specific concern about.
Yeah. Okay, got it. Sorry, I thought that was still coming up. Okay, good. Comments, questions? Sarah.
Okay, so I have some very specific language I'd like to recommend for item 36B, and I'm going to break this down into parts of the sentence. So the sentence right now is prior to construction, the project will require approvals from, and then you have a long list of permit requirements. I'd like to add at the end of that long list of permit requirements and utility department title to the land required for the project. And then also in item 36B, there's a sentence, the city will also need land upon which to construct the project. And I would like the sentence, we have that sentence, the city will also need land upon which to construct the project. And I think we need to add, if the city requests the disposal of open space land for the construction of the project, the requirements of the open space charter must be respected. An open space board of trustees vote, a council vote, and the opportunity for the public referendum guaranteed in the charter.
So can you just I didn't quite follow the first one, Sarah, the utilities.
So
can you explain that?
Yeah, so the current language, so the city, in order to build that proposed flood wall, if that's what in fact becomes the design, the city's going to need some number of acres, I think up to 5 acres to build it. CDOT has said that they can't build on CDOT land, although I guess they're in discussions about it, which means they would have to build, if they can't get the CDOT land, they'd have to ask the Open Space Board of Trustees to dispose of 5 acres, which are in that state natural area. But the city, the Open Space Charter has rights associated, public rights associated with land disposals, which is what this would be, which include a public referendum on that land disposal. And so all I'm trying to do is to make sure that that is honored, thank you. And so the utility department title to the land required for the project is the end result of going through the entire charter process. If there ends up being a public referendum requested, there may not be, and they may not actually need to use those 5 acres. They may have an agreement with CDOT, which would allow them to use CDOT land. So it's just a way, again, to protect our natural resources and our local ecosystems, and to try to live up to the elements of Chapter 3 of the Boulder Valley Comp Plan.
Phil, is there a, I felt like that we knew that there was going to be some impact to open space lands due to the flood mitigation, and that the outcome was to set aside other areas for open space that would compensate for that. Is that a way to address this that is within the city's charter? Because that was how I had it in my mind that this has been resolved for some time. Yeah, thank you for hanging in there with us, Dan.
Yeah, I think I may be hearing something from Sarah a little bit different than what you just said, David. So I just wanted clarification. I think what Sarah might be saying is that if open space managed land is needed for the flood mitigation project, that the process and procedures outlined in the city charter for how such a disposal will be requested shall be honored. And there's 3 steps that could happen. Is that the open space board would need to approve and recommend the disposal. City council then would need to approve it. And then there'd be a 60-day period in which it would be a petition period in which if a certain number of petitions of the electorate were received, then it could be moved on to a referendum type of vote. That's what's outlined in the charter of how a request for the use of city open space lands for non-open space purposes would be handled. And I think Sarah was looking possibly just to make sure that that's indoctrinated as the process that would be followed.
Okay. But that's already in city charter.
Yes, and so I guess my only question would be is whether or not that's an annexation agreement element or a flood mitigation project element. But
well, I think I would argue that it's an annexation agreement element in part because it's part of the city responsibility. It's part of the city process necessary to be able to move forward on elements of an annexation agreement. I feel pretty strongly about it because it is a necessary part of maybe it's not a permit in the sense of what is meant currently in this language, but it is absolutely a required approval. And those are the elements, Dan, you explained them so clearly. They are part of that approval process. Doesn't mean we will end up with a referendum, but the public, I think we should make clear that it's part of the potential part of the approval process, and then that approval is necessary.
Yeah, and then one other clarification, Sarah, as you mentioned that that the utilities would receive deed of the property. Actually, the city currently has the deed, and a transfer of management from one department to another would not trigger a transfer of the deed. It's deeded to the city. It stays deeded to the city. So that management transfer would happen through another mechanism than a deed. Just to clarify that. But
so instead of using the word title, could we use an utility department?
If the
the land required for the project is transferred to the management of the utility department.
Yep. If management responsibilities is transferred to the utility department for non-open space purposes, something like that, then that would describe sort of the mechanism as opposed to the deed.
Okay, I'm totally great with that language. Thank you so much, Dan.
Mm-hmm.
John?
Yeah, I just like to say that this seems entirely logical to me to include that with all the other primary or preliminary requirements with these other agencies that need to be obtained. So I think Sarah's suggestion is excellent.
Okay, well, I'll just say that I'm not a big fan of reproducing stuff that's already in our city requirements necessarily, but if the board feels strongly that we should duplicate something that's already in our city charter here to make us feel better, that's fine with me. But I think that it seems to me that this is more the purpose of the annexation agreement is for between us and CU, not to just reiterate all the strictures we have internally in the city. But I wouldn't vote no because if this were included. Phil, did you have something, Dan?
I have more of a question for Sarah. With this approval through the typical disposal process, is this intended to be in the same category as like the FEMA and CDOT approvals necessary for the project, or is just acknowledging that that the process will happen? Because the first part, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I think it should, my own personal feeling is that it is one of those, again, I don't think the language is permit, but it falls into that same category of the necessary. I mean, assuming that you can't find the land, you can't reach agreement with CDOT to utilize some of their land, that if in fact you need to use the state natural area, that you essentially are getting a permit. And I don't know if there's some other word that you would prefer to use, I'm fine with that. I'm just trying to, stick with the language of that sentence. So I think it is part of I would consider it part of the permitting process for this component.
Does that make sense, Phil? Got it? Okay.
Yep.
Great. All right. Where are we at? Do we have more?
We just have transfer, just the item
on
number
transfer?
38, which is the transfer issue, which seems.
Do you have more on that, Sarah? Because I don't see other things. And I'm echoing from somebody. I think it might be John. John, I'm going to mute you just because I echo from you, and then just unmute yourself if you have something to say. You have like an echo feedback thing going on there. Okay, I don't see any more hands.
Well, did we have I mean, I know we've talked about right of first refusal, but have we clarified, or not clarified, have we raised the issues that are associated with, and I don't think we have, if land is transferred to a third party, what are the entitlements and obligations that transfer with it?
Well, we could always, I wrote something.
What'd you write?
I don't know if this would ever fly, but permitted uses described in 15A of this agreement will not transfer to new ownership in the event that the property interest is transferred. And that means that I mean, that's a nice wish list for the city. I don't know if we can get agreement on it, but.
So the entitlements wouldn't transfer. Would the obligations transfer?
Well, I assume that the obligations, if we don't include them, would.
So maybe the thing to do, since we are not going to be able to answer this question, is to say this item 38 needs to be.
Yeah. Ideally, if the property transferred, you could do a, obviously like a rezoning that made sense for what was gonna, what the city wanted, but that's very difficult. I don't know, Phil, right now we just have it transferring kind of as it is, right? With the public zoning and the annexation agreement as it is.
Yes, but we've also heard that if it goes to another private property owner, there may be things that if it's not the university, there would be concerns about. So complying with our existing regulations, not the ones attached, is something we've heard. Is the height is 55, the height limit of the public zoning versus the 55 feet that's allowed, things like that. I think that's still open for negotiation.
And that, I think, effectively, from a market point of view, is going to have an extreme impact on the interested parties. And it's going to then effectively create that cap, or the line will be a lot shorter for everyone but the city.
So I don't know if we have I don't know, that was just wording that I came up with that just didn't talk about the uses, but we could make something more general, a more general recommendation if people feel that way.
I just feel like this is an area that is it's for something so important. It's really very vague and undefined. And it seems like this is exactly the place where we need it to be really well defined and really thought through, so that it's clear to everyone, to CU, to the city, to third parties, et cetera, et cetera. And it goes, I think, also connects with this new definition of the university and its successors in ownership.
Right.
Right. So I think, I mean, again, maybe it's a recommendation that says, we recommend council spend a lot of time unpacking this and being really clear about what it's meant, what it means.
Well, I know that council would prefer that we give them things that, you know, our wonderful, best possible ideas if we have any ahas about that. So, you know, because I think that they are looking to really take some of them and get them in here. But anyway, Crystal?
David, would you mind repeating your suggested section and language?
Yes, I will read what I wrote. And I don't know if this is, maybe Phil, you could weigh in on this, but I looked at section 15A, which says permitted uses.
Right.
And I just came up with a thing that would take that off the table. Permitted uses described in 15A of the agreement will not transfer to new ownership in the event that the property interest is transferred. So that would mean, you know, all of these residential and non-residential uses that are there would just not be transferred.
We just revert to the P use table section.
I guess, yeah.
So you would, I think, maybe add, would revert to public uses as defined on date certain, on, you know, January 1, 2021 or something.
I don't know if you want to put I mean, you want to just revert to the public zone district requirements of the time. If it's 20 years from now, I don't know why you'd want to go back to yesterday to
I totally
use the
agree.
use table.
Actually, yeah, that's actually really good.
Yeah.
The public uses at the time, because that way anything that happens between now and a potential sale would hopefully be an improvement to P.
Flying cars.
And everybody would know that this is a big chunk of public, so that would be taken into account any zoning changes. So, Crystal,
Wait,
did you?
I'm trying to, I'm sorry, what is the suggestion on the table right now?
The suggestion is that the zoning permitted uses would revert upon transfer of the property. The zoning permitted uses would revert to those defined in the city code for the zone public P. And so we just get rid of all of the special negotiations, and it would become a public chunk, and it would be valued at what other, yeah.
Can we add a sentence that says, and the new owner would have to go through the city review, application and review processes, just to make that clear as well?
We could, yeah, I mean,
which would be an opportunity for them to then propose whatever they might want to propose, and we could, not we, whoever's planning board at the time could, you know, really encourage, you know, housing, et cetera, et cetera.
It seems like if it's not CU, it just goes through site review. Isn't that right, Phil? Like if it's eligible for site review.
I was looking for the term.
It's private.
I think we.
So all of our stuff would just go back to the normal.
That's the part of this that I didn't understand, all the hand wringing. It just goes back to what we do as a city, right?
Yeah, that is right now. They would go through all of our review and approval processes.
Yeah. In addition to what's required by the annexation agreement.
Yeah.
Because that sets forth what's available through site review.
I feel that that's actually somewhere in here. I feel like I've read that somewhere, but maybe it isn't.
It's the very last part of 38, David, the transfer.
And Aaron, how does this intersect? I'm asking the same question I asked before. What does this mean about the definition of university?
So it would apply to any subsequent transfer. So say, you know, the university at some point transfers it to a third party, and that third party transfers it. So it would apply to subsequent transfers as well as like whatever the first one might be if it were to happen.
But the definition that we have in here now, what is, if I'm understanding it correctly, the university sells to Joe Blow. Joe Blow is now under this definition considered part of the university, right?
They're considered the owner, and the responsibilities of the university apply to that new owner. But I think I see what you're saying, that we need to clean this up because we wouldn't want to continually reverting back. Like it reverts back to P if it's sold to a third party, and that's where it would be.
Right.
Right.
We under David's language, we want it to revert back to P, which it can't do if the new owner is considered university.
Oh yeah, it wouldn't apply to that transfer, right? Because that's defined as not
a transfer. Yeah.
Not a transfer, right? Because that's the definition of university. So the new definition allows the university to transfer to different entities within that umbrella that's defined as university without that applying.
Kind of. It's whether or not it's a transfer. So it's not a transfer if it's within the university, like to one of their enterprise or some sort of umbrella partnership, something like that. You know, one thing that's occurred to me is that maybe we need to go through and instead of having a reference to university, it should be owner. Because I think the university term is confusing.
I think
Thank you for the input.
Thank you, Aaron.
On that, Aaron, I think we need to think very carefully about it, because we have a number of conditions here that pertain only to the university. And as soon as the owner is different than the university, then there's a lot of changes. So I think we need to be extremely cautious about making that change.
Could we put the definition as it stands now of university on the screen? Is that possible, David?
Yeah, Phil do that for us. It's up in the definitions section.
Might be a good time for a time check here.
Yeah, I guess we are approaching. We're after 11. Do you think that do people have a lot more comments after we're done with this section? Because you know, I have a couple things in the exhibits that we could or could not worry about. They're not very significant, but if we're almost to the point where we can bring up the table that Phil has been keeping track of and start to work on potentially a little straw polling to see whether we can get to a motion to send to council. I would, you know, I'd like to see if people are willing to try to put in that extra 45 minutes to an hour to get there, but I'll open it up for discussion. Crystal, your hand is up. Is that a?
No, I didn't want to comment on that.
Okay. Are we okay going on? I'd like to just kind of get a hands vote. Is everybody okay pushing ahead? Great, thank you. I think that's important because you don't want to jeopardize the health of the board. Okay, so Phil, you were going to put up that definition. I'm sorry, of the university to display. Thank you. All right. So that Aaron, were you thinking that that the owner would be basically this?
Correct. And where I'm picking that up from is in our affordable housing covenants, the permanently affordable covenants. And so in those, we refer to owner as whoever initially signs the covenant, but then it also applies to all successors and ownership to make sure that the affordable housing obligations continue no matter who owns it.
Mhm.
I feel like maybe this is that where you're trying to, that this definition is being applied to, it's a fine definition, except that because we use university everywhere in this, in the document, it is having implications that are not intended. Because its successors in ownership could very easily be a private owner. Unless that's a legal term that I'm not aware of.
Yeah, I think just the mechanics of the legal agreement needs to be adjusted because definitions try to tie, but it's accidentally tying to something else that's appearing to be a trapdoor and it's not meant to be.
Right.
I think that's a good point. And what we can look at doing is changing owner to be the broader in perpetuity, whoever owns it, and then have university be specific to CU. And then hopefully we can distinguish better what remains on the land and what is special to CU.
Or defining if there were to be a transferee or an assignee or a purchaser or acquirer, anyone who, because these are apples and oranges, but they're being conflated, I think, by accident. I totally see Sarah's point, but it's.
So do you think it's enough just to have a recommendation that says recommend that the definition of university be or that the agreement be enhanced to distinguish between the university and owner, and then that can be dealt with without us having to kind of micromanage how it's done. But does that get to, and is that enough?
Yeah, but for section 38, this wouldn't be a concern, I believe. And so it just needs to have its own set of that needs its own definition. But yes.
Great. Okay, I think I see a thumbs up from Phil. So there we are. There we find ourselves. Do we have any other concerns with the transfer sections that we would like?
Besides the fact that it shouldn't even be allowed.
Well,
you might as well put that out there, Peter. Make it a recommendation to remove the right of transfer. I mean, these are all just recommendations that we're making to council.
Well, what we're gonna do after this is we're gonna bring up that table. I think if people agree, and we're going to check off the box of whether there's broad agreement, some agreement, or we want to maybe it was a great idea by someone, but we don't want to necessarily coalesce around it, and see if we do check those boxes, if we end up with a set of recommendations that we might be able to get broad agreement on, is kind of what we would do next. Is that okay?
Crystal's raising her hand.
Go ahead.
David, do people realize that I did put some things on the chat that I read before? One is under the transfer that the university shall not transfer the land unless the agreement is amended.
Did you get that one, Phil? So I remember you saying that.
I put them in the chat.
Yep.
And in fact, I just added another one. Add to 31 and 33, income targets for housing units will be provided by the university to define income level served. And that was regarding the number 31, the CU master plan, and number 33 concept plan requirements. And then the city can analyze that. I didn't put this in, but the goal is this, well, I don't want to speak to that, but I will. but so the city can analyze that as far as meeting affordable housing targets.
Okay.
So I put those in the chat.
Yep. And I
Okay,
remember
you
I
got
remember
it?
I remember you saying those before, Crystal. Thank you for making sure those got on.
And then did we ever resolve the issue on the definitions where it said university? So we've got something we could look up what the university is.
I think Phil has put that one down, right? So we'll
Okay.
have something to look at when we.
Yep, that's the first one.
Right. So does anyone have any desire to go through the exhibits or the miscellaneous section? I didn't have many comments on those. I will say that
It's section, just tell me. Oh, miscellaneous, okay.
since section H is an actual what we call normative reference, as in part of the agreement, right? It's not an informational one. There were a couple of things that I noticed, Phil. One is in H3F of the exhibit. It says timing of removal of the levee system is tied to the university development in a way that I thought was maybe not right. Let me look that up.
Yeah, and that was written as a general, once these, so we'll get the planning board's recommendation. I'm assuming that there'll be changes to the agreement. Council will adopt it, and we'll have to revisit this timeline of key milestones to make sure it jives with the final agreement. And so that's something that we can do at the end, just to make sure. It was really written just for clarity, really for staff, so that if 20 years down the line, it's kind of at ease of use.
Okay, yeah. I just because it reads like the other ones that are actually like the lighting plan and everything. The reference to it reads like the lighting plan, and as something that you are going to conform to the letter of the law, and that's why I was reading it in that way. So anyway, it wasn't really that big of a deal, but. I'm looking for it right now. Sorry, it's taking me just a bit to get to it. So H3F, so yeah, H3, it says it in number 3, at the time of university development, it says the city will remove the existing levee system. It just seemed odd to me that that would correlate to that event in that way. Because I thought the levee may get removed after the 3-year period and way before development happens, honestly. So yeah, that one we may want to actually turn into a recommendation, is make sure that we don't indicate that that has to happen at the time of development.
Got it.
Is that good? Okay, great. So with that, are we ready to, would people like to then take inventory of our suggestions and kind of have a discussion? What I'm going to ask is that if people are just kind of okay with it and are feeling like if we were to recommend those things to council, they could go along with it, go ahead and just stay quiet, so people can just raise their hands if they really have objections to them, and or question whether we should include them. So Phil, do you want to display that our list then? Thank you.
So we've been working in the background during this discussion. David's suggestion prior to the meeting was to try to categorize these as broad consensus, some support, and unlikely to get a majority. And so it's a little hard to see everyone here, but David, did you want me to kind of run through these and we could do a show of hands, or how would you like to kind of go through this?
Yeah, I think that would be great if you're willing to walk us through. I've been doing a lot of talking, and I'll look for hands of board members and call on board members as you go through it. That'd be great.
Okay. So the first one is around the university definition. So university, and the direction to us and the recommendation would be to ensure that the definition is clear around transfer of development rights, and the definition distinguished between the university and owner based on the discussion we just had. And I'm seeing a majority. Is
Yeah,
it
I think
safe
that's-
to, okay, broad consensus. Large scale sports venue, discuss how to mitigate impacts to adjacent city open space. I also note here that we also address some recommendations around that in elsewhere in the agreement and the recommendation too. Okay. General standards, 11F. This is
Sorry, when if you go back large scale, so discuss how to mitigate impacts. Do we want to say eliminate impacts? To me, that would mean two different things. I'm just kind of curious to the rest of the board what you would prefer as language. I would prefer eliminate impacts because I think that's our major concern.
Doesn't seem realistic to eliminate.
I think another possibility is minimize.
Minimize, minimize is fine.
Minimize, yeah.
Can I just remind you, it's not large scale sports venue because we don't allow a large scale sports venue. It's a sports venue, comma, not large, or whatever is the language, whatever's
Grande, latte, venti.
But you
6
know what I'm
ounces.
saying, Phil? It's a
That's it. Yeah, we could probably just call it the sports venue for our recommendation.
And I would also, and so we could probably delete it up here. I'd also ask that if possible, we could clean this up and then share it back with the board just to make sure it looks fresh and makes sense to someone else who's not here with us at 11:19. Okay, general standards, recommendation that a professional engineer complete and submit to the city. What I'm calling is a soils analysis or a geotechnical analysis, we could call it, prior to submitting a building permit.
Now, this was specifically for the steep slopes, wasn't it?
Yes.
Can we add that?
I mean, it's required anyways.
Is that required everywhere?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, this is not a building permit that we're issuing or a site review, so I think we need to have this in here.
Yeah.
I mean, this is
At the state level, permitting requires geotechnical reports to do the structural engineering as well. It's everywhere here.
The distinction,
Brian,
it has to be supplied to the city.
this is for the area that is on the west side of the site below Chambers Drive, and where you've got a number of seeps and springs, etc. So that was the intent.
If you guys
of
are
the
asking to get copied on geotech reports, maybe that is what it should say.
No,
or this is fine, whatever it is.
It says complete and submit to the city. So isn't that the city will see it?
Cool.
Does that make sense?
A professional, prior to submitting a building permit, I would say for the area that
use
steeper
transition zone.
slopes, and this came up as a result of the steep slopes over 15%, and I brought up that this was it specifically for the area to the west of Chambers. Yeah, that use transition zone. Thank you.
That makes more sense, just because I'm not sure the city staff needs to be getting like 1,500 geotechnical reports.
I don't think they're going to be 1,500
for these structures that they're building.
Housing units in the transition area. It's just that one specific area.
Now that we've limited a transition area, that makes more sense to me.
And since these are recommendations, just so that council really knows what we're talking about, we could even say before the sentence, due to steep slopes concerns, comma.
Thank you.
And does that make sense? Due to steep slope concerns.
I like that, David.
Oh, great. And then comma, and then yeah, good.
Brian,
I
I'm
think we
sending
have
you
a lot
a
of thumbs up on that one, right?
geotechnical singing telegram for your birthday next year. Brian.
Geotechnical engineers sing beautifully. Little known fact.
Okay.
On that note, broad consensus, I'm assuming. So
now, Great. So then we already voted on the next two, right?
We put that in there based on the discussion, but let me just read it to make sure. Add a date certain for the open space purchase, preferably at annexation.
So does that constrain the city more than?
I don't know if it's realistic for us to do that by then.
I think the idea was just to make it clear when the city could start purchasing land. And not to say they have to start purchasing it at annexation, but that, because there just was no time frame for that.
Okay.
And that's what I was trying to get clear.
Date certain is like a specific date, not like the same. Those are two different things, right? So if you wanted to say, we want to make sure that the city may purchase land at the time of annexation, that's kind of one thing, but a date certain would be like June 5th, 2027.
All right, that's, yeah, it's just making sure that that this council considers the possibility of setting a place on the timeline for when the city can start to purchase open space in the open space zone. You know, I think we have to.
So I can undo all of this, Sarah, but since this was your item, add when the city may purchase open space on the property, or
Add
or do you want to say that you do want to ensure that it's possible the city acquire open space at the time of annexation?
That they can begin to do so, yeah. Or it doesn't have to be at the time of annexation. As I said, right now there's no time frame for it in the agreement, and I think council needs to determine when.
Yeah. So how about this, Sarah? Clarify the time frame for when the city may purchase property on the. So
Totally
clarify
fine.
the time frame
Thank you.
for when.
Commence acquisition.
Yes, perfect. This is what happens at 11 o'clock. My brain turns to mush.
You're doing great.
my time is a lot earlier, so don't feel.
We can take a break and I'll change into our jammies. And... All right.
I still got an hour-long mountain drive I got to do tonight, so.
Oh, I know.
And I got to get up at 5:45. So.
Oh.
What
Okay.
water rights?
Water rights.
More explicit consideration of the water transaction. We can clean up language too, but
specifically. Oh, go ahead, Sean.
I was just seeking transparency. I don't say it has to be equal. It's a negotiated thing, but I just want it to be transparent and with respect to quantities and values and costs.
Yeah, more better understanding of the value of the water transaction and the value exchange. You shouldn't say equal.
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, is that good enough?
It should just be transparent.
Of the water transaction, and then I think including the acre feet of the Dry Creek ditch number 2, shares of the universities, as well and John Gerstel, you had mentioned the number of wells.
We have that in a couple down. We have
we do? Okay.
Let's look at that separate from the ditch, maybe.
Okay, great.
Cool.
Can I just ask a question? I'm sorry. The conveyance of land issue, I had also brought up the recommendation about the need to my brain's not working, to plat out, to map the land earlier than the third year or of the anniversary of the annexation agreement, or when the flood mitigation control plan was approved. I don't know whether that got captured somewhere else in this list, but if it didn't, it was an element of the conveyance of land that I had hoped to get some hopefully support for, but that I wanted that to be included.
Did we talk about that one?
We may have missed that one, but I could add it.
I think it's just right. You can't. We're not going to know exactly where the lines of demarcation are, but there are clearly areas that are open space and will never be developed on. Will never be part of the development. So maybe a preliminary mapping of open space land, which would then enable the acquisition of open space, because we would know what was defined as open space. Everyone, the two parties would be in agreement on what's open space and what's not. It's some of what's open space. Thank you.
Something perfect.
Perfect.
Okay, I think everyone's so far in consensus. Explicitly,
We're in a position where people have to yell if they don't have consensus at this point. Great.
David,
Thank you.
Oh, that's not politically correct
Could we
at
just
all.
do thumbs up? Yeah, could we just do thumbs up, and then if
Yeah,
somebody.
okay, let's do that one. So I think everybody's okay with the conveyance one, right?
perfect. Explicitly state that recreational uses will not be in the open space zone.
Well, just a minute, to finish number 8. The point there was to make sure that groundwater, that the wells don't affect the wetlands.
Well, the wells are still coming up in 10C, right? We want to put well stuff up in number 8?
Oh,
Yeah,
I mean, it's 10C, that's okay too.
Yeah, let's talk about wells down there, if that's okay.
Okay.
Is everybody okay with rec use is not an open space zone?
Does that include dog walking? Not allowed?
Maybe you should clarify like active or.
Oh yeah.
Specifically,
right.
there is an interest to, there's a lot of interest to use it.
Maybe, is this a good suggestion that recreation uses for events will not be in the, I don't know, because you think of the runners and.
No, we were actually.
Can you clarify what the concern is? That way we can.
Thank you, Georgie.
Yeah.
I think the concern was that we don't want tennis courts and running tracks and changing rooms and restrooms and stuff like that springing up in the open space zone, especially during the 3-year period, because that is intended to be purchased by the city. So we were going to try to avoid, those kind of uses.
It sounds like built. So you're talking about some kind of built facility or something to that effect, right? I mean,
yeah.
So,
is there a definition for that somewhere? Those types of things. It seems like there was a place in the annexation agreement that those kinds of things were referred to.
We have a broad definition of parks and recreation uses that includes really everything from playgrounds on up.
Georgie, I think you just hit on the newest bumper sticker for Boulder, though.
Please. Yep, there we go. Parks and recreation uses means playfields, playgrounds, athletic, other facilities, and that it doesn't include like dog walking and paths and things like that. So that might be the definition of one.
Please clarify your concern. Use that anywhere in Boulder, anytime.
We did a lot of talking, and now we have to go back and recreate all this stuff.
I think that definition matches the land use code as well.
Yeah.
Is this getting to what you were?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
So that sounds like an X, or everybody thumbs up?
Okay.
Okay. Now come the wells.
Wells will be used to augment any water needed not available through Dry Creek Ditch number 2. No new wells would be permitted on the property. Our notes.
Okay, this is a problem because the wells, CU continues to own the wells, and yet we're talking here about using it on the city open space. So it's what's needed is just to clarify number and ownership and use of wells so as to avoid impacts on wetlands.
Yeah,
To John, to clarify the number and use of wells.
To avoid impact on wetlands, is what you said?
Right.
well, and especially, well, the drilling of new wells would impact the wetlands, and depending on the adjudication of the existing wells, if they're not pumping them, but they could be, I guess that violates use it or lose it, but
Well,
or did we screw it up, John?
Well, we got rid of.
This is the point that I was particularly concerned about, was impact of pumping on wetlands that we're trying to establish. So this captures my concern anyway.
Okay.
And so let me ask you a question. If someone comes in to annex property that's not CU, would the city water department require that they relinquish their wells or dedicate them to the city, or what is the?
There's typically a right of first refusal for water rights, but Aaron, I don't know if
yield.
Yeah, I don't know if that applies to wells.
No, I think wells may be different. I don't know what the standard protocol would be. I don't know if we've lost Brandon or if he's still out there and if he would know.
Well, thank you. I'll tell you why I brought it up. The Secretary of Interior said yesterday on a call with a bunch of environmental groups that she was very concerned about the groundwater depletion because of the non-recharge. She didn't exactly say these words, obviously, due to climate change and drought.
So let's make sure this doesn't hurt the environment, but also makes it possible for us to drive across town without being traffic.
Well, this is a pretty general statement that that I think gets to that, right? Because it really it says that it's going to avoid impact to wetlands. Did you want to expand that beyond wetlands, Crystal, or is that okay?
Wetlands and groundwater. I mean, John is the expert on wording here, but
for me, I think the way it is now is
okay.
fine.
Okay, that's.
So I'll delete what I just did.
All right. So that one looks like everybody okay putting this one in? All right, perfect. Lighting, outdoor lighting.
This is about lighting, but it's kind of more, it seems a little bit broader around the large scale sports venue. So there were several such recommendations made, and so they're listed here. Consider lowering the fixed seating capacity limit to daytime use only, having no recreational facilities, and minimizing impacts to adjacent city open space. Right,
because the purpose of it was to minimize impacts to the adjacent open space and the wildlife that lives there. And the lighting, the current language says the city that CU can agrees to abide by the lighting standards of the city, but the lighting standards of the city for an arena or even a small sports arena is very, 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 very bright and would disturb the wildlife that lives there. So these are suggestions to try to mitigate that.
What does no recreation facilities mean though? That doesn't quite.
I think it means no, that there would be no sport, no arena, no no sports venue. We'd have to, you know, like even a track has lights if you allow it to be used in the evening.
Well,
So
do we just solve it by then limiting it to daytime use and minimizing the impacts to the adjacent space and wildlife? I mean, I guess.
Yes, if the concern is lighting.
Seating is not an issue.
If the concern is lighting, then you limit it to the times when the sun shines.
Yeah, I think that captures it. My concern is, I mean, if it isn't going to be used for recreational kinds of things, what's it going to be used for? Rock concerts? You know, I think the thing that it will be used for is you know, intramural soccer games and you know, things like that.
we don't know, but certainly limiting its daytime use only. But I think Peter, I mean, David, your point about there being, you know, music events there, that's going to be very noisy, not just for the wildlife, but, you know, that whole thing is in a bowl. It's going to reverberate across the whole new neighborhood and also up the ridge. And I mean, I think my preference would actually be that there's just no sports arena. There's no sport. I mean, I don't have a problem with tennis courts or a track, but I don't know how we differentiate between those things that are used with no nighttime activity and the 3,000 up to 3,000 fixed seat venue, which we don't know what it might look like, that is allowed under allowed uses in the annexation agreement.
So yeah, and we have been around this a couple of times in the last year. We've talked about this. We know that, you know, we were given the Potts Field. We were given the one at Fairview. It's between the one at Fairview and the one at Boulder High in size, right? It's between those two. So if you envision those sizes, you can envision what we're talking about. So anyway, I just think number 3 is unreasonable.
Okay.
I don't think that we would want to say that. that we
Well,
would.
so
It's just not. It's not written clearly, and so it's confusing.
Well, I just yeah, I don't really see why what we're trying to get at all.
Okay, so let's get rid of number 3, but then I think we would want to change number 4 to minimize light and noise, or eliminate light and noise impacts to adjacent city open space, which doesn't keep you from using the facility. It doesn't keep you from having, you know, intramural track meets or whatever, or daytime tennis matches. But it does prohibit music venue and football games at night and nighttime tennis tournaments, and which I think we have to respect the wildlife.
I'm happy. I'm happy with this. Are other people happy with this?
I guess my only question is, I don't understand the fixed seating.
That would just be a smaller, so the maximum fixed seating in the definitions is 3,000. So the other option, an additional option would be to make it a smaller stadium, or make it a smaller facility than 3,000, which is the maximum.
I guess my only consideration is that if we're trying to get to the crux of the issue that we're solving for, it's really number 2 and number 3.
Okay.
I agree with that. Thank you, because when you have those soccer games, I just know, I live very close to Potts Field, and I just know how lovely that is, and it really doesn't bother anybody. So if we can just really get to what we're trying to prohibit, I think the nighttime use and the light noise are really the key.
Okay.
Are people okay with that?
Well, first of all, large sports venues are not allowed here. It says in the agreement. So do we need to change that title?
Yeah.
Rather than just whatever's the appropriate.
Good catch, Crystal.
And then I do think we should put some kind of a limit on it. I mean, I like 1,000 to 2,000, but I don't know how other people feel.
I think this goes to, I think what Georgie said was right. The intent is to eliminate light noise and to limit to daytime. This reminds me of the River and Woods conversation we had around noise, and there are ways to have multiple small speakers and you don't hear it from 10 feet away, or you have one speaker and you hear it because you have to blare it. So it's not, we know what we're trying to say, we can say it.
The other implication is the larger the facility, the more people we're going to drag into the site. And we talk about the trips. I mean, does this apply to the evening trips, et cetera? And then one person who testified, I think it was Paul Coleman at our hearing, said this is a car-centric facility or a car-centric agreement. And so, you know, that really resonated with me. I know we're controlling trips, but on the other hand, we're allowing for increased usage of the site.
Yeah, but I think we need to preserve flexibility. I agree with you in concept, Crystal, except for I think we need to preserve flexibility for CU because they've said that's important. And this accomplishes the main goal, and the trip cap accomplishes the goal on your traffic issue.
Except I think
if it's
that
properly done.
Okay. We have to realize that there are things that we're trying to get to something that people feel comfortable voting on. And there are things that we may have differences on, but if we really have numerous board members that don't want it, somebody can always make another motion after we vote on a motion that we think might pass to add some additional things. So if you feel very strongly and people don't want to go along with it now, think of another motion you want to make that would be separate. We can do that.
Okay, the size of parks and recreation uses probably doesn't go under outdoor lighting, but so when we get down to the appropriate place, maybe Phil can suggest that place.
We already did it above.
I think it would be up here in definitions. So.
Yeah.
Well, I think that the parks and the item on Parks and Rec, the issue is about the stricter regulations on Parks and Rec facilities vis-a-vis the light and noise ordinances, which CU has agreed to abide by. So we're proposing or recommending a stricter set of regulations because the existing regulations would interfere with the wildlife. So it's really not about Parks and Rec uses. It's about the light and noise requirements associated with Parks and Rec uses.
Sort of seems like it really gets captured by that number 3 under there, but
yeah, no, right. But just trying to, yes, either one is fine.
And just I feel like we're suffering a little bit because it's 11:46 and we are on page 1 of 4. So
yeah, can we please get rid of number 1? I think
what's number 1?
Lower the maximum amount.
Okay, then let's put that.
We've been debating that.
You can make a motion, Crystal. Crystal, you can make a motion after this. If you want.
We can put another motion out there, but we have numerous board members that don't want that in there. Can we, this is just to get to a motion. 12C is, Phil?
Is there a consensus with this?
Oh, yeah.
David?
You okay?
Okay. Seeing consensus maybe in the middle most.
Are people not in consensus with this? Okay. Okay.
No, I'm okay with that one, but I do want to get back to the definition at the end.
Okay. we will do that. 12C is prohibit solar installation in community gardens in the open space zone that was referenced, where if it didn't change hands, that would be built there, and explicitly state that the open space zone will be for environmental preservation.
Right, what's the language in the Boulder Valley Comp Plan? Unbuilt flood control, I don't remember what the language is. It's sorry.
So this is saying then that if the city doesn't buy the open space, that CU can't put solar on it and community gardens on it. That's only going to happen if the city doesn't buy the open space.
Yes.
Why are we doing that?
We're doing it because there was a time, there were disjointedness in the time frames of things, and it would have given, the current language gives CU the opportunity to build on what land the city might want to buy as open space, and I'm trying to flip that around so that
Can we say prohibit solar installation in community gardens in the open space zone during the period until after the period where the city might buy that property?
I think that's where it's currently written.
So I would my recommendation is that this land be, you can't build on this land, right? So it can't be developed. So it is needed for flood mitigation for the CU development as well as downstream residents. We have an item in the Boulder Valley Comp Plan, which I'm not going to be able to find while we're talking, which I referenced before, which had to do with not 3-2-3, which is non-structural approaches to flood management. That's what this land should be. So from my perspective, putting solar installations on it and community gardens in a place that you really want to have be for flood mitigation is a really pretty bad idea. And it will inhibit the city's ability to buy the land, whether we're going to be buying it acre by acre or in one fell swoop. I don't know where the city
I'm confused, Sarah. I didn't understand this land as to be the flood mitigation land. I thought that was separate.
No, it is separate. So there's 3 zones, and this is the open space zone. But as I read the agreement, the open space zone is understood to also become natural flood mitigation for both the CU development and for the city's overall flood mitigation planning. It's
It'll
understood
reconnect
that
the natural floodplain. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep.
And would reconnecting the natural floodplain, I guess this is a question for Phil. I'm assuming that it was discussed that it would it still reconnect the natural floodplain if they did a solar installation or community gardens?
Well, right now it's set up so that if we didn't exercise the option to buy the open space land, then and CU still owns it and they're annexed into the city, they can build a solar installation and community gardens.
But would that inhibit flood mitigation there?
Yeah, I don't see how the project would move forward without that land. So I'm not sure it's a thing that's very likely or is a big deal to negotiate.
All right, maybe we're spending too much time on this.
No, well, that at least from my perspective, that was helpful to understand, because if the point of this is to have additional flood mitigation and those things inhibit that, I don't know why we'd ever want that, irrespective of whether or not we bought it. Now I get it. Sorry, I was just trying to clarify it for myself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So a solar array would inhibit flood mitigation?
Well, it's the domino effect of not having the land needed to compensate for open space losses, and not having the open space losses, we don't have the land for the flood project, and then yeah. So it's all connected.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll move ahead.
All right.
Development zone.
Thumbs up on that. Yeah.
Yep,
Okay.
a new term. Recommend prohibiting solar panel fields on the OSO area. That's duplicating. And it's probably really, this one's probably really recommend encouraging CU to design an alternative energy grid to use the built environment roofs rather than unbuilt environment. And I know there was a little bit of debate at the meeting.
Yeah, I like Brian's point about
Yeah, I
that.
can't really support that.
I mean, I like the idea, but in practice, it's like that's.
How about to use built environment areas rather than unbuilt environment?
And just get rid of roofs?
Well, that to use rather than to use built environment, and then just take off everything include the ended grid to use built environment.
Well, a whole
And then
system,
eliminate the other, because why call out roofs?
a whole systems engineer devises these things the way that you and John sweat over the water details. And so to broad brush it as this is how you'll achieve your goal and not really knowing how they do it. Because if the net goal you're after is environmental and sustainability, there's a lot of paths to that. And why are we constricting? I like what Sarah was trying to, or whoever put it in place. I like that idea, but then I like how Brian had the counterpoint. So I'd like to find a way to have some language that captures the spirit of what we're trying to say, but doesn't get into specifics, because this requires specifics in engineering to arrive at the energy use calculation and how it's done.
So maybe
Isn't this
the way
covered by
to-
12C? Sorry, Sarah.
I think
I would say maybe just recommend encouraging CU to design alternative energy grid, period. Get rid of that.
That sounds good to me.
I think that's
I
okay.
like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get really nervous when we start putting in restrictions on solar. It's like, here we are, Boulder, and we're saying prohibit solar installations.
Already hard enough as it is. We should try to do a solar carport with our height limits.
All right.
Anyway,
I like that.
Oh, Brian, I missed you.
Alternative energy grid.
Okay, I guess I'll do is there any dissenting thumbs?
That's fine.
I think we're good.
This is decreasing the cumulative amount of non-residential floor area from 750 to 750,000 to 500,000 square feet.
I don't want to do that one.
Yeah, I don't see that working.
No, somebody's going to have to do a separate motion for that. It's way too, I think it would be, I mean, in my opinion.
I mean, it's not going to be a non-substantive negotiating point at CU, so.
Well, why don't we just do a thumbs up? Why don't we find out who wants?
Okay, yeah, who wants that one again? 1, 2, 3.
3.
Okay,
so
then
unlikely to
put
get
a little
majority.
3 in the middle.
No, we didn't win with it. We didn't have majority, so.
Yeah, I think this is the column unlikely to get a majority, so.
Yeah.
But again, people can always make, motion making is an open meeting protocol.
Yeah, motion making's for 2 a.m.
Yeah, well, let's see how we get it. Let's keep going. All right.
Clarify whether the university will convey land, this is 15K, and add a description of which target incomes or types of positions will be served through the remaining housing units. So this is the affordable housing section. Yep. Okay.
I thought that was pretty clear that they were going to convey the land to a nonprofit housing partner.
Well, to make sure it says, I don't think the word convey was used. I think
it wasn't?
Yeah,
Okay.
so I think that's definitely the intent.
The answer last week wasn't,
It says
Shouldn't
make
it say
available.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, delete the reference to workforce
Hey, I'm
housing.
sorry, shouldn't it say instead of clarify whether the university will convey the land, it's just clarify that the university will convey the land?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
To a nonprofit.
It just says affordable housing developer.
To affordable housing developer.
All right. In that same section, we'll delete the reference to workforce housing and add that.
Actually, it should just be change the reference to workforce housing to university employees and non-freshman student housing.
Yeah.
Right, we use the full language in one sentence, but not in another.
Yeah.
And it needs to be used in all of them that relate to this particular item. By the way, Phil and whoever's been keeping this, amazing work.
Well, we're getting there.
Seriously.
Okay.
Yeah,
moving on.
data analytics bot we talking about, Sarah. We get Phil 2000 just deployed across every municipality.
Change the, okay, so this was the large home provision. Change that 4,000 square foot that can apply for the ratio to 2,000.
Yep.
Okay.
Everybody's okay with that, right?
Okay.
Yep.
We're going to add co-ops as an allowed use throughout the site, throughout the development area, including down below and the use transition.
Yay, co-ops.
Do not allow parks and recreation.
But co-op housing will still be for university faculty, staff, and
it's still part of the whole housing program.
Yeah.
Yeah, those uses are kind of orthogonal to that in the way it appears in those tables. So yeah.
That's a big word, David.
I love the word orthogonal.
College word, buddy. Good thing this is CU South.
Okay, so this is a discussion of 36A. So we'll be moving, this needs to move down below, but this is in the kind of phasing of don't allow the parks and rec uses, temporary access road, parking and renewable energy systems prior to construction of the project. Right now, that's what could happen and within that 3-year anniversary period.
Only on the flood, in the flood zone or also in the development zone?
Well, you could clarify that the parks and rec uses would be in the flood control zone. So I guess the bigger question is, do you want to pause all development in that 3-year anniversary, or are you okay with some recreational development if it's built?
I don't know about if I remember what we were intending to do with this. Does anyone want to speak to this one?
Well, I can just say for me, I know that the recommendation on the solar access issue, the solar fields issue, resolves my concern about the renewable energy alternative systems being built before the flood mitigation.
So maybe we strike that line.
I think that we can just X that one out, because honestly.
Okay. If there's no concern.
No.
This section needs to be updated. We'll double check the section number, but that all housing needs to be, this is a comment of transfer of property. So we'll move that down below, but if it was transferred, the housing still needs to be for university faculty, staff, and students. And I might just write here, if transferred.
We need to specify there that
families and spouses and
John was going to say something.
Yeah, we need to make sure we leave the affordable housing. That's supposed to be available for everybody.
Yep, I was just thinking about that.
All housing other than the planned affordable housing.
just to clarify, are you talking about an inter-university entity transfer, or are you talking about any transfer?
This was under the discussion of if they sell it to a non-university entity, so a private developer. Yeah.
Okay with that, everybody?
Except planned 5-acre affordable housing. Once you say 5 acres, they'll know what you're talking about.
Do we want to, what if it was transferred to the city of Boulder? Do we want to exempt ourselves from that?
Yeah, city of Boulder gets to do what they want. Put that in. Except, you know, you could put in city of Boulder, including housing authority, but, and well, I don't know. Because if you say our housing authority, which is housing partners, you eliminate all other housing providers, affordable housing providers.
Well, how about if transferred, parentheses, except to the city of Boulder, it will be only for, you know, CU faculty, staff, and students, with the exception of the 5-acre affordable housing parcel or something to that effect. Because I do think if it's transferred to the city, we don't want to box ourselves into, we might want to do more affordable housing, for instance.
Right, right.
Can I just double check staff covers professors, adjuncts, as well as food service and janitors and all that stuff?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
it's my understanding. And I would ask if CU's on the line to correct me if that was wrong, but is that okay? If we see a sentence that just doesn't make sense after midnight ends, we can correct that and we'll mail out the fresh copy to you.
And I also, you know, think that the motion maker probably won't really read every sentence. So pay attention and we'll be referring to this. Okay.
Flood control zone. We're going to add a sentence about it, not and to ensure. 1 second, let me pull up this one term just to double check.
I was looking at that one. It says right now that it will not interfere with the functionality of the project, comma, and then I guess and ensure it does not unduly impact open space and state natural area.
Okay.
Okay, everyone?
Yeah, it's to ensure that Parks and Rec uses, that's what it refers to.
Oh, yeah.
Parks and Rec uses do not unduly impact adjacent open space and the state natural area.
Thank you, Sarah. I was reading that while I said it. All right.
We would like to add planning board would like to add a criteria for displacement of wetlands, things you would typically see like a 2-to-1 or something.
It's not the criteria, it's defining what is displacement of a wetland. So that both CU and the city have a shared definition, since the displacement leads to an exchange of funds for mitigation on open space land.
Okay. Just short.
That looks pretty good.
Okay.
Everybody okay?
And this may be addressed in the agreement, but if not, it's recommending a new term of additional wetland mapping will be required prior to development. And There's a
Right.
wetland map that's submitted with the annexation, so we'll have the baseline now, but when that happens.
That sounds good too.
Okay. Almost kind of getting through this. Transportation, a new term, the city to set a level of service requirements and all transportation planning flow from that. Maybe establish as a baseline for future transportation planning.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking anyway.
So, you know, I'm just going to throw this out there. A lot of times when we have transportations, I'm echoing because of you, John. Do you mind if I mute you? There we go. When we do use the service requirements, it can disincentivize us to try to limit the accommodation of additional car traffic and solve our transportation strategies in other ways. And I just want to make sure that we don't set up something that, you know, is like, oh, we have to start widening streets because, you know, it's just not, that's not our approach. So it makes me a little nervous to, we already have a lot of really good transportation strategies to adapt to changing conditions in here. And this one makes me a little nervous because once you start guaranteeing service requirements, you start to emphasize the convenience to car traffic. And that, not that I like pain, but I just don't want to go against our principles of our best practices around transportation. How do other people feel that, or is it just me?
Well,
It just seems like it
think that's a
would
good
try to
point.
override our current standards.
What did you say, Brian?
It seems like it would be trying to override our current standards and practices for transportation design without any, I mean, I certainly haven't thought this through, so.
Can we I'd prefer to maybe not go into this one if there are other people that feel that way.
Can I just say what I was trying to think of with this? It was that without a level of service metric set by the city, like it's hard to know whether or not the transportation proposals for the site do, or like what the impacts are. I mean, I think it just seems to me like it's part of the formula. And so it wasn't about creating new levels of service requirements. It was about determining within our current level of service options, what is the city prepared to accept? And then plug that into the discussions around the transportation plan. That's really what I was trying to think about.
It feels like it's a throwback to an older way of doing things that we've been trying to get away from with better modern thinking about transportation design.
Tell us how you really feel.
Well, it's an automotive based way of looking at it without dealing with the multimodal transportation design system that we've actually been innovating for years. So
I just don't, I don't think this is, there are transportation studies, and it does say that there will be further transportation studies, and those do include things like this. I just don't want to highlight this.
You know, it just seems like we're going to be bringing, face it, folks, we're going to be bringing a lot more cars into this area than have previously existed. And it's going to be the same intersections, same access, et cetera, et cetera. And you can say it's the old way of doing planning, but suggest a new way besides the trips.
Trip counts, and also TDM plans. And our current transportation design system accounts for bikes and car shares and buses in a way that the older school level of service mindset doesn't include. It's not that it doesn't, our current mindset does include cars. It doesn't discount them, but it includes other things that are not included by cars. So essentially by offering this up, what you're saying is like, let's de-emphasize bikes and buses and multimodal and car sharing and refocus on suburban style automotive transportation engineering. That's why I
So
would support this.
one more
Okay,
point.
just-
I'm going to do a straw poll very quickly here, but if you really think you have some important.
Dave, I just want to make it clear. I do not want to de-emphasize car sharing, bikes, electric bike access, et cetera, et cetera. et
I
cetera.
believe you. Yeah.
Just, and I don't think, but you know, I guarantee you the intersections will get clogged up because this is a huge development. And we probably should make sure that we have surveys of people like, why are you still driving? You know, when we've given everybody an e-bike for free.
Well, I know I've been following Todd's comments on this, and they've actually hammered on how the reductions are too conservative in the traffic study. That they're actually, you know, so there's two sides to all this. So I think who feels really strongly, this should be included? Thumbs up.
I can make an alternative suggestion, which is a recommendation.
Thumbs up for which one?
For the service requirements as a baseline for future transportation planning.
Yeah, I like that, but I'll probably be the only one.
I see Sarah, so you got two. But it doesn't fall to the level of, I think we need to put an X on the third column and move on, if that's okay. It doesn't mean that somebody can't make another motion, right? Is that okay? Can we move on?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
David, is that it's unlikely to have a majority, David? Okay. Roadway bypass, we should include in that reference to a gate and limited access to 93.
Yeah, except maintenance, emergency, and I would actually add controlled construction.
I think this is really punitive. We've got people who are living in here that would then have to drive miles out of their way. I think that this is too much. Perhaps there could be a recommendation that you need certain qualifications to use it, but I really think that this is too extreme.
Okay, I'm open to.
Wait. I'm sorry, David. This is a CU campus that's going to be oriented towards CU, which is to the north. This exit is to the south. So I don't know exactly who is going to be taking miles out of their way.
Maybe people who work to the south who live there with their spouse.
Yeah, 1,100 people who want to go up, you know, maybe they want to go up Steen and then they can't, you know, they can't get out onto the highway. They have to go all the way around.
I'd like to just chime in on this. Like when we're asked by a city to provide multiple points of entrance to a new neighborhood, it's not really just for fire department access. It's actually to allow people to get out of the neighborhood, partially for permeability and traffic reasons, but largely because they're trying to get people out in the case of an emergency on their own without a gate. But you know, I just don't know that a gate would satisfy what the authorities who ask us for these things are looking for. But.
Oh, well then something, if the gate isn't what emergency access looks for, then whatever they recommend that controls the access.
Yeah, data analytics tied to your trip cap on your, you know, mobility quotient. Gates closed to you, sorry.
You know, I still find this really bad, restrictive, because we're saying that all Ingress and Ingress is going to go from that one side of this fairly large property, and we've got 1,100 residences in there who would like to be able to get out to a southbound route without having to go all the way up and around miles. I think that this is, you know,
David, but David,
personally-
it's an exit that we already know it's not going to be approved. It doesn't have the sight lines. I mean, it's like, what would have to
If it's not going to be approved, let's just not worry about it.
that is not something that I've heard anywhere. I actually thought that CDOT's been consulted on this.
Did you read
Bill?
if you read the county letter and she went through all the different like site,
Right.
It's not, it would require like a 400-foot addition on the side of the road, and it doesn't have the sight lines because of the hill coming over. I mean, which is why we recognize that you need to have this emergency exit, but this access point, but it can only be, I think we're suggesting it only be used as an emergency, or maybe it's only used for a right-hand turn off of 93 coming in from the south. I mean, it's,
Well, I would really have to hold my nose to vote on any motion that included this. Does anyone else feel like, or am I the only one in the thinking that? Because
remember, these are recommendations, David. That's all. We don't.
I understand that, but I also think that the power of recommendations is a lot better if you have better consensus. But if I'm the only one,
You can make a motion, Dave.
Come back.
Right.
If you're having served on city council, even if you're the only one, that someone will say, I think that we should look at this because I looked at the tape and David was the only one and I want to discuss this.
So why don't we do a thumbs up on this, and then we know what the vote is.
Yeah. Who wants this?
3.
Oh, okay.
So at this
I thought I
point,
was the only one.
it would be in that column.
All right.
I couldn't see people. How many people?
It was you, Sarah, and John.
Okay, that's 3. That's called a split vote.
Moving on.
Just kidding.
And there can always be more motions. Establish a safe multimodal crossing. Oh, you're supposed to be reading this, Phil. Sorry.
Oh, it's fine. At State Highway 93 that connects to, and there was a note about connecting to Marshall Road, not the road, but the multimodal features.
2 L's on Marshall, right? For the record.
So people like this one?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, that's a quick
But
one.
I like the next one better.
All right, let's move on.
Well,
Let's determine for a multi-use paths, user safety and underpass is needed at State Highway 93. Access CU will cost share for the design and construction. I think, Crystal, this was your one. If this is a requirement as part of the permit, the university shall pay the entire cost.
Sounds okay to me.
Fine with me.
Good job, Crystal.
Thank you.
Wordsmithing.
The university will compensate the city to address loss of service due to diminishment of the level of service. So this is probably what I would characterize as like the transportation excise tax that we would typically charge. Looks like, don't know if David's frozen.
No, I'm just thinking. Okay. Anybody want to talk to that one? I just don't know what.
Well,
sounds like we've got it covered by the excise tax.
Yeah,
well, that's being negotiated and it's not in the agreement at this point, but we're in discussions.
So do you guys want to throw your weight in behind the excise tax idea?
Yeah.
That seems like that might be a constructive thing to do.
All right.
Cool.
In that connection, I wonder if we want to talk payment in lieu of taxes altogether, which I know the university resists very strongly, but other agencies do pay it. And I think it's a principle we should discuss.
Okay.
If you use the money to give everybody an eco pass in this town, you probably wouldn't have a loss of level of service.
All right, so I guess everybody liked that one. The next State Highway 93 access, I think we covered that already as a third category one.
Okay, so should I delete this, David?
Maybe just delete it. Yeah.
Repeat.
Okay. Okay, the university will employ technology for real-time traffic trends. This is in the trip cap section. Cool. Everyone like that. Reduce the number of days included in to remedy a violation. So I don't know exactly what that will look like, but at least that's the direction or the recommendation.
What's the number of days currently? Was it 344? Was that what you had said, Sarah?
Yeah, the total from beginning a monitoring to the last date at which remedy could happen is 344 days.
Do you want to make it more specific?
Well, what I had actually thought I was proposing was to reduce the number of days for the entire process without trying to specify, because if you're using better technology, then you can get real-time data, which then everything can speed up. So that was what I was trying to get at. So reduce the number of days from monitoring to violation remedy, or significant reduction in the number of days from.
How about reduce the time frame, the designated time frame between violation and remediation?
That's fine. You know, in a perfect world where we effectively use tracking data, there should be this, you know, the university would be tracking daily and the city would be getting daily information, right? And just using the same dashboard of some kind. So everything should be sped up. And anyway, so you get the idea.
Okay, no
Sounds
problem.
like there's support.
So yeah, I would add the word, like what you said, Sarah, significantly reduce, right? I think because what you said is.
Thank you.
That sounds good.
A more meaningful bottom line penalty needs to be imposed.
For violations.
I think what I was trying to say, and maybe it can be worded more eloquently by someone who's more awake than I am, but what I was trying to say is, if the trip cap is exceeded, a significant penalty should be put in place, from on the outset, right? Because that's not the right way to word it, but you may get what I'd like to accomplish with this is for the university to catch the getting to exceeding the trip cap before they do. And by putting in a penalty that's meaningful, hopefully in combination with what we're trying to do above, that will happen.
So a significant penalty.
Let's try putting in a sentence to start this that says to incentivize not crossing the trip cap. We use violation. Okay, trip cap. Yeah, so that means that you know that you're going to get a significant immediate penalty.
Okay.
Does that work, Georgie?
Yeah, that makes sense to me, I think.
Got to buy the city a skip bus if you go over the limit.
Do people like that one?
Yeah, it's called
That's
the
a very
boot,
good idea, Brian.
the boot provision.
Buy a bus. We should just put that in there. That's great.
Buy a bus. You get 10 boots, 10 boots, you gotta buy a bus.
This next one might be a repeat. A traffic impact analysis completed prior to annexation that shows a greater understanding of the impacts. And then later in the review of plans, it was to add the TDM programs as routed to the city, as well as updated traffic impact analysis. So
yeah, seems like you could delete that first one.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Okay, increase the review time for that. I believe it was the conceptual design from 60 to 90 days. I think everyone's probably on board.
I think that's okay.
University will include the county as a referral agency. Good. Add TDM programs and updated traffic analysis when they route those materials to us in the future. Good. The CU Boulder South Master Plan shall address how the plan will meet the city's climate goals.
Yep.
Good.
I think.
Let's see, income targets for housing units will be provided by the university to define income levels served.
Mhm.
What happened to?
I'm sorry. I just want to understand that more. We're talking about all the housing, the students, the faculty, the staff.
Yeah, I'm assuming we get a breakdown that says, this stuff's market rate, this stuff's middle income, this stuff's, and based on percent of AMI.
What are we doing this for?
Yeah, why do we care?
We're doing this to show that it's going to serve a variety of incomes of faculty, staff, and non-freshman students in order to make sure, or in order to understand that the diversity, inclusiveness, and equity are represented by the housing program.
Does this come out?
Problem is we don't really know if they're collecting this information at all. Like, are they income qualifying their employees, for housing, and are they gathering the entire sort of kind of comparable amount of information the city of Boulder would for their calculations, like spouses,
Yeah, I like
income,
that.
and stuff.
That's the point, Brian. And the university has said they're going to do this, and I think it's important that it's transparent. In other words, we're serving, 15% of the very lowest, 30%, blah, 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 of, the average area. This is too late for me. Of the average area income. No, that's not the right wording.
Area median income.
So
I honestly don't understand why we're putting that in here, because if there's no teeth to anything that we have, and we're already asking them to serve the faculty, staff, and the students, I just don't understand.
Yeah, I agree with everything.
The goal is, who knows? Would they only be staff serving upper administrator?
Let's say they did only serve upper administrators, and they told you that, then so what? There's nothing built in this agreement that we could do anything with it. We just look at them and go, we don't like that. So it's kind of a pointless requirement.
Are we ready to vote on this one?
Well, wait a minute.
Okay.
I think
Yeah.
the point is,
It's a great point,
we're-
but it doesn't fit.
here,
Go ahead, Crystal. I'm sorry.
okay, here's the point. On every annexation, our goal is to require 50% affordable as part of the community benefit. Do we always hit that target? No, but we hit more than 10% what they're guaranteeing right now with the 5 acres. So in order to be able to evaluate, well, I mean, in order to understand who they're serving, maybe we just put in, it's required that you serve, you know, up to 40% that are within the 80% of the average area medium income. Because that's what we usually, when the housing department negotiates with the developers, they usually have targets within the average area medium income. And so I think I'd like to require the university to meet some kind of income levels.
Well, that's much different from what this says.
I know it's much different,
Yeah,
because the university says they have a strong diversity, inclusion and equity program. And so I believe them when you say that on the record. But I'd like to make sure that they're transparent about who they're serving. Not an individual, but what income levels.
I think we should vote.
Yeah, okay.
Or change it to what you're asking for, Crystal, because I agree that doesn't say what you just said.
Okay. It's kind of late, but if you have a suggestion. So income targets for housing units that will provide housing for those within 80% of the average area income. We could say for 40% of the housing units. And CU might say that's what we do anyway, and that's fine with us. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll just pay them less.
Well, I'll just say I'm confident that what led to the donation of the 5 acres was the result of a lot of back and forth on this kind of thing, and that we're kind of making stuff up that, you know, we can recommend it, but I think it's just kind of making stuff up.
Let's just vote. Let's just vote.
Wait a minute. I actually am a bit offended by that. I'm not making stuff up. I explained that during annexations, we usually try to get permanently affordable housing.
Yeah,
and I think that there is a value in market rate housing, but there's also a value in walking our talk on inclusion, diversity, and equity. And that's what our housing department asked of developers.
But
Okay,
that doesn't have merit if there is nothing for it to stick to. And so we need to find a place that it can stick to if we're going to dedicate this amount of time on it.
There's more to it, right? Because the annexation agreement is a giant negotiated pot of stuff, which includes things. I think for the community's benefit, it's important to understand that just because we're not getting 50% affordable housing here, or 45% affordable housing, doesn't mean we're not getting a community benefit with the land and the flood mitigation, all the other things, plus the benefits that the university brings to the town. So that was what they stated in their discussion point. I'm just putting it out there as a counterpoint to a traditional annexation.
Well, I understand that with their community benefit of the flood mitigation on the property, but I think there should be some targets that address permanently affordable housing.
Okay,
And
here's a suggestion.
10% is one of those.
Crystal, here's a suggestion, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to belittle what you were doing by saying we're making stuff up, but we are putting numbers in that are just kind of a little bit off the cuff. How about if we said income targets for housing units that will provide affordable housing, period, and then
with city policy.
That's great. You asked me to put in numbers, so I put in numbers. I'm fine with taking it out, and you could say income targets for housing units that will provide affordable housing
Commensurate
for-
with city's
for the
state goals.
university community.
Look, we're asking the city to be a community, they are a community member. We're saying this is what we as a community have determined are our goals as a city. They're a sovereign entity. They're their own thing. We're saying our world that we live in, we've decided as a community, these are our targets. We would like you to consider those targets.
Yeah, that's another way, Peter. Yeah,
I think that's an interesting way to frame it, Peter.
I do. I think
If a
you
guest comes over to your house, you're like, it's a no shoe house. They wear their shoes. You're like, that's weird.
well, Peter.
What can you do?
Peter,
If they're funny, they'll stay. I don't know if you like them or you need them to stay. But we can't fight it. Like George, you said, there's no teeth, but we can say, here's who we are. I mean, it's just, we make our
that's
point.
a good, I like that, how you have it written, income targets for housing units that will provide, yeah, that's good. And then the CU can have a discussion with our housing department and understand those and say, they'll probably come back and say, we're exceeding this. I hope they will.
So is this a concept review, site review? When would we see these numbers?
This is in the review of plans during the CU South master plan and the conceptual design plans. And so this would be, I guess you want to include this into those plans that will be routed to the city.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to see, I couldn't remember which plans those appear in.
Perfect.
Okay, this seems okay.
All right. Sound good to good.
Let's, I don't know. Are there thumbs up everywhere?
What happened to the first, the one at the top of this section where the city gets to review the master plan? If you scroll up to the top.
It's right
Yeah,
there.
but
It's
set that in.
Oh, we already did that.
Yep.
Okay.
Wait, where are the climate things? Did you put those in?
That was done already, yeah.
Yeah.
Those are 36, the 336Bs. Oh, the 236Bs.
Okay, yep, 36B. This is disconnection. Add a sentence about, and the land required for the project is transferred to the utilities department for non-open space purposes. We kind of just discussed that, and so. Okay, so this is as part of the permits that are required for that de-annexation clause, disconnection clause. You would recommend that add the open space disposal as part of the permits necessary for the project. And then we would insert this sentence after this sentence in the paragraph. Sarah, should I write and possible referendum?
Yeah, and possible referendum, since it's an option, but not a requirement.
And I think this would be of the disposal.
Yeah. Yes, 36.
Yep.
So I'll just reiterate, I'm not fond of this because it duplicates stuff that's already in our city requirements. But if everybody else feels strongly that we should do that duplication, I won't complain.
Yeah, the hesitancy I have is the same, because I think I've seen before annexation agreements build in stuff like this, and then in a little while later, they actually are in conflict with the policies that we have, and we have this like bad governance process by putting things in two different places. But
I would prefer to keep it in category 2 or 3, and then just and that can be a separate motion if people feel strongly. I really think that we can get a really strong motion with most of this stuff, but not throw in everything if there's hesitancy. And I'm pretty hesitant on this one.
Well, why don't we take a thumbs up? Because I'm not hesitant on this at all.
All right. So what are the thumbs ups on this one? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4.
Crystal, your hand's not on the camera. If you're
I thought Crystal's thumb. So that's four thumbs up. So that would be kind of in row 2, right?
Yeah. Although I
Okay.
will say right now that I think anything that has more that 4 votes or more should go into the list of recommendations, and council can sort through them.
So I'll go ahead and lay my cards out on the table. I'd like to make a motion when we finish with just the column 1, and then people can entertain friendlies and subsequent motions. I mean, that'll get us out of here at some time tonight, but let's keep going and then see where we get. Yeah, Phil.
Transfer of property needs to be very well defined.
Yes.
That's a easy yes.
I'm not even sure it's terms, just the whole section needs to be better defined.
Just kind of the theme of all these meetings.
Section, okay. Prohibition on CU transferring property unless there is an amendment to this agreement by the parties. So this does not allow the university to sell the land unless this agreement is amended. Which
I would like to clarify with what we already did, which was we prohibited the transfer for anything but student housing and faculty housing, right? We've already done that. Is that correct?
Say that one more time.
Up at the top or up on the first page, we did that, the prohibition on transfer except for student faculty housing or staff housing, right?
We want it to all be university faculty staff, housing,
So
we could probably strike this one.
I would think we can remove that now.
Yeah, let's do it.
Like that makes
Let's clean it
sense.
up.
Crystal, I think you were saying something, but you were on mute just in case.
Parsimony is our goal after midnight.
I'm sorry. George, where were you saying that this item is replaced by what?
Well, it's not replaced necessarily, but we're saying the only way a transfer could occur is if it was transferred to someone else that would build student or staff or faculty housing, with the exception of the city of Boulder, right? So if we have that in there, then my concerns, at least for transferring the property, if the city has the ability to buy it and it's transferred to someone, or it's transferred to someone who's just going to build the same housing that the university would build, then I don't see the need for a prohibition for transferring the property.
Well, if it addressed non-residential also, and just property. We had a question about what if a private developer is going to develop a sports type of facility or recreation. So I'm not comfortable with that unless it goes a little bit deeper and includes the non-residential properties.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we should, to your point, maybe we should include the non-residential for only for university use, right? Because except it eliminates flexibility around this kind of, get a gallon of milk and that type of thing.
Right. I mean, anybody can build the get a gallon of milk shop. I mean, the university can, or it doesn't eliminate the uses. It just says that CU would have to, it would have to be done by agreement by the parties. And we've made all these concessions because it's CU, which is great. A lot of us came here because of CU, but having the non-residential go into the private sector, that's what I want to prohibit unless we review the agreement and plug every single loophole. So then I'm assuming one of the loopholes is they'd have to go through site review. They'd have to do this, that, and the other. And which is how you ensure you get conformity to your other city goals that the land use code enables?
Well, I don't know. I guess it could go either way too. An amendment could, there could be political will to loosen restrictions too if you're rewriting the amendment agreement. But I don't know what this really says. I mean, you could just open it up and say, oh, okay, it looks okay, and close it, so you've amended it. But I just don't see what we're getting.
Okay, it's important to me.
I agree with David. I agree with both of you, actually. I think what you're trying to accomplish is, I believe in the same thing that you're saying, Crystal. But by saying unless there is an amendment to this agreement, then it just opens the door to an amendment to this agreement for some future council.
Then just eliminate, just say prohibition on CU transferring property, period. Because that's one of the things that's one of the big distrust items that we heard in public hearing and in communication with the planning board is CU is going to get this whole thing entitled and then sell it. And I don't believe that, but will they sell something? I don't know. I mean, I don't believe they'll just outright sell the whole thing.
It's every person in this town who says that housing prices are too high and speculators are coming in won't agree, probably in writing, to sell their house to a young family when they could get $100,000 more to sell it to an investor, no matter what they've said the whole time they've ever lived here. And so they're saying that they want the right. I'm putting myself in their shoes here. They're negotiating for the right to have that optionality. And who would buy? I mean, look, unless they're hoodwinking us and they're determining that this is the end of their long run in Boulder, and there's this whole history of distrust up to this point, it's good business to provide optionality, and they've done that. And if we put a straight ban on it, after I like what Georgie's done with encapsulating some of it, I obstruct the negotiation aspect of it. I don't like the idea that the sale is even in conversation, because it's not what we're here to do, and it sticks in my throat. But
and we're spending an awful lot of time on it too.
Yeah, so making a strict prohibition, I feel like is not in the spirit of what we're doing, and I don't know. So I think we should do a straw poll vote on it. It's a tough one, but in the totality of everything, I like how we've structured it so far. We put some guardrails on it.
Yeah, and actually for me, it's not a tough one at all, because we don't know what the future holds. It could be that the transferring of property would be to something that the city would really love to have in a future world. So what we have put in is a lot of stopgaps to make sure outcomes, if a transfer were to occur, wouldn't be in our worst interest. But putting a full prohibition on, I think it would be really dangerous. So I definitely want.
Yes, I want to just chime in two things if I get a little time here. Like, one is amending an annexation agreement is a very lengthy process. So anytime you're trying to do a real estate transaction, like if we think 90 days was too fast, this is going to be like a lot longer than that. That's the first point. So it's a really kind of weird impediment to anything happening. The other part of it is like, there might be some really positive people that they want to transfer property to. Like, it could be a little mom and pop market. It could be like a little Lucky's Market South. It could be AMR to do ambulance services. It could be, there's a lot of things that I don't know if we've really thought that stuff through well enough to know. I know there's like, or maybe it's just a better housing provider for affordable housing. I don't know. So I don't really know what the unintended consequences of this whole thing might be. Kind of get the sentiments on all sides. So
are we ready to do a straw poll on this one? We could keep talking, but you know, we're at almost
Okay.
8 o'clock.
It's going to be a deal killer for a lot of people. This is what we've heard from the public. I think they're elected officials that are also concerned, but this is
Well,
a deal killer
The council can
for the
take it up.
public.
And the process we're going through doesn't guarantee a unanimous vote on any motions. So, but I think that I'd like to do the straw poll. Who is for this one?
And I would say,
I
David,
am.
there appears to be a duplicate here, so I'm going to delete the top one, and it's this. I think it's this one that's better worded. The university shall not transfer land on this property unless the annexation agreement is amended.
Okay.
That seems to be the more better written one.
That's mine.
Okay.
Yes.
So we have two
yeses on that.
Two
So that's
support.
Who are the yeses?
Yourself and John.
Me
Yep.
and
John.
John, sorry.
and John.
Moving on.
Permitted uses would not transfer to new ownership. Uses revert to public uses that are allowed in the public zone.
I think the time frame we put on that was at the time of the transfer to new ownership. Is that right, Brian?
Yes.
I think this is reasonable to look at.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of those things were written in there to make what kind of a place CU's trying to make, and somebody else, if they're not going to do that, then it doesn't make sense anymore. So, yeah.
Everybody want to vote on this one? Are we okay? All right.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
No no's. Okay, just a few more. Codify in the right of first refusal offer. There is no intent to sell, and so that would be something that
I'm for that.
purchase price. This is around the purchase price that the city would that would be agreed to for the ROFR, and that would be the price would be from 1996. The purchase price then with a 3% annual escalation.
Yeah, I have no problem floating that balloon.
I actually have a question about that, and maybe now's not the right time, but the land has had no increase in value. It won't have increase in value until it is annexed. So maybe the 3% escalation should start at annexation.
We're not appraisers. We don't know that for sure.
Well, I mean, just if you look at land values, they do go up before they're annexed, and then when they annex, they go up a lot more than that.
The land bank. I like where you're going, Sarah, on that, but I don't think that we could tie to it because the market would say different. I probably.
Okay. So as written, David, do you want to do this is the second to last one.
Yeah, let's do a thumbs up on this one. Are people comfortable recommending this go in?
Which one? The purchase price?
The purchase price. The city would be able to.
I cannot see anybody who's voting because my screen.
Oh, okay. Let me tell you.
Read it out.
Yeah, I'll read out to you. So I see a thumbs up from Georgie, from me, from Sarah, from John, from Peter,
Everyone.
and from you. So it's everybody gave a thumbs up.
And from Chris.
Yep.
And the very last one is a 45-day. The 45-day term must be replaced with a longer time period that would enable the city to go through the necessary processes up to and including a public vote. So this is enough time to get the money to actually make the offer.
To complete due diligence.
Yeah, the reason you need to, I think you need to include the public vote option is because if there's a tax, it has to go, if I'm understanding our laws correctly, it has to go to a public vote.
Yeah, I would say after necessary processes to secure funding or revenue or something.
That's fine, whatever,
I think
whatever.
it needs to say what we're doing here. Yeah.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
you
Okay,
would-
then, yeah, you don't. Well, yeah, leave that vote thing in there just because I mean
Okay.
that kind of indicates how severe.
Yeah.
it could be
Okay.
if that were really required. So
That's a
I
good
kind of
point.
yeah. Thumbs ups.
Okay. And David,
I see John, me, Sarah, Peter, Georgie, Brian. I don't see Crystal's thumbs up on that one. So Crystal, you're not comfortable with that one?
Oh, which one?
We're lengthening the time period.
Yeah, no, I said.
Yeah. Okay, so it's everybody gave a thumbs up to that. Great.
So we've gotten through all of them.
Great.
That was a lot to get through. So thank you.
So thank you so much,
Could
Phil.
we
That
go
was
back,
fantastic.
David? There are two things I wanted to talk about: the definition of university, and if Phil could put that up, because when it says university or the transfers. I mean, how do we resolve that? I think anybody who obtains the land should not have the benefits of not having to go through a site review, et cetera.
Yeah, he hasn't changed this. Yeah, I don't think we gave those comments. I don't think it's been.
That's our first recommendation, actually.
It's our first recommendation.
Distinguished between the university and owner.
Development rights.
And if transferred, our typical processes would come into play, site review and so on.
And it says that somewhere.
Yes,
Because people are saying,
This is snafu.
you know,
This is drafting snafu. You got it.
Yep. The existing agreement does say if it's transferred, that transfer is initiated, the city processes, zoning, police powers come into full force.
and it does say that.
Yes, ma'am.
God, I missed that. Solves a lot of problems.
It does.
The one blank, Crystal, you asked to circle back around with you on the large scale sport venue.
Oh, where do we put, is it in the use restrictions where we would put it's not so much the large sports venues. It's like the small stadium about the size of Fairview, whatever that went under.
So we define it right now as the fixed seating capacity of 3,000 seats. And so if it was the definition, which caps how big it can be, we could put that in the definitions. But
I thought sports venue large was football stadiums, which are not
include that. Yeah.
But according to the definitions here, sports
in the use restrictions.
It's in the definitions, this document says large scale sports venue means an arena, stadium, or any other type of sports facility with a fixed seating in excess of 3,000 people, including without limitation a football stadium or basketball arena.
Yep.
There you go.
Okay, so that is not allowed.
Yes, ma'am. Yep.
And Phil, yeah, in the other place it says sports venue, large. It probably should be changed to, this is just editorial, but it should probably be consistent with the definition. I don't think we have to have a motion on that.
No.
Well, the point I wanted to get at is I do think, so the other sports venues would be smaller than 3,000 seats.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes. They would all have to be. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's too high. I'd change it down to 2,000.
Okay, any discussion before we do a thumbs on that one? All right, who would support that one?
Me.
Sarah, John, and Crystal. Okay, so that one is in category 3. Is there any other discussion before we might want to just go ahead and start working on a motion here?
Let's go for it.
Okay, So,
I have a motion, David,
Oh,
that
okay,
you suggested yours. My motion would be planning board recommends that city council incorporates the following recommendations into the CU South annexation agreement for consideration.
I would second that motion.
and which ones? Sorry.
Planning board recommends that city council incorporates the following recommendations into the CU South annexation agreement for consideration. And then you just attach that whole sheet. If you want to say,
I like it.
Aaron, do we, for
so
legal reasons, need to reference any of this stuff with addresses and things like that?
I think it would be good to have the,
Yeah,
the case
do that.
number.
Yeah, actually, I would prefer that there be a different motion than that, because right now, that doesn't recommend the annexation agreement at all. Can I suggest a motion, Crystal?
well, you can suggest a motion.
Or would you?
And
Okay.
if you want to make a substitute motion, but the reason I made it was then for those that don't want to recommend approval for certain reasons, like me, obviously, on some of the things I lost, this just puts forth the recommendations rather than have it be a 5-2 planning board recommendation or a 4-3. Then I think this is something everybody could agree to, but you can try yours. Mine is on the floor, but you can try yours.
Well,
As a substitute.
We could vote on your motion, I suppose.
Can I?
And we just attach the whole sheet of what we've considered.
So you're just you're making a motion that on those. Yes, Cindy.
We really do, Crystal, I'm sorry, but we really do need to have him read at least, or at least they have read part of that other motion because it's got the
We can encapsulate those details into what Crystal suggests.
We can do a combination.
We can easily encapsulate those details.
You can put them together.
Concept. I kind of like Crystal's concept because this is the record of our discussion.
No, absolutely. That's not what I'm not.
Yeah,
that's
I
not
know.
what I'm
I
saying,
know.
Peter.
But
I'm just
definitely,
saying.
I agree with you both.
So,
okay, and you put in all those words.
Would you want to add at the end, Crystal, conditional to the
No, I
attachment?
don't want to say, we just recommend that city council incorporates the following recommendations into the CU annexation agreement for consideration, and then put in all the other words in your recommended motion, and they can be edited. No,
Wait a second. Are you making?
No, it's not. Here, let me read it again. Planning board recommends that city council incorporates the following recommendations into the CU South annexation agreement for consideration. You could say the following recommendations that received unanimous approval, and just attach that chart.
Okay, what if it was motion to recommend to city council approval of the proposed annexation, blah, 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 per the attached recommendations?
So Peter, I think what Crystal's trying to get around is that we don't have, there are folks on the planning board who don't approve the annexation, but are comfortable passing along these recommendations that we've spent 7 hours discussing.
Okay, well then,
for city council to then consider.
Yeah.
And I'm fine with that. I'm fine with an additional sentence that might say, we've broken this down into, there are these that have majority support, and then these that did not pass. These are all here for your discussion.
I can do that. It's a non-answer that has all the information you need if you want to sift through it.
So
I'm just
Actually,
putting this on the chat.
wouldn't it be cleaner to just go ahead and vote on a recommendation on the annexation agreement first and then communicate our preferences? Why are we doing this? I'd like to get on the record as to whether we're making a recommendation on the annexation agreement, which is the question before us. I just don't. I don't.
I mean, I can tell you from
strategy.
my perspective that I'm not necessarily ready to recommend the annexation agreement. I think we've done a lot of good work here, and we've come to a broad consensus on a bunch of issues that are important to everybody.
Okay.
Personally, I'd like to get this in, all things being equal, I'd rather see this go in front of the voters as one of that's just my personal opinion. So that's one of the reasons why I would hold back a recommendation on doing recommending the annexation. But I think all the work that we put in, that's not to discredit all the stuff that we did tonight, because I think we all reached really good conclusions around it.
I agree with George.
My personal opinion.
So I don't know if there's a motion on the table because I was very unclear as to what the motion was. I'm ready to make a motion if I'm allowed to, but I keep hearing that you want to do something else. I would actually move to recommend.
Put it on the chat, David, so you can read it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So Crystal has moved that planning board recommends that city council incorporate the following recommendations into CU annexation agreement for consideration. And that includes everything in that table, regardless of what category it fell into. Is that correct?
Crystal, you're muted. Crystal, you're muted.
Crystal, you're muted.
Crystal, you're muted.
I'm sorry. John asked me to mute myself. But I don't know what the titles on the columns are at the top, but we could say all those that received consensus.
Oh.
And then you staple on the chart and you just are done.
Wait a second. That's very important. You're saying only the ones in column 1 that had consensus?
Well, what I would do is attach the work that we have done so they could see all the things that we've considered, and then say the consensus recommendations are in column 1.
She's tracking pretty close to what you were suggesting, David.
But why would we not recommend that they also consider anything that had passed with a majority vote, even if it was 4-3?
Oh, yeah, a majority vote, or
I think we're talking about setting the whole thing up there, right? I think that's what everyone keeps saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it seems like we could stop talking about that.
Yeah.
Here's the one question. How many things were in that middle category? Because if there was only like one thing, 2 things, why not just consolidate them into one or the other? If it's a majority, why not just put it into the majority consensus?
We got to give them some work. We got to give them some work.
1:11 at night, and I don't want to go back through it.
Yeah.
Eliminate the question marks.
There's
I think it's meaningful that there's a couple of things that we weren't one or the other.
There's 5 in column 3 and there's 1 in column 2.
Another hanging on our every.
There's one. I guess that's my point. The column 3, like I get, because that's a clear, like it didn't get majority. If there's only 1 in column 2, why don't we just push that over to column 1 and remove column 2 completely? Because it's all majority. Even column 2 is a majority.
So the one that got into column 2 was the add open space disposal thing. Let's see, it had the 3 of us felt was duplicative to put into the annexation agreement. So if you're
still majority, I mean, David, this is it's a majority rule board.
Right. Absolutely. But if you, I'm just trying to figure out which ones you're putting in your motion.
He's just suggesting we're transparent about who, like how much support something got. But I'm personally fine with moving that one way or the other. It doesn't matter.
I think anything that got a 4-3 or more is what we transmit to council for their consideration.
Okay.
I'm only suggesting it because it just simplify things. Having one thing in a category of 4 pages.
I just think that I would prefer that that the motions say that the suggestions in column 1 and 2. Then that's what you, and then
Why not? How about this? I'm truly just trying to simplify. I'll even change my vote to negative just to get it out of column. I just want to simplify the document so that people can read it. How about you just put a parentheses 4 on that particular one and push it into column 1 so that we acknowledge that there were only 4 votes on that, but that it just simplifies that document.
Cool.
Well, what about 3 votes?
That's a minority.
3 was a minority. I think.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's just ask when this table gets sent to council, that anything in column 3 with less than majority support gets removed from the table, and everything else indicates how many votes they got. Does that make sense? So we would just remove.
It does make sense, but some of those are things that were important, but to me, and to some of them the public, but I would just leave the whole chart.
Yeah, and I don't think Phil necessarily tracked the consensus votes, whether it was 6-0 or 5, or I'm sorry, 7-0 or 6-1.
We're pretty loose about that.
Right, so therefore the language, we just need language that says we're transmitting this. The columns 1 and 2 were majority votes. This is what we recommend you consider. It's super simple.
Great.
And then we can, well, I kind of reached my
So we just need a motion here that's going to be
so
referencing the case number and that information, right?
So
yeah.
Cindy,
okay, so you want me to repeat the motion?
Yours or mine?
So you've made, no, I don't have a motion on the table.
Get back up, please.
So your motion stands, Crystal, as planning board recommends that the city council incorporate the following recommendations into CU annexation agreement for consideration. Chris and Sarah seconded.
Yeah, and I think,
okay, I'm going to make a friendly amendment that include the case number.
Yes, yes.
That's a given, right? Brian, you're back.
The case number.
Aaron asked us to do that, and I'm just trying to get it to actually happen.
yes. Yes.
Cool. So both of you do approve that friendly amendment?
Yes.
Yes, Crystal?
Yeah.
Okay, good, cool. Right on, we made it.
I don't think that, okay. What does that do though? Does that say that, is that equivalent to the language motion to recommend approval of the annexation agreement with these recommendations? If you add the case number, it doesn't really say that, right? It just says.
No, I'm voting to approve. I'm voting to consider these recommendations.
Okay. So, okay, so the new modified motion on the table is planning board recommends the city incorporate the following recommendations into the CU annexation agreement LUR 2019-00010 for agreement for consideration. Is that the right wording? Is that a restatement?
You did it.
And if Phil wants to put in the address and all those details, that's fine.
Aaron already said the case number is adequate.
Okay.
Bedazzle that.
Okay. So I'm going to do a roll call. Peter?
Aye.
Okay. Sarah?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Brian?
Aye.
Georgie?
Aye.
Crystal?
Aye.
Okay, I vote no. I will not support a number of things in that document. So it passes 6-0. Okay, and I'd like to make a motion.
David,
61, thank you.
You
I'd like-
matter, you count.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to recommend to City Council approval of the proposed annexation 4886 and 5278 Table Mesa Drive, 718 Marshall Road, 0 Highway 36, 2 parcels, and 4745 West Moorhead, with an initial zoning designated of public pertaining to the case number LUR 2019-00010, incorporating the staff memorandum and findings of fact subject to the recommendations, conditions, and approval for the annexation is provided for in the draft annexation agreement in attachment C, and incorporating all of the additional recommendations that had broad consensus by the planning board in column 1 of the document that will accompany this motion. Do I have a second for that one?
Yeah, I'd second that.
Yeah, that's what we just all did. I like it.
Okay, so now I have a second from Brian. Do any discussion on that motion?
No, let's vote.
Okay, Peter?
Aye.
Sarah?
No.
John?
No.
Brian?
Aye.
Georgie?
No.
Crystal?
No.
Okay, so that one fails on a 2-5 vote. Is that correct?
3 to 4.
3.
Or 3, sorry, 3 to 4.
4.
I'm having
Because you have the
trouble.
word approval in there, but otherwise you said that it tracks everything we agreed on in column 1.
Right, but it
It's
was
the identical motion to the first, basically the identical motion to the first one. It just, this one wants to approve the
Recommend.
Recommend the annexation
Right,
based on our advice.
that one recommends the annexation agreement. This board failed to recommend the annexation agreement.
That's a characterization. I wouldn't say that. I'd say that we recommended it based on the things that we discussed and voted on.
No, I think we recommended the council consider these recommendations.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
We didn't recommend approval.
No, if I said that, I didn't mean that because I understand what's going on here.
Cool. That appears to be the end of our meeting.
All right.
Maybe
So
everyone matters.
we actually have matters from the planning board. Anyone have any additional matters to bring up tonight?
I'm not gonna bring this up. I was gonna further recommend, but I'll send you an email I sent to City Council last month recommending that we develop a state-of-the-art flood warning system, because this project probably won't be built for another 4 or 5 flood seasons. So I won't belabor that point, and I'll just send you what I sent to council.
Okay, thank you. And I know that came up actually when we were deliberating on this earlier this year, or maybe late last year, the early morning being part of the briefing book. So I don't know, Phil, if you have any updates on that, but
That's okay. You don't need to, people need to go to bed.
all right.
I extended the early warning into a lot of other things, so I'll send that.
Okay, anything from planning director, planning department?
There.
Nothing else from staff this evening.
Thank you, public members that hung in there with us, and the staff, and Phil, you're amazing. And David, you did a fabulous job.
Sunrise yoga at
Yes.
Sea South at 5:57 a.m. by the way.
I think,
Yeah, I'm just trying to get through this and then we can all do our congratulations. Erin, anything from city attorney?
No, thank you for putting up with a rookie. Hella will be back next week for you.
Great. Okay. And and I'll just add my thank you for all the hard work that went into this, and sorry that we weren't able to get a majority to recommend annexation. Any debrief for calendar check that we need to do at this point? All right. Thank you very much.
Are we, one question, is that it for Crystal and Brian? Are you guys going away again?
That's it.
Yeah, pretty much.
And the jersey's back up in the rafters, right?
And
That was fast.
poor Brian's gonna get like 2 hours of sleep tonight.
Was
Thank you very much.
Yeah, from a newbie,
did a terrific
to
job.
hear from you guys and your perspectives, and thank you for participating in this with us.
Yeah, thanks, Georgie.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you both.
Okay, thanks. We'll see you all next week. It's going to be a big meeting next week as well. So, and you on the streets, Brian and Crystal.
All right, see you guys later.
Yeah.
Enjoyed it.